Dear fellow Bitcoiners, we know how to survive under sea level, protected by self-invented solutions, cities built on shipyards, and inhabitants where trade flows through their veins. It was the Dutch who did the first offering of tradable shares. It was Amsterdam where you could find the oldest stock exchange. The world's first true central bank is where we come from. And bringing Bitcoin to the global stage is where we're going to. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Today, we proudly honor the legends and icons. Today is for the early adopters who understand the vision, and those who make the sacrifice for the greater good. Take a look around you. This building used to light up the entire capital with coal gas. Surrounded by a source of energy, we're on the eve of a financial revolution. Transitioning from fossil fuel to an orange spirit, the powerhouse of a decentralized future. Those who discover are always one step ahead. Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Dear fellow Bitcoiners, we know how to survive under sea level, protected by self-invented solutions, cities built on shipyards, and inhabitants where trade flows through their veins. It was the Dutch who did the first offering of tradable shares. It was Amsterdam where you could find the oldest stock exchange. The world's first true central bank is where we come from. And bringing Bitcoin to the global stage is where we're going to. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Today, we proudly honor the legends and icons. Today is for the early adopters who understand the vision, and those who make the sacrifice for the greater good. Take a look around you. This building used to light up the entire capital with coal gas. Surrounded by a source of energy, we're on the eve of a financial revolution. Transitioning from fossil fuel to an orange spirit, the powerhouse of a decentralized future. Those who discover are always one step ahead. Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Dear fellow Bitcoiners, we know how to survive under sea level, protected by self-invented solutions, cities built on shipyards, and inhabitants where trade flows through their veins. It was the Dutch who did the first offering of tradable shares. It was Amsterdam where you could find the oldest stock exchange. The world's first true central bank is where we come from. And bringing Bitcoin to the global stage is where we're going to. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Today, we proudly honor the legends and icons. Today is for the early adopters who understand the vision, and those who make the sacrifice for the greater good. Take a look around you. This building used to light up the entire capital with coal gas. Surrounded by a source of energy, we're on the eve of a financial revolution. Transitioning from fossil fuel to an orange spirit, the powerhouse of a decentralized future. Those who discover are always one step ahead. Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Fellow Bitcoiners, we know how to survive under sea level. Protected by self-invented solutions. Cities built on shipyards. And inhabitants where trade flows through their veins. It was the Dutch who did the first offering of tradable shares.
And then if you want to hear the...
It was Amsterdam where you...
Let's go.
Oh, are we live? Ha! Welcome to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, hosted by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined by Matt Odell to my left and Joe Hall at the end of the table. Welcome, gentlemen. Are you excited to kick off Bitcoin Amsterdam today?
Oh, hell yeah. Very excited. And what an amazing setting, though. It's beautiful here.
We're very excited. Odell, do you have some words for the audience?
Good morning. Stay humble and stack sats. Let's go.
I love it. I love it. As we kick off today, we're about to hear from a few different speakers shortly. Is there one speaker in particular that you're excited either today or tomorrow to hear from?
Ooh, I mean, Jeff Booth, primarily because, you know, a bit of a man crush on him and all his ideas and things. There's a couple of talks from him that are coming up, which will be pretty special. And then the other thing we were discussing just earlier was about narratives and how some of them are fading away before we get attacked by BitGo. Yeah, so I think the 2021 narratives that were pitched, discussing those and seeing which ones are still standing will be an interesting one too.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think we have a great lineup of speakers planned for the next 2 days that I'm quite excited about. But I'm most excited about just the experience of the atmosphere here. It's going to be very good, very special experience, and we have just a great show planned for the next 3 days.
Absolutely. No, this is going to be a lot of fun. I want to first start. We're going to hear shortly from a Bitcoin 101 video made by the Bitcoin Amsterdam team. Joe, we'll start with you. What's one thing our audience has to know about Bitcoin if they know nothing and they just stumbled across this stream just now?
Oh, nice. I mean, firstly, you can spend your Bitcoin, as I just did for this lovely coffee at the bar just there, which accepts Lightning. And it was amazing to hear reverberating around the bar, like, how would you like to pay? And people just saying Lightning. So yeah, Bitcoin, the payments method is surging. And maybe a second thing for those around the world, you know, Bitcoin is just money, right? You know, you can spend it, you can save it, as Matt says, you know, stay humble, stack sats. So yeah, Bitcoin is many things to many people.
I'm just going to take this down.
Yeah, good idea.
Before it takes us out.
But Joe, I think you crushed it there. Obviously, as you can see, this is early morning Amsterdam. Vibes are high. We're very excited. We have a partnership with IBEX, so every single thing for sale in this venue is payable with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is obviously a money you can spend. I mean, at the core, I think it's key to realize that it's the first money that we've really had that is independent of corporations and governments. It's money controlled by the people for the people. And it doesn't matter how much Bitcoin you have. It doesn't mean you have more control over the network.
Beautifully said. Joe, we're going to be hearing shortly from your man crush as well after we see this video. The inflation hedge narrative looks to have failed. During this bear market, we've seen a lot of different narratives seem to have failed, though. What's one that surprised you?
Oof. A narrative that surprised me. I mean, 100K, that was quite a meme for a while, wasn't it?
Way to go, Matt.
No, mine was 200K.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for being conservative with yours.
we do need to plot a graph at some point of, you know, every like Bitcoin OG and where they are, you know, and how the prediction went. I mean, Max Kaiser was 220, wasn't it? You know, it's still in play.
Yeah, he added 20K to mine to.
Oh, was that it?
The trick of a bull market is to call everyone a bear, and the trick of a bear market is to call everyone a bear. That's just got to stay consistent.
Well, hopefully this bear market won't last too much longer for us. Where do you guys see things going for the rest of the year at this point?
Oof, good question again. I mean, the situation in Europe right now is quite dire. I mean, as you've noticed, it's quite cold in here because I think they're
very cold. I've been surprised by the lack of heaters, both in the hotel as well as here in the venue.
Well, there you go. The energy crisis alive and kicking. You know, we've got cost of living crisis in many European countries too. The macroeconomic backdrop, you know, that favorite word, macro, doesn't look pretty right now. But people are slowly waking up to the fact that Bitcoin is freedom money, and that it's something that can't be debased. So hopefully, conferences like these can do some. Can make an effort in terms of educating people about the importance of Bitcoin and why we need Bitcoin, and perhaps as well why more and more countries and regions might start adopting Bitcoin.
Absolutely. May this be a bullish catalyst indeed. And I know there is an energy crisis, but if any Bitcoin miners want to just throw 3 little miners down here for some warmth, we will not say no to that at all. I also wanted to point out there are some tulips found all around the Bitcoin Amsterdam venue today. Of course, you can't come to Amsterdam without the tulip mania being brought up, especially when you bring up Bitcoin. It is worth noting, though, that these tulips are grown with the heat of Bitcoin miners as well. So you love to see just how Bitcoin...
Well, that's a new narrative. I like
hey,
that
man,
one.
We got to push forward the new narratives now that the old ones are dead.
I mean, personally, I have a talk later today on the main stage about FATF and financial privacy, and I'm particularly looking forward to having a conversation about Alexei, who is in jail in the Netherlands for Tornado Cash, the financial privacy tool with Ethereum. And I think that's going to become more and more of an issue. Basically, governments pushing back on financial privacy tools like Bitcoin.
I mean, we've seen that start to slowly creep up in the U.S. as well. It seems like a lot of the attacks are on other, dare I say, shit coins and other projects. But I think, at least, it would be foolish to assume that these attacks would not be replicated against Bitcoin in some iteration.
As Bitcoiners, we should be grateful that, the first attack isn't happening necessarily on Bitcoin. But I would say that, widespread KYC requiring IDs, stuff like that, all throughout the Bitcoin ecosystem is basically the first step of that attack.
Could we get a little bit of a preview, anything ahead of your speech about privacy and security that you want to clue in on us?
I mean, it's a panel, so there's going to be other people up there with me, but I'm just looking forward to it. It'll be a great conversation.
All right, you guys, it looks like we're going to be heading on over to the main stage now. We want to remind everyone, if you're watching, please make sure to smash that subscribe button down below and go ahead and enjoy this upcoming video about Bitcoin 101. Oh, no, we are not going to the Bitcoin. Okay. Joe.
I love how we started it off with "Are we live yet?" which I feel like every live stream starts with.
Yeah. It's like the Zoom call thing, isn't it? Oh, is my video? Oh, am I on mute? Okay.
At least I didn't say... No, wait, sorry, I'm muted. No, you're muted. Joe, talk to us a little bit about, you mentioned Jeff Booth and some of his ideas that you really resonate with you. What's one idea that, for those who aren't familiar with his work, that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the crux of his book, The Price of Tomorrow, is that technology is deflationary, so why is our money inflationary? And the idea that eventually our money's, the money that we live with currently, the fiat money, whether it's the euro, the pound, or the dollar, is one that inflates itself out of existence, whereas our tech is getting even more sophisticated. And why are we working longer? Why are we striving towards this fiat existence when we know that there's a perfectly good working solution alongside that, Bitcoin? Didn't have to label the elephant in the room there, did I?
Way to put a target on our back.
Yeah.
One of the things that I love doing this space is Bitcoin 101s, Bitcoin seminars with beginners. And that ranges from activists, ranchers, football players, and one of the core common denominators there is it's ridiculous, this idea that you spend all this time focusing on what you care about in life, all your work, all your family, everything else, but then at the same time you're supposed to be a financial wizard. You're supposed to be able to pick stocks. You're supposed to have this diversified financial portfolio, or you're supposed to pay someone to do that for you. And the promise of a sound money, the promise of a Bitcoin standard is that you can just live your life. You can do what you want to do, and then you can save in good money that increases in purchasing power over time. It's extremely powerful. People take that for granted because we're so used to it. It's just, this is how it's always been. This is how, my dad did it. This is how my grandfather did it.
It's this clear acceptance too of the idea that inflation is good for money, and it's almost sad when you have these conversations with people who buy into this idea, this narrative of, no, this is a necessary byproduct of how money should be made. It's a foolish lie that we've been told for so long, and we're unable to break free from that.
Yeah, I mean, I know from personal experience as well that you speak about this sort of financial wizardry that we all have to take on.
It's ridiculous.
It's mad, right? And I remember the spreadsheets I used to keep and all these various tickers that were going on. And now at the end of the month, I just look at how much Bitcoin I've got and make sure it's more than the previous month. And it's just...
Every day you should have more Bitcoin than the previous day.
Every day. So, I don't know, because right now I've got slightly less because I just bought this coffee.
Got to stack.
Yeah,
you got to stack.
Well, it's like... I don't know who to apply the quote to, but when rich people make money in their sleep, that's what you need to get to the point where you're just constantly stacking sats even when you're asleep.
I mean, you could just set the hourly buys the way I do.
Was that a Warren Buffett quote or something? I don't know.
I don't know. Don't give him too much credit.
Yeah. His original quote doesn't have Bitcoin in it. But
I highly doubt that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to go off on that tangent quite yet. But I do want to get a sense also, just on the topic of deflationary technology, why in all these conversations we're seeing out of Europe, why is there this pushback around a deflationary currency? I'd love your thoughts just seeing these conversations here. What are the conversations like when people have pushback on Bitcoin? What are they afraid of?
No, exactly. And it almost feels like what is going to be the catalyst or the turning point when we finally realized, I mean, 2 weeks ago, the pound almost met parity with the dollar. The pound becoming one of the greatest shitcoins of all time.
It's called soccer now.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
I will give.
And cricket is now baseball.
The Brits have this. Until the pound is worth less, £1 is less than $1. That is when we call it soccer.
No, everyone jumped the gun.
You guys all went too early. Now McCormick and Joe can sit there and be like, "You fucking idiots! You bloody,
It's
you
Real
bloody
Bedford
bozos."
Soccer Club. Yeah,
Exactly.
It's game over.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm worried about cricket as well, though. I mean, is that when we go to like $0.50? Is cricket becomes baseball? But to the point, it just feels like at what point do people look at their money and think, okay, it's being inflated away. Is there an alternative? Is there a better way of doing things? And I mean, is that going to be when a pound is worth $0.50? Or for the euro, is it when the euro is going to be worth $0.50? Because these are realistic situations in the next 5 or 10 years? It's quite scary.
I'd also love just hearing your thoughts on watching your government go from, let's give you guys, everyone, some tax cuts. And, oh, by the way, we're also going to start up some quantitative easing. Oh, these don't really mesh. So we're going to cut back on the tax cuts. Oh, and by the way, just 2 days ago, we're also going to cut back now on quantitative easing. So your government seems to not be able to make a decision clearly. How do you feel about this? Do you feel like you have the right people guiding your shit?
You've just about nailed summing up British leadership over the past 15 years, I'd say.
15. I just walked everyone through the last 2 weeks.
Oh,
that was 2 weeks of the UK government, by the way.
No, that is an accurate summary of how it's been post-financial crisis Britain. Lack of leadership, flip-flopping on decisions which have serious consequences for people, whether it's in their bank balance or their ability to find work or progress in work. So some great leadership would be most welcome. And as you say, money printer in the UK is currently going brrr. And
well, I mean, the whole point of Bitcoin is that we can opt out of that, right? It's like. I mean, I've long since passed the point where I just am hopeful at all for better, better leadership in America, at least as an American. And my belief with Bitcoin is at least I won't have to rely on them for the money aspect, right? You still obviously have to hope that you don't have horrible policies at home in terms of your livelihood and, everything, your freedom. But at least the money aspect is separated from the state, right?
Yeah, no, separate money from state first, and then maybe the rest will follow? That's kind of my primary goal. What happens if we get there, guys?
Well, what do you think? Are you a radical, Bitcoin fixes this extremist? Or
I've had this conversation several times, does Bitcoin fix bad sex? Does it fix bad
yes.
coffee?
Yes, it does. It does. It fixes everything. Because you think more clearly as a result.
Let's ask your lady about that.
Shots fired on a Wednesday morning.
To our American audience that is up at 2 o'clock in the morning, thank you very much for tuning in and watching us live. Special shout out to all of you backstage side. Gentlemen, we are going to be kicking things off shortly here in about 2 minutes. I want to give everyone just a quick reminder. We are going to be streaming today and tomorrow as well. We have a massive party planned here Friday afternoon into the evening as well. So
massive doesn't even begin to start it, right? Like it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I'm expecting half of BTC Inc. to just never be seen or heard from again after this.
A lot of boating accidents.
Well, we had one last night.
Already?
It was insane. 2 different kayaks just crashed into one another, and for whatever reason,
this is a serious story, right?
I'm 100%, and for whatever reason, I had all of my cold cards on me. Not just my one, but I had like 3 of them.
We're in one of the greatest canal cities in the world. Fucking love Amsterdam, and you went with kayaks. Just for the record.
Yeah.
This is the bit where you lost me a bit. Who kayaks down canals?
Nobody.
I will admit I've been disappointed to not see any of the, I don't know what the boats are called here in Amsterdam, but I've been disappointed to not see any of the attempts I've had to disappear down the
As
canals.
part of our events these next 2 days, we have some events that are happening on canal boats, which should be fun.
Well, once they break the chains tied to my legs to this desk, I'll be sure to go check those out. But be sure if you're watching and streaming on Rumble, I'm going to get this right this time. It's up here. The subscribe button is right here.
Nice.
And the subscribe button on YouTube is down here. Be sure to click those buttons. Like, and we're going to be back shortly.
Dear fellow Bitcoiners, we know how to survive under sea level. Protected by self-invented solutions, cities built on shipyards, and inhabitants where trade flows through their veins. It was the Dutch who did the first offering of tradable shares. It was Amsterdam where you could find the oldest stock exchange. The world's first true central bank is where we come from. And bringing Bitcoin to the global stage is where we're going to. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Today, we proudly honor the legends and icons. Today is for the early adopters who understand the vision and those who make the sacrifice for the greater good. Take a look around you. This building used to light up the entire capital with coal gas. Surrounded by a source of energy, we're on the eve of a financial revolution. Transitioning from fossil fuel to an orange spirit, the powerhouse of a decentralized future. Those who discover are always one step ahead. Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Welcome. What a great crowd. Nice to see you here. My name is Sebastiaan van Erne. I'm organizer of Bitcoin Amsterdam. I'm together here with Dave Bailey. Welcome from Bitcoin Magazine. Give it up. Come on, guys. We are here after 100 days. 100 days. 200 people worked in this event, from concept, marketing, all the way to where we are standing now, David.
Yeah, welcome to the biggest Bitcoin conference to ever happen in Europe. How dope is that? Woo. How cool is that? Making history. You know, when we did the first Bitcoin conference, when we brought the Bitcoin conference back, we did Bitcoin 2019 in San Francisco, where Bitcoin 2013 happened. A little piece of history that's less known is that the second Bitcoin conference to ever happen, Bitcoin 2014, happened here in Amsterdam. So for our first international event, there was no better place to go than where it all started for Europe. It also couldn't be a better place to do this conference because this is the birthplace of central banking. I don't know if you know this, but down the street, actually the biggest central banking conference in the world is happening called Sibos. Was anybody over there? I didn't think so. All right, cool. The biggest central banking conference, and I was wondering, what do you think it is that they're talking there? Are they talking about the collapsing euro? Are they talking about which one of their bank buddies they're going to bail out next? Are they talking about which nation state they want to cancel from the financial system? I can promise you that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here today, for the next 2 days, what our speakers are talking about, are solutions to the crises that we face as a society. Our monetary crisis, our energy crisis, our financial crisis, our geopolitical crisis. Bitcoin is the solution to these problems. As we say in Bitcoin, fix the money, fix the world. So over the next 2 days, we're going to talk about fixing the money and how we can change society through this technology. So I also want to tell our friends that may be watching the live stream over at Sibos that are very upset that they can't be here right now, that if you come over with your Sibos badge and let us cut it up in front of you, we will give you a free ticket to this conference. You're welcome. Come on, please. So with that, Sebastiaan, maybe you can talk a little bit about the layout of the event, where the different parts of the event are.
Definitely. We are now at Moonstage, guys. Welcome. The biggest speakers from all over the world you're going to find here. We got 5 stages in total. We have the second stage, set stage. It's across the street here, West-Unie, upstairs. And then we have the proof of workshop, one of my favorites. You can learn everything about Bitcoin, from what it is, how to buy, till Lightning Network, and everything in between. As last, take a look at the live desk, and for all of the wheels here, thank you for coming. We also have a content track at the deep. So now I want to present 3 of, they become friends of us. They helped us a lot. Bert, Peter, and Bart from Satoshi Radio. On the background, they did a lot of work, so give it up for them. Thank you. Let's see if they can find the stairs. Yeah, there they are. Come on. Thank you. It's all yours.
Great to see you all here. It's pretty crowded. First time for me on the big stage, so thanks for being here. Let's see if this works. No, can you put on the next slide, please? Yeah, so exactly 166 days ago, we had a barbecue in Miami, the Dutch Bitcoiners barbecue. It was at the time of the Bitcoin Miami event, and a guy came to us. You just saw him on the podium, Sebastiaan, and he said to us, Bert, Bart, Peter, is there some, can we do a Bitcoin conference like this in Amsterdam? And we were like, maybe, we can try. And I didn't expect it, but it's crazy that those guys, in not even 6 months, put all of this together. So give them one extra hand of applause, please, for the organizers. So can you put on the next slide? Next slide, please. Yeah. So who are we? I'm Bart. Next to me is Bert. And on the middle there, that's Peter Slachter. And we host the Satoshi Radio podcast, which is the biggest Bitcoin podcast in the Netherlands. We've been doing this for 5 years, 20 or 200 episodes, still going strong. And we are asked to open this conference. And when we brainstormed with the organization about this conference, we were thinking about for who is it? Is it only for experienced Bitcoiners or also for newcomers? Is it for people who want to know more about the tech or want to know more about the financial, economic side? So we thought, let's start with a Bitcoin 101. And Bert will take it over to talk a little bit about what is Bitcoin. So next slide, please.
Yeah, so what is Bitcoin? It sounds like a very simple question. What's Bitcoin? Books have been written about it. What I usually do is I take my 10 euro note.
Yeah.
In Dutch we call it a tientje. Dutch for 10 euros. When I hand over this tientje to Bart, something magical happens. Now Bart has the tientje and I don't have the tientje anymore. If I want it back, I can ask politely, I can fight, I can steal, but I cannot cheat. I cannot change history. I cannot undo my gift. And that's very obvious in the physical world, but a very difficult problem in the digital world. In the physical world, it's trivial to give someone an object, een tientje. The laws of physics guarantee that only one person at a time can have the tientje. In the digital world, this is an unsolved problem. It was an unsolved problem for decades. How to transfer a digital object to someone else. If I send a photo or a document to all of you, we all have exactly the same document, exactly the same photo. You cannot tell the difference between the original and the copy. It's impossible. We have been trying to solve this issue for decades by appointing bookkeepers. Central authorities, governments, tech companies, banks, who keep track of who owns what. Seems like a good idea, but it's fundamentally broken. In a global and digital future, we want digital property that we can keep 30 years, 100 years. This is a problem because governments become corrupt, companies discontinue their services, and banks go bankrupt. Censorship, exclusion, cancelling. We want digital property that we can send to the other side of the world 24/7, instantly, for free. This is a problem because these authorities that keep the books never really operate globally. Who gets to run the whole world? China, America, Russia, Facebook? For decades we had no other option. We had to rely on central authorities with huge databases full of our personal data, financial transactions, personal relationships, religious and political affiliations, medical records. Your data is safe with us. No, it isn't. For decades we had no other option until January 3, 2009. Satoshi Nakamoto published the source code of Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. On that day, the world changed. For the first time ever, it was possible to transfer and to own and transfer a digital object from one person to another person without depending on central authority. With Bitcoin, a large group who don't know each other, who don't need to know each other, who don't need to trust each other, can agree on who owns what. No boss, no leader, no central point of failure, no CEO. That is the essence of this innovation. Digital ownership without depending on central authority. At its core, Bitcoin is as big as a technological innovation as personal computers, mobile phones, cars, the wheel, the steam engine. Digital objects whose existence does not depend on the survival and the honesty of a central party. First application, money. Bitcoin is money. Then other financial assets like dollars, euros, stocks, bonds, diplomas, intellectual property, identity data. Sounds like a big deal. Why then are the headlines in the newspapers and on television something like this? Bitcoin is a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme. The biggest bubble ever seen. Tulip mania. We have got a lot of nice Bitcoin-colored tulips over there. Bitcoin boils the oceans. It's a dirty technology that solves nothing. Bitcoin has failed as a money. It's too volatile. And Bitcoin is only used, of course, by criminals who launder money and evade taxes. Why is that? Well, why are those the headlines? Well, it's because many people in rich, stable, high-trust societies like the Netherlands don't really have a problem with central authorities that keep the books. For most people, it works pretty well. Fast, cheap, nice user experience. Most people, we call it financial privilege, don't really experience the need for a sound money, where no one can change the rules, a censorship-resistant global payments network, an open independent protocol for transferring value. What they do see is Bitcoin as a financial asset to speculate with or to invest in. The price, all-time highs, the crashes. And that's why I started this conference with my tientje, to show that Bitcoin is, in its core, a technological revolution. And that decentralization is extremely valuable. That's the foundation. Yeah, we will talk about investing and trading and price analysis and payments and regulation and energy consumption and volatility. We will talk about it in this conference as well. But these topics are shallow, meaningless even, if you don't start with the essentials. Decentralization matters. It gives Bitcoin the vital properties. For example, Bitcoin has no opinion about how, where, when, on what you spend your money. Bitcoin doesn't favor one ideology over another, one religion over another, one political position over another. You follow the rules, you can spend your money. You obey the protocol, you can join the network, you can run a miner, you can build applications. It's public infrastructure, just like the internet. Bitcoin is for everyone. It can feel very exclusive. Rich Bitcoin bros, institutional money, aggressive Twitter fights. But these are the vocal minorities. We've talked to thousands of people in our community the last couple of years, young and old, conservative, progressive, rich and poor, computer scientists, bankers, journalists, farmers, students. Very different backgrounds, but they are united by the possibility that Bitcoin can change the world for the better. Bitcoin is for everyone, and if I had to name one part of Bitcoin where Bitcoin is for everyone really fits well, it would be the Lightning Network. So Bart, I've got my tientje back. Tell us about the Lightning Network.
Yeah, so if we can go to the next slide. So until 3 years ago, this story by Bert was basically the only story that you could tell about Bitcoin. And then all of a sudden something changed, at least for me. I heard about the Lightning Network, I think, 3 years ago. Maybe I should start with a question. So who used the Lightning Network as of today? Hands, please. Nice. We can skip it. No. For half of the people that never used the Lightning Network before, this is going to be a hell of a week because you can pay for everything here with Bitcoin. Like this is heaven for Bitcoiners. So what is Lightning? If you can go to the next slide, I think most of you know that the Lightning is a second layer on top of Bitcoin, yada yada. We heard about that, but I like to talk about the things that it enables for me, and that's instant payments, low cost, and it's open for everyone. So you can go to the next slide, please. It basically fulfills the title of the white paper. It really makes it a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. Of course, you can use Bitcoin on-chain for that, don't get me wrong. But if you want to pay for a coffee here, that was always the critic that we got, you can do it. But you have to wait 10 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes and if you want finality, even more. And with Lightning, it's as easy as using a card. I have a couple here. I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but we have, NFC cards is the latest hype in the Lightning Network. I have one of Coin Corner, Connect the World, BL3P. It's just like the normal payment network. You can just put it on top, and on top of a point of sales terminal, you can pay. It's fantastic. I'm speechless.
It's amazing.
It's amazing, guys. Look at it. So next slide, please. So why is it fun? Yeah, that's why it's fun, because you can actually start paying for stuff with Bitcoin. So if you go to one slide ahead, this is a quote from somebody unknown. I don't know who said it, but this is basically, what it means. Something is money when you can buy a beer with it. And
we have discussions always about what is money. Is it a store of value or a means of exchange? And the most important definition is it's money when you can buy beer with it.
Yeah, so if you go to the bar, you can actually pay with Lightning. You can buy a beer for a fellow Bitcoiner or for yourself or both, which is great. But I also saw some hands down. So I'm also going to help you a little bit, getting you up to speed on the Lightning Network so that you can at least use it on this conference. So if you can go one slide further. Yeah, so this is one thing in between that I want to show. Why is it fun? Yeah, I said the Lightning Network is open to everyone. And maybe you are thinking, but Bitcoin on-chain is also open to everyone. That's true, but the barrier to entry is a little bit higher. And I think it's just because it's slower and the payments are a little bit more expensive. Not at this point, but 2 years back they were. And I was in El Salvador last year when the Bitcoin law came into effect. And I couldn't pay in the right picture. I couldn't pay with my credit card. I couldn't pay with PayPal. I couldn't pay with Apple Pay. Google Pay didn't work. Nothing worked except for Bitcoin. That was like the only option for me to pay. I didn't even speak the language of the women behind the counter. But yeah, we smiled, we paid. I got my water and sunscreen, which I needed, and she got her sats. I mean, and on the left it's the same. I'm one of the first, I think, 20 people who bought a Big Mac with Bitcoin. I know it's fiat food, so but still, that was pretty cool. And the fun thing is that you can see it. Maybe the experts will recognize it. I'm using Zell's wallet over there. I connected it to my own node, which is running BTC Pay server. We connected BTC Pay server to our own Telegram bot, and listeners of our podcast can donate via Telegram. So I was literally spending sats that I received a couple of minutes before from listeners. And the fees were 6 Satoshis, I think. So that's less than a cent. So this was really the moment for me that I was like, there is something big happening here in this Lightning Network. And that was a great moment. So if you can go one slide further, please. Yeah, one extra. One more slide, please. Yeah. So I made a list, and this is non-exhaustive, but I think this is a list of Lightning wallets that you can use if you're a little bit new to Bitcoin. There's something for everyone. So we have Zeus on the left. Who is using Zeus? People, Zeus fans here? Yeah, great. So Zeus is the one that you can use basically to control your node from everywhere. So if you use your own node, Zeus is probably the one that you want. Then the other ones, Wallet of Satoshi, extremely simple. Just install it, send sats, you're done. It's a custodial wallet, but it's extremely fast. You can try the Lightning Network. You can pay for beers. Breeze Wallet, it's a bit in between. Also great. Moon Wallet, Blue Wallet, they're all great, basically. And you can just try them all out. It's free. Send some sats back and forth and experience the Lightning Network for yourself. If you can go 2 slides further. Yeah, so how do you actually get Satoshis? One extra. Ask someone, seriously, just give them the tientje, the $10. I mean, there are probably a lot of European people who want your dollars right now if you're from the US, so you can give them and they will give you sats. Or you can get it from a Lightning exchange. One slide further. So there are a few. In the Netherlands, we have BL3P, Global, Kraken, Bitfinex. They have Bitcoin Lightning options. There are also some great non-KYC options if you want that. So this is something where you can actually go with your fiat, your dollars, your euros, and get sats already on the Bitcoin Lightning Network in return. So you don't have to do the on-chain swap yourself. Next slide, please. One extra. Yeah, so how to pay with Lightning? It's really simple. You just go to one of the bars over here. You say, I want a beer, probably, or something to eat. And you ask, can I pay with Lightning? This is also on many of the events that are organized. For instance, the Connect the World event that we have is one where you can pay for your beers with Lightning. Also, the Bitcoin Show meetup is also one where you can pay with Lightning. You will get something like this. They will show you a phone with a QR code. One extra, one step further. You basically use one of the wallets that I showed. You can scan the QR code, or you use one of these cards to use the NFC checkout. One step further. You check your invoice if it's correct. So this is for 5,000 sats, is €1. If it's correct, then you click pay. One further. And that's it. You will get this. It's as easy as that. If you use a wallet over Tor, it can be a little bit slower. That's sometimes why people use a custodial wallet. It's up to you. Try everything. And if you have to wait a minute for Tor to connect, yeah, then you can have a nice talk with the barkeeper or something. Get to know each other a little bit in the digital world. Yeah. One step further. So we really hope that you enjoy Amsterdam. It's a beautiful city. We're really proud to have you all here. It's, yeah, if I look around, it's fantastic to have so many Bitcoiners in Amsterdam. I couldn't have dreamed that that this would happen 6 months ago.
Orange is the color of Bitcoin, but also of the Netherlands. So
yeah,
that's,
exactly. So enjoy Amsterdam, enjoy the conference, go to the workshop stage. There are really great Lightning workshops there. Enjoy the talks, go enjoy the art, and enjoy Amsterdam and stack sats. Thank you, guys.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, hosted by BitCo. We are live in Amsterdam at Bitcoin Amsterdam. I'm joined by Joel Hale and Matt Odell. Gentlemen, we just saw Bitcoin 101 talk. They talked about Lightning. They talked about spending their Bitcoin. Anything you guys want to continue to carry on from that?
I love that we started a Bitcoin conference with Bitcoin 101 content. I think back to the basics. I would like to see every major Bitcoin event do that.
Noted for Head of Programming, Brandon Green. Make sure you take that note down. Good, sir. Joe, any thoughts on just these conversations we're hearing about how to spend your Bitcoin?
I mean, yeah, I think we can't bang this drum enough, right? The Lightning is an amazing payment method and works way better than fiat payment rails. So why not shill that above all? You know, Bitcoin maybe 5 years ago, prior to Taproot, was a bit sluggish and slow, didn't really work for buying your coffees. But nowadays, you've got this instant sort of frictionless solution. Let's teach people how to use it.
And I mean, you also, you know, there's a lot of nuance with using Lightning privately. But all else equal, you know, Lightning does give the sender a lot of privacy benefits over sending via on-chain. There's a lot of privacy issues on the receiving side. But why do I bring that up? I bring that up because we're in Europe. You see cash usage in Europe even less than in America. And with the fall of cash usage, which is not just government restrictions, mind you, it's also just people choosing the more convenient option, which is cards a lot of the time for them, is all of a sudden you lose this basic financial privacy that older generations got used to and took for granted that currently we do not have when you're making payments. And when you start to think about financial privacy, like if someone knows, you know, where you buy your coffee every morning, if someone knows what newspaper you're reading, if someone knows, you know, what restaurants you're going to, all of a sudden they can develop a really big picture.
Yeah. Or if you're going to the red light district down the road, or orange light district, as it's soon to be known.
Joe, you were mentioning earlier how you live on a Bitcoin standard. One really quick before we leave, what is the one thing, craziest thing you've spent your Bitcoin on?
Craziest thing? Oh, you put me on the spot here. Can I come back to that in a bit? I can tell you what I bought in the past sort of 24 hours.
Past 24 hours, hit us.
Just bought a video camera from a guy in Portugal because I needed to do some shooting here. Bought coffee this morning and bought lunch yesterday afternoon.
Awesome. We're going to hear from Jeff Booth, Greg Foss, Dylan LeClair, and Prince Phillip. We'll be back after their talk.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Hey guys, how are we doing? Thanks for coming out. My name is Dylan LeClair. I'll be moderating this panel. I'm here with Greg Foss, Jeff Booth, Niko, and I'm going to mispronounce the last name, so I'm not going to say it, and Prince Phillip of Serbia. We're going to be talking about today, has Bitcoin failed as an inflation hedge? And we're really going to get into the weeds about what is inflation, what is Bitcoin, the mess of the monetary system today, and how Bitcoin could be a fix to that. So first, I'm just going to go through our guests here and give them a chance to introduce themselves. So, turning it over to Greg.
Well, hi guys. Thanks so much for having me, Amsterdam. What a beautiful city. My name's Greg Foss. I am a 30-plus year trader in the financial markets. I focused on trading junk bonds and credit risk. I personally believe Bitcoin to be the most important financial and technological innovation to solve the problems that we currently have in the credit markets globally. So I hope to bring some of that enthusiasm as well as experience to the table today. Thanks for having me here, Bitcoin Magazine. It's a pleasure.
Jeff Booth. I wrote a book called The Price of Tomorrow, an entrepreneur and Bitcoin maxi. And again, just like Greg, I'd see this as the only solve for the long-term transition of where we're going. But thanks again. Thanks a lot for having me here. Really looking forward to the event.
Good morning, the name is Niko Jilch. I'm a German speaker originally. I'm from Vienna, Austria. I'm a financial journalist. I've been covering the monetary system for about 15 years, started with gold. Now I'm on the Bitcoin train most of the time. I run a German podcast. It's called Was Bitcoin Bringt, also a YouTube channel. I also do an English newsletter because writing in English is easier actually because you don't have the inhibitions that you have in your native language, so you can swear more. And it's lovely to be here. Thank you for having me. We're going to have a great time.
Hi everyone. My name is Prince Phillip of Serbia, not suburbia. I have about 15 years experience in finance, specifically in asset management. But very recently, I gave up that job, that fiat world job, to go full-time in Bitcoin. And I work for Jan 3 now with Samson Mao, working towards nation-state adoption. I'm a Bitcoin maximist, and I'm here because Bitcoin is going to fix the world.
So to kick off the convo, I think I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Booth to, I guess, lay the groundwork for what is inflation, what is, how does the monetary system work at the core, and to really strip it all back to a first principles level. I don't think there's many people in the world that can articulate it as well as Jeff. So,
Just that.
give it away.
Just that. Well, even the title of this panel, it presupposes we're going to measure a system through the system, and that becomes a big problem. So if you just strip back everything to first principles, the free market with technology is a deflationary force. What should happen is prices should fall as we invent new ways of doing things better. We save that time, and that in a free market that would transition with the broadest abundance to humanity. That's what would be natural. So anything that stops that is man-made. So when we talk about inflation, it is only man-made because we grant people an ability to drive up an inflation rate against that force. Now you could argue we have to, and we could have that argument, and a credit-based system does have to, otherwise the whole thing fails, and it fails spectacularly. And what ends up happening is a credit-based system, what we think it has to, most people believe that for a productive economy to work, you have to have 2% inflation. And I would ask you to question that belief, because why do you have to have 2% theft in your money for a productive economy, for us to trade with each other? It doesn't make sense. But while that belief stands, we will vote for people who say, yep, 2% inflation sounds fair. And then that 2% inflation has to be turned into 3% inflation, 5% inflation, 8% inflation, 15% inflation, because the debt has to be paid back in cheaper, and the only way to pay back the debt is either collapse the debt, a deflationary spiral, which would look like the 30s, and every other single thing we live in is from that system. So nobody's going to vote to collapse the system. And the other way to pay it back is to have high inflation for a long time, which causes other problems for society. So that's just where we are in society, and there is no fix from the system.
Sorry to interrupt. I think maybe just to define, is inflation, is it a measure of consumer prices rising, or is it a measure of monetary supply? And I guess also, how is money supply created or introduced in this current system? Yeah. And how do we get there? I think that's probably an important point to cover.
So it's introduced through credit. We live in a credit-based system, and that credit just has to expand. So it's introduced through loans and credit in the system, and it just has to keep going. So when you tighten it, where we are in the cycle right now, as the Fed is tightening, that's going to create a tightening and effectively a death spiral in a credit collapse. And other countries repaying that debt in U.S. terms are going to face their own death spiral first, and they're likely going to print into that. But again, if you just come back to that system that we live in, that you measure your house prices by, that you elect your officials in, that every single thing you do reinforces that system. And Bitcoin is an alternative system. And what's actually happening, if you ask, is Bitcoin an inflation hedge here? It's an inflation hedge and a deflation hedge. What it is doing is repricing that entire system over time. And it can reprice it through a credit collapse, or it can reprice it through inflation. That's what's happening, and it's slowly repricing the entire system and transitioning us to a new system that works with hope and abundance, hope, truth, and abundance on a new system, instead of the system we live in that has to work through coercion, fear, and control.
Hop in here, Greg.
So we always want to take a few gems away from Jeff. The reality that we're based on a credit-based system perhaps is, in my opinion, most easily explained from a global perspective. And total debt in the world today, according to the Institute of International Finance, is over 400 trillion US dollars equivalent. So that includes all government debt. It includes all corporate debt, all bank debt, all mortgages. 400 trillion US dollars. I'm sorry?
Without unfunded liabilities.
Okay,
Yeah.
without unfunded liabilities. But stick with me here. This is the amount of debt outstanding in the world. And round numbers, the global economy is only 100 trillion US dollars. Okay? So your numerator is 4 times the size of your denominator. If you assume an average coupon in your numerator is 3%, do we think that the global economy can grow at 4 times 3%, which is 12%? Do you think global economy can grow at 12% in order to keep pace with the growth in debt, the organic growth in the debt due to the coupon? And I think the rational answer is no. So that in itself is the inflation component of the global debt GDP spiral. It's only grade 11 math, people. Don't overthink this. We are in a spot right now where we have inflation because of credit inflation. So Bitcoin is actually your insurance on that credit inflation. Bitcoin might not be correlated to CPI, your consumer price index inflation, but I am 100% certain it is your best insurance against your credit inflation. And that is pure mathematics, because we have reached a point in global debt where it is growing organically faster than your economy or your tax base can possibly keep up. Don't overthink it. We have reached the point of no return. You need your appropriate insurance. So Bitcoin, 13 years old, thank God for Bitcoin, okay? It is our insurance policy against this debt spiral that, by the way, that spiral doesn't even include the new spending to protect you from the inflation they brought on in the first place. So thank goodness they're spending more money to protect you from the inflation in the UK that they brought on in the first place. This is a clown show. Protect yourself from the clown show. Thanks.
I want to turn it over to our two European natives and just kind of talk about, we talk about the consumer price index versus, I guess, monetary debasement or money supply growth. Europe obviously is in the middle of somewhat of an energy crisis, an energy deficit, which has led to skyrocketing prices, 10% year-over-year inflation, 15% in some places. How is it from the ground here, and how are people thinking about euro, the inflation, the response to that? Give us some outlook.
So I think it's important to understand that inflation is the Germans' biggest fear because of the hyperinflation of the 1920s. By the way, has anybody ever heard of a period of hyperdeflation? Because I haven't. The word doesn't even really exist. But that's only a side note. I think it's important, and now what we're seeing in Europe right now is complete madness. It is complete madness. And the thing is that we have entered a time of helicopter money already. So we are getting money wired directly to the bank accounts. Every single measure that is done against the inflation we're seeing right now is measured in money. It's 100 billion there, 100 billion there. We are going to enter a phase, this is my opinion, where politicians will just tell you how much money you get when you vote for them. And they're going to print it on the posters, on the election posters. Like, vote for me, you get 10,000. No, vote for me, you get 20,000. This is not going to end well. Absolutely not, because you cannot print energy. We printed us out of the financial crisis. We printed because of the euro crisis, and we printed in the pandemic. But you cannot print the energy now. This is real stuff now. How did we end up here, and how can Bitcoin help? I think it's important to see the history real quick. 413 years ago, the Bank of Amsterdam was founded here in Amsterdam. It was the precursor to what we call a modern central bank. Because Amsterdam was a market city. All the people came here to exchange goods, and they brought all the different kinds of currencies, you know. And the city said, that's a good idea. We'll take all the currencies. We'll give you our currency so we can facilitate trade. About 100 years later, they founded the Swedish Riksbank, which was really the first central bank. It was founded because of a bailout of a private bank. And they switched to state ownership, and that's where the real drama began. But it worked well for a long time because centralization was necessary to make the world run, right? It was necessary. Bitcoin really is, in my opinion, a breakthrough because for the first time in history, really, we do not need decentralization. And I think that the inflation of the system is a necessary evil of centralization. You will always end up with inflation because the austerity, deflation, and the other way of staying out of trouble will never be voted for. It will never work in a democratic system. And it was tried a bit with Greece, and it didn't work. They are not going to go for that. So yes, somebody once said hyperinflation is the act of saving debt at all costs, and that's what's going to happen. We're going to print every single dollar or euro that's going to be needed, and then we're going to deal with the problems afterwards.
Phillip, you want to hop in?
Yeah. So in Serbia, where I live right now, recent print of inflation was about 13.8%. Serbia, I should say Yugoslavia, in the 90s experienced the third highest ever hyperinflation in the world. I mean, they were devastated. And now we're in double digits again. And they're saying that next year, don't worry, guys, it's going to go back down to about 5%, 4%. Yeah, right. And this is what Bitcoin really is going to help people in Serbia, but not only just that, but people all around the world. And I think it's very key that we educate people, understand the scarcity of Bitcoin and how it actually solves the inflation issue that we're all going to experience right now. I think, well, Jeff touched on this, like it's the panel that we're talking about, this panel that we're on right now, it's about the narrative of the fiat world. When we then live in a Bitcoin world, the inflation is not really an issue. It's right now at 2%, and after the next halving, it's going to go down. I mean, please, I don't know what the number is going to be, but if you go to El Salvador right now, they actually give two numbers for inflation. They give their fiat inflation in US dollars, and they give their Bitcoin inflation, which is about 2%, and that's fantastic. So I think education and telling people that we finally have an asset, we finally have something to store your energy, your time, your hard work in an asset that's not going to be inflated away. It's beautiful. And if you just DCA every week, whenever it is, however much you can afford, and you live in your Bitcoin standard, personally, the faster you move to that, the better, the more you'll be saved in the future, I guess. So, yeah, I'll finish on that.
Love it. Yeah, I like to call Bitcoin like it's an engineering solution to this problem that we see today with our monetary system. And kind of going back a little further, we're talking about central banks, the centralization of money. If we go back to when the world was on a gold standard, and it's important to understand that no, there wasn't one president or dictator or person that said, we're going to use gold. Humanity converged upon gold because of its monetary properties. And ultimately, we got the centralization of gold, and we got banking systems co-opting gold because gold couldn't scale for a global economy. So what did you have? You had banks that would store your gold, but ultimately, because of greed and human incentive, they would lend out multiple certificates of deposit or multiple claims on that gold. Obviously, that resulted in bank runs and collapses, and fractional reserve banking with an actual sound money at the base of it doesn't work. So now we're in a system where we have fractional reserve banking, but really the only thing at the base level of the system is the collateral itself, which is just debt. So you have promises on top of promises, or just kind of a system of IOUs where you deposit $100 at the bank, they take 90 of it and lend it out. Banks lending money creates money in the system. And so ultimately what we're seeing now, right? Bitcoin's down 70%. and you have the detractors that are saying it has failed once again. But Bitcoin's risen, in a parabolic fashion and crashed 80% 3 or 4 times, right? But what are we seeing in the legacy system? We're seeing the stock market, global equities down 30%. We're seeing bonds down 30%, and like Bitcoin is a $400 billion asset. The global bond market, the global stock market combined is
500 trillion.
Yeah, hundreds of trillions of dollars. So, the bond market sneezes and coughs up more than Bitcoin's market cap multiple times over in a day, right? So I think it's just important to contextualize when we're saying, hey, Bitcoin is supposed to be this solution to inflation. What is happening? The reality is we're seeing consumer price inflation, but we're seeing broad-based asset deflation at the moment. We're seeing this huge everything bubble that was a result of zero interest rate policy, basically the cost of capital being negative, right? If you talk to anyone that's in finance, right, it's just basic math. How do you value an asset? Well, you have a discount rate, you have an interest rate, and you can calculate the valuation of assets based on your interest rate. Well, when the interest rate's 0 and you have inflation at 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, your cost of capital is negative. So with a negative cost of capital, input that into your finance equation and tell me what you get for an asset valuation. And the answer is it doesn't compute, right? So we have this global everything bubble because the cost of capital is not even free, it's negative. It's a historic debt binge, and now we're seeing inflation at 40 to 50-year highs around the world, and it's all unwinding, right? So I propose to anyone in the audience, but really around the world, and the reason we're here today talking about this is find me a solution to this problem, because we have debt to GDP at 400%, we have U.S. federal public debt to GDP over 100%. Find me a solution to this problem that doesn't just end up in tears as a result of perpetual money printing. And so I think that's the base of my argument is, okay, we have an engineering solution here. We did rocks, we did gold, we did monetary metals, we did government IOUs, we did promises, and it's not working. So maybe this thing is a technical solution to this $500 trillion problem, and then you can approach that as an investable asset, as a theory or thesis on how to grow your money, or you can approach it as, hey, this is like, in terms of human rights, this might be the biggest idea of our time.
I think it's important to understand too that the central bankers, they know it's going to fail at some point. They absolutely know. That's why it took them 400 years to demonetize gold. 400 years, but they still kept the stuff. And there was they actually took it down, but it was the Dutch central bank who had a whole section on their website talking about, if we have a total catastrophic collapse of the monetary system, if that should ever happen, we still have the gold, right? They know they have to keep something that people will trust in times of crisis, and that historically was always gold. So we can sit here and talk about, could they adopt Bitcoin in any way? If they would do that, they would have to buy the stuff first, and that would be spectacular. So I don't know about that, but they know they're going to fail. Germany and Austria, and I think even the Dutch, they got their gold home, right, in 2015. They got it home from the US, they got it home from the UK, because they know they're going to need it at some point.
Yeah, I just say, building on that, just remember every single person you're talking to that isn't at this Bitcoin conference, that doesn't know what we're talking about, might not be as deep in this, is spending most of their time reinforcing a system that is 4 orders of magnitude bigger than Bitcoin today. And so they're measuring that system through the system. And when we talk about inflation, when we talk about your house price, when we talk about who you're going to vote for on the left or right, you are all everybody is reinforcing that system. And if the system doesn't give more money, the system that everybody is in collapses and every bank collapses at some point. So you can guarantee at some point it's going to give a lot more money. And then you have to ask, if humans could have solved global coordination, created abundance by printing more units of paper, if it was that easy, wouldn't we have solved this problem 5,000 years ago? Right? And it leaves you, there is no solve for this problem. There is no, so you could go back to a gold reserve and start it all over. You could go to war. Typically what ends up happening in this end of great debt cycle, and what ends up happening is the debt never gets paid back. The debt moves up higher on the stack. And now the debt is at a government level and a sovereign debt level, and it's too big to get paid back. In the U.S. in 1980, it was not at the government level, so they could impose interest rates and then take it up to the government level over time, and that's what happened. So it didn't actually get smaller; it just moved from corporate up to the government level. And now we're at the end of that cycle, and it can't move. So it has to be paid back it has to get a lot cheaper in real terms through hyperinflation, or it has to fail spectacularly. They're the only two choices from this system. And what you have, and you have everybody measuring that system from the system and voting for more of it. Because who is going to vote for a system? Show of hands, who's going to say to vote for the politician who says, hey, I'm going to collapse everything tomorrow, all the banks collapse, food prices, everything stops tomorrow. I don't think you would vote for that. I don't think you would vote for that, because as much as you say that's the right thing to do, society, what would happen into that void? It would be horrific. You would not be able to walk down the street. Society would collapse, and into that void, dictators would race in.
If you were Christine Lagarde, would you print more money or print more money?
Yeah, and that's it. And so you can expect that because you will vote for that, and your neighbors will vote for that, and they'll blame others, you can expect the division of us to continue out of this system. And the best thing you could do is tell your friends, tell your loved ones, tell people as fast as you can to start opting with their time into the new system, because you're going to build a bridge for them so more people can walk over that bridge to transition from one system to another.
It's always easy to be on stage with Jeff Booth, you just sit and learn, but I wanted to build on the point of how debt keeps getting pushed higher. So I started my trading career in 1988, and two very important things about that. Firstly, in 1988, we had CPI inflation in the United States of about 8%. And isn't it interesting that the Fed funds rate, or the overnight rate as set by the chairman, Paul Volcker, at that time, was double digits. It was over 12% to fight 8% inflation, CPI. Well, today we have 8% CPI inflation in the US, and Fed funds rate is 3.25, okay? They cannot possibly get back to a level that will properly fight CPI inflation, which has got to be at least 5% higher than it is today, without exploding the world. Because we can't even handle a 3.25% US Fed funds rate, and you're already seeing the cracks form in the system. Why? Because back in 1988, when I first started, we had our first major financial crisis. It was called the Latin American debt crisis. Okay? Foreign countries, predominantly in South America, had borrowed money in US dollars to finance their budgets. And when the US dollar got strengthened, they found it untenable to be able to pay back the debt in US dollar terms. So they defaulted. That was the first financial crisis that kicked responsibility one level higher. The second one was long-term capital management. 10 years later, 1999. A genius on Wall Street who had a Nobel Prize, actually there were 2 Nobel Prize winners, they levered themselves 100 times and sold insurance to Wall Street. Well, guess what? The insurance company went bankrupt, which meant Wall Street would have gone bankrupt if the Fed didn't come in and rescue Wall Street. That's the second one. The third one, 2008, the great financial crisis. I was working at a hedge fund. I can promise you the world was over, okay? I have never been so scared in my entire life as in 2008, 2009. With the caveat, with the exception of today. I'm just as scared today as I was sitting in a risk share in 2006, 7, and 9, okay?
Scared of what? Just to clarify. Scared of
the implosion of the financial system. Now, the Fed did what they needed to do, once again, brought it to that level. The final crisis was the response to the COVID crisis in 2020, and that solidified the debt spiral as I see it. So I want you guys to take one thing away from here. I was lucky enough to find Bitcoin in 2016 as a solution to the fiat Ponzi as I see it. The fiat Ponzi of sitting in a risk share, working in a credit-based world. Fiat is the Ponzi, Bitcoin is the solution. Now, I did find it when Bitcoin was trading under $1,000 per Bitcoin, US. My point to you today is Bitcoin, very simply, is a far better risk-adjusted investment today than it was when I found it in 2016. Why? The response to the COVID crisis, that is written in the history books, and now the response to the clown show that we are living, where they are printing more money to solve the problems that they created by kicking the can up the capital stack to the level of sovereign debt. There's nowhere else we can kick this to, people. The countries have no choice. So, if you love somebody, tell them to buy Bitcoin. Okay? It's that simple. When I tell you to buy Bitcoin, it's because I love you. Okay? I have 3 kids. I've done okay in my life. But I own Bitcoin for the kids, okay? As simple as that. And you don't have to own 100% of your portfolio in Bitcoin. But please don't own 0% of your portfolio in Bitcoin. Own up to 5% to start, study it, and focus on the other 95% of your portfolio that is soaring. Bitcoin now has lower volatility than the Dow Jones Industrial Average. The 30 largest companies in the world have higher volatility than Bitcoin. Focus on the donut, not on the hole, okay? I have never been so excited about a technology for my children. Young kids like Dylan are our future. I'm a 60-year-old old white, excuse the language, I'm an old white fuck that has screwed this world up. Let's make amends for the kids, okay? It's that simple. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point, actually, that recently, seeing how strong the dollar is, the DXY, the dollar index is what? It's like 112. It almost went to 114 the other day.
113 yesterday.
Yeah, 130. Yeah, that's it. So it's strong. It's strong. A year or two ago, when Bitcoin was at its peak, whenever the dollar strengthened, whenever there was a talk about that, Bitcoin always dropped. Not anymore, actually. In the last few months, Bitcoin has actually held strong against the dollars. So that is, to me, it could be a good sign, maybe for the decoupling. I don't know. Is that going to happen or not? But sorry,
remember, and back to you, fiat is all relative. Everything trades against the U.S. dollar. But the U.S. dollar is just the best-looking horse at the glue factory, right? Like, who cares? They're all melting ice cubes. It's just that the relative rate of decay of other fiat money is faster than the DXY or the U.S. dollar, so therefore DXY strengthens. But they're all melting ice cubes.
When the reference rate of the world currency, when the reference rate of every other currency, every other nation, is the U.S. dollar, and it can't pay back its debt, and it has to drive inflation at a high rate to pay back its debt or go into a death spiral, then what would happen everywhere else? And I think that's when I talk about 4 orders of magnitude, if the US tightens for a while, because it's 4 orders of magnitude and everybody's chasing to safety, they're chasing to the US dollar as a result, and all of the debt is paid back in US dollars all over the world. So if people are racing the US dollar, making it stronger, all of these things are going to move back and forth lots of times in the next little while. And it's going to feel, I'd say in this world, expect the unexpected, because the unexpected is going to happen more and more. It's just going to feel like, where did that come from? That's the world that we live in. At the same time, is Bitcoin, you can't change it. So when we talk about pricing Bitcoin in US dollars, or pricing them in Turkish lira, or pricing them in your native currency, that is the error code. One Bitcoin is one Bitcoin, and it's going to reprice this entire stack, everything over time. So sit back, and once you really understand that, once you understand what's happening there, then after you've made that investment, protected your assets, start to look at what's being built on top of this network. Start to look at layer 2 and 3 solutions and all of the value, because right now what we're doing is we're talking about the plumbing of a system. We're talking about the plumbing of the credit-based system today in the world. We're talking about the plumbing of Bitcoin. And we don't experience value typically through the plumbing. We experience value on the products that are built on top of the plumbing. So, and the products that are being built are the services, the goods, and the products that are going to be built on top of the new plumbing to bring on billions of people is going to be staggering. And I've said this a number of times. If you were sitting as an executive at Sears from 1995 to 2010, you would have a frame of the world that things were getting really bad, and it would get worse and worse and worse. And if you were an executive at Amazon, you would have a frame of the world, wow, this is getting better and better. The people that are in this audience, the people that are sitting in this frame, understanding what can be built here, see hope, abundance, and a better future. And if you're deep into that and you're seeing all of the companies that are building on top of this, you go, I just look at it myself, like, I cannot believe I get to be in this world, in this frame, building the future with all these incredible people. But I get most people aren't in that frame. Most people are in a different frame, and your frame controls your life.
Niko, I saw you wanted to hop in.
Yeah, I just want to say that what Jeff was saying just earlier on in his beautiful speech just then was that actually the US exports their inflation to the world. So, I mean, that's crazy to think that everyone wants the US dollar because the world, it's essentially the world reserve currency. And I think it's for us to now to educate the world that we have to move away from that, and the world reserve currency should be Bitcoin, and we should all be moving our savings into Bitcoin and living in our personal Bitcoin standards. Yeah, just wanted to say that.
Can I just say something? Because I also have kids, small kids, and I know a bit about like the plans and the necessities that central bankers and economists see for the future. I do not want my kids to live in a world that is a dystopian horror show of central bank digital currencies. This idea is absolutely insane because it opens the door to manipulation, censorship. It opens the door to, Jeff can buy coffee from Monday through Wednesday, and I can buy coffee Thursday, Friday, and that's how we kept coffee prices, right? And if you don't believe that the economists thinking about these things, think about these things specifically, then I have news for you. I don't want to be like the... So what I see in the Bitcoin world is a positive vision of the future. I see Bitcoin as a social network. We wouldn't be here without Bitcoin, right? There's so many people you meet because of Bitcoin, and then you all have like the same basis. We have something to build up on. You have something to build with. Everybody, so many people in Bitcoin start, companies, start building things because they have a positive vision of the future. Other people do not have a positive vision of the future anymore. It's just more crisis, more problems, and more devastation. So I would urge you all to go out and not only see Bitcoin as a hedge against inflation or as a way to protect you financially. It's a way to protect your future and the future even of your country and of your democracy and of your family, because the other way is there is no future there. It's really, really pretty bleak, and we still have time, we still have the possibility to stop this, because Bitcoin is already here, and with the central bank digital currencies, they are now starting like the computers. So, I really believe this, they are rushing it now, and when central banks rush something, it's always very dangerous, but also it's a chance, because Bitcoin came, and Bitcoin was not expected by anybody.
Education is key.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's one of the big things that I see people get really stumped upon is, Bitcoin is like supposedly just this intangible thing. It's this digital currency, and people call it sound money, hard money. How is it tied in any way to reality? And this is one of the things that's pretty hard to explain in 30 seconds. But I think the aha moment for myself personally, and I think a lot of people in particular, especially in the midst of this energy crisis, we're seeing Bitcoin has a tie to real-world energy expenditure. It has a tie to the tangible world. Proof of work mining, and this is the thing. Bitcoin Magazine, where I work, BTC Inc., the Bitcoin conference. The reason that we focus on Bitcoin and not broadly blockchain, crypto, etc., is because the thing that separates Bitcoin from everything else is the fair launch, the decentralization, all of that. But the reality is proof of work. And the hash rate at all-time highs, right? Bitcoin's 70% down, hash rate's at all-time highs. What does that mean? It means that the amount of computational power and energy expenditure globally purpose dedicated to just mining Bitcoin is at all-time highs. So if you think of Bitcoin as like a tangible, as a commodity, it's this digital synthetic commodity, well, you have with proof of work mining and with the difficulty adjustment, which the difficulty adjustment, if hash rate, if the total computational power kind of chasing this asset, mining this asset goes up by 10%, mining difficulty goes up 10% with it. If it doubles, mining difficulty doubles. It makes it that much harder to mine. So what you have here is you have an absolutely scarce asset. Yes, it's intangible, but you have this immutable ledger that no one can change or mess with this absolutely scarce asset that in the real world, tied to the real world, is getting harder and harder and harder to incrementally produce. Right, so in a world of central bank digital currencies, even today, without explicit CBDCs, money's mostly digital. Venmo, Cash App, etc. Your bank account, it's all just ledgers. It's all a ledger, right? And so now we have not only a ledger, but we have a ledger that's tangibly tied to the real world. And I think that's like one of the biggest aha moments here is we have a fair system that no one can cheat, and it's a completely digital in a digital native sense. But there's a physical tie to reality. There's a physical tie to nature that no one can cheat. And that's like the aha moment. That's Satoshi's innovation, is tying digital money to the real world.
You said it as well before in a different way. You also, on layer 2, you start to get velocity through technology instead of velocity through debt. And that is a huge deal, because we've always had to construct to work in a global trust, because all money is really the trust interlinking us. It's information describing that trust. And we've had to coordinate society. We've centralized function through gold, and then we've used credit to drive velocity in money. So we could spread it around, because gold couldn't move around at a rate that was fast enough for our economies. What Bitcoin does on the second layer, so you have an immutable asset on the first. What Bitcoin does on the second layer and third is you have unlimited velocity in money. And that piece that many people don't see yet means the description of what we typically do in trying to describe how the new world's going to work, we carry baggage from the old world. We've never had something like Bitcoin before. So even when you think about how did we protect ourselves, so we protected ourselves. Free markets produce higher living standards than non-free markets. kind of evidence throughout history. And so we protect free markets with institutions, but we never had decentralization and security together. So we protected free markets with rule of law. Magna Carta, Bill of Rights, Constitution, rule of law to protect ourselves from institutions getting too big. But what you find is money is superordinate to rule of law. If it didn't look like that, then places with the most broken money would have the best laws. And so money is more important than rule of law, and it always, and because the people with money either win in court or rewrite the laws. So what you see throughout society is we could never have, because we had to have we never had decentralization and trust together, we had to have these institutions protecting us, and then the institutions themselves get corrupted over time. That's where we are today in the world, unfortunately. But what changes because of decentralization and trust on the base layer, and on the second and third layer, you don't have to recreate all of the mess that we had in this system to the new system. And that brain, because it works almost completely opposite to the system we've grown and known. So it's easy to carry in your baggage. It's easy for anybody to carry their baggage into the new system. And I say often that the measurement of a system is the system. You have to intuit what the new system will do, because it works on different rules. And that's where we are, which is really exciting for where Bitcoin moves.
I think exciting doesn't even start with it, right? I mean, what you're describing here is a breakthrough on a level that I think nobody, even in this room, can imagine where it can lead to. And I want to take this opportunity to call, yes, Satoshi Nakamoto is going to get that damn Nobel Prize in economics that we're all at some point. And I know how he's going to get it. I thought about this. I know how he's going to get it. So the economist who predicted Bitcoin was Friedrich August von Hayek, right? There's this famous video from 1984 where he said, all we need is some sly roundabout way to introduce something they can't stop. And he got the prize eventually. He was the first non-Keynesian economist, because the Nobel Prize is not actually a Nobel Prize, a fake Nobel Prize, and it's paid for by the Swedish central bank, right? It was introduced in 1968 as a precursor to the fiat era, and they had to give it to Hayek because he was so popular and so brilliant. But what they did is they split the prize and gave the other half to some Swedish socialist that we all forgot about. I know his name, I'm not going to tell you, because... And they're going to do the same thing with Satoshi Nakamoto eventually. And they're going to give the other half to who is going to be the father of central bank digital currencies, Vitalik Buterin. I'm calling it today.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of a Nobel Prize, it would seem like an honor, but then you have guys like Ben Bernanke and Paul Krugman winning that. So I guess we got 3 minutes left. We've talked a bunch about where the system is at today and kind of the craziness that's unfolding. For the last 3 minutes, what can we expect in the next coming years? We have bond markets selling off like crazy. The dollar's soaring against all major global currencies to record highs. How does this play out? And will the narrative of Bitcoin as an inflation hedge or a debasement hedge, how does that shift? Take it away, Greg.
I have no idea, but Bitcoin is the solution. All paths lead to Bitcoin. It's that simple, people. All paths lead to Bitcoin. If I may take a moment, real quickly, the Bitcoin community is the most amazing community I've ever been involved with. It is a community of givers, a community of educators. Wall Street, where I spent my life, 99% takers, okay? Be part of the giving community, the Bitcoin community. Over to you guys.
I wanted to echo what Greg said there. You know, I've been to some other conferences, financial conferences, and the egos in that room is just huge. You know, they're just spewing out the doors, out the ceiling. When you're in a Bitcoin conference, meeting people like yourself, it's such humble people, it's such people that are aware of the problems of this world, and that's really quite something beautiful. Another point I want to say is that I think it's important that when you want to orange pill someone, it's always to teach them about the history of money and let them learn about the history of money. This is something that's not taught in schools. They don't want you to learn this. So it's important that you teach them what the history of money is, because that then leads to Bitcoin. It's basically talking about Bitcoin without talking about Bitcoin. So, history of money.
Love it. Niko, Jeff, you wanna end on anything? We got a minute left.
I would just say, if you want to teach non-Bitcoiners about Bitcoiners, ask them a question that moves around in their mind instead of telling them the answer, instead of yelling at them. Because when people are in fear, they move more to fear. They're not going to listen, and they're going to oppose you, and you have to break through that a whole bunch of different ways. We let go of a lie one finger at a time, and inflation is required for a productive society as a lie. But people don't get that. They have to understand it, and so you have to ask them questions. The other thing I'd just say really quickly is, in this world that we're moving into, you can expect human nature to reign. And you can expect what people are going to do and drive into this through that fear, and what they're going to ask for and what's going to happen. Think about the human nature. Think about what your friends or what you might do in a given scenario of all these scenarios, and you'll more easily see what other people are going to do too.
I think we'll end on that. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined to my left by Mills, as well as Joe Hall. We just heard an excellent talk from Jeff Booth, Greg Foss, Prince Phillip, Dylan LeClair, and Niko as well. Joe, what was your big takeaway from that last panel?
Oh, so many good quotes, man. I mean, Greg Foss coming out with protect yourself from the clown show, then, shilling the Bitcoin community. Ahead of that, you had Jeff Booth talking about how, you want to orange pill your family and your friends, take them on this journey with you. Really enjoyable first talk. It makes me excited for the rest of the day, to be honest.
Absolutely. Mills, when you hear things like clown world getting thrown around, what does that mean to you?
It means there's a departure from truth and a departure from us critically thinking about everything that's happening and assessing it. We're just living in this reality, this simulation.
Oh,
is it too early for this?
Speaking my language when we talk simulation, but I do have to say as well, it has been very interesting just to sort of see these stories come to life, see these conversations happening, and the way they're sort of handling the conversation around inflation, and does it even matter? I loved how very quickly all four of the panelists actually were very quick to just say, this narrative, it doesn't matter. Everything will eventually, all roads lead back to Bitcoin, to quote Greg Foss himself. I do want to just bring up, while I continue to freeze my ass off here, as you two as well, we do have a heating restriction here at the venue in Bitcoin Amsterdam. And this is due in large part, as we've all heard, of the various energy crises going on all throughout Europe. Joe, I'd love to just hear from you. How are you dealing with, winter is here, winter has come, my friend. How are you dealing with it?
Cozying up to Mills a little bit. That's the first thing. I mean, you mentioned putting a Bitcoin miner on our feet earlier. If you do have a Bitcoin miner at home, please bring it. put it at the bar here. I mean, I have a perspective living in Portugal, but also very connected to the UK. And I just managed to negotiate my rent for this winter to be everything included. So that was I know, right?
Wow.
If you need tips, then, reach out.
His DMs are open, ladies.
Yeah, they are. And then for the UK, I mean, it's just terrifying, right? There's talk of blackouts, there's talk of all sorts of energy shortages, and all the while, the Ukraine-Russia war is raging on. So it doesn't look like there's much to be hopeful for over this winter. If I was living in the UK, or even, say, the Netherlands, I'd be looking at putting a solar power panel on my roof, or maybe getting one of those lovely windmills nearby just to get some sort of energy sovereignty. That's not financial advice or energy advice by any stretch of the imagination.
Quick reminder, nothing you watch on this live stream or any content produces financial advice. Please, please, please do your own due diligence.
Well, one thing I keep thinking about is with this energy, like you're negotiating that you're all-inclusive, do you think there's going to be an impact in real estate in certain neighborhoods that I mean, is it going to make certain more desirable neighborhoods maybe more affordable?
Already? Oh, no. I've seen prices just generally just rocket up. Like my rent, for example, went up 20% this summer, winter period. So, I mean, yeah,
Portugal's got a lot of renewable energies on the grid, but in the winter, obviously, the sun isn't always shining, the windmills aren't always turning. So yeah, it's a tricky one.
Nuclear.
Well, I know how you're going to answer my next question, Mills, but while we do hear all these energy crises over in the UK, the US is not exactly free and clear. What are your thoughts when you hear energy crisis as it relates back stateside?
I just keep thinking about the supply chain and how with distribution and with trucking, with gas, with all of those increases, there's going to be such a market increase in so much of the cost, and it's going to feel like taxation in another way.
Ooh, wow.
We're going to be back right after this. Be sure to like and subscribe down below. Enjoy this next panel, and we'll be back.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Welcome to the Energy Crisis and Bitcoin panel. I think this is going to be a good one. Let's start off by having our excellent panelists introduce themselves. The four gentlemen here have a wealth of experience, not only in Bitcoin, but specifically in mining. And I'm really excited for you all to hear the insights they have. So let's start here and go down, take a minute or two and explain to the audience who you are, what you do in the space, and why you're here on stage.
Excellent. Thanks, David. I'm Zach Bradford. I am the CEO of CleanSpark. We are a publicly traded Bitcoin miner in the US. I think we're about the third or fourth largest based on hash rate. We do have a focus on sustainability. Our background actually came from the energy business. And so we're currently mining about 90% carbon free, and look forward to having a good conversation.
Thanks. Good to be here. So I'm Andy Long. I'm the CEO of White Rock Management. We're a privately held, pure-play Bitcoin miner, mining in Sweden and the US. One of the largest miners out there that isn't publicly held. My background, I've been mining since 2013, both personally and in Sweden. And, seen a couple of bear markets before the current one. It's been worse than this before, so, enjoy the ride. Pleased to be here and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jelmer. I'm CEO of GreenTech Technologies. We're a computing and energy technology company. We provide sustainable solutions for optimization and balancing and the recovery of waste energy. And we're building digital infrastructure for HPC, Web3, and energy management applications. We primarily specialize in immersion solutions and integrating it with heat infrastructures. We've been mining in the Netherlands for over 5 years right now, and we're still profitable, even though the crazy energy crisis. And I think that's also why I'm here in the panel.
And my name is Danny Condon. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Blockware Solutions. We are a vertically integrated Bitcoin mining as a service company, which means that we sell ASICs, Bitcoin mining rigs to both individual and institutional investors. We own and operate Bitcoin mining data centers in the US, primarily in eastern Kentucky and moving into West Virginia. We operate a pool, and we also provide miner management services for a turnkey offering to our clients. We also have a media and research arm called Blockware Intelligence. and excited for the discussion.
All right. Well, according to the screen up there, we've got to talk about the energy crisis before we talk about Bitcoin. So Jelmer and Andy, I think you guys being from Europe are going to have a bit better perspective than the three Americans on stage about what exactly is going on. So could you guys take a minute and kind of contextualize for the audience what exactly the energy crisis in Europe is, how we got here, how it's affecting your business, and how you're thinking about the future of mining in Europe as a result?
Sure. So look, there's definitely an energy crisis in Europe just now, but we're all kind of focused on the short term. We all have short memories. We were already in an energy crisis in mid-2021, and the seeds of that crisis actually go back 20, 30, even 40 years. I think even Reagan in the 80s warned about over-reliance on fossil and on gas supplies from Eastern Europe in Western Europe. So what we have in Europe just now is a kind of perfect storm in both the literal and the figurative sense. If you look back to 2021, you had a combination of weather conditions. You had cold winters, you had droughts in Latin America, you had a whole bunch of factors that meant that the supply of gas was not what it was likely to be. And then on the other side, you had an increase in demand. In the post-COVID recovery, demand for energy went up by something like 25%. Shipping costs for LNG were through the roof. And so classic economics, supply exceeds demand, price rises. And we've seen huge increases in the price of energy in Europe since 2021. And that has only been exacerbated now by the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So where we are now is that really the only affordable resources for energy, for mining in Europe, are in locations where the energy is, if you like, stranded. As well as producing energy, you have to transport it. When you transport energy, you have losses in the grid, but you also need to have enough capacity in the distribution network. And in a situation where there is supply constraints, gas pipelines are being turned down, nuclear power stations are being turned off, which is a terrible idea, and new renewable generation is not keeping pace, then you really have to go to places where there is already too much energy and you can't take that energy away. So there isn't a close end in sight to the energy situation just now. I think there is increasing demand for the energy that's out there. It's hard to find good locations with low stable power, but it's really a function of underinvestment for the last decades in domestic energy production and in renewable production. There are some kind of green shoots or things to be thankful for. If you look at the recent figures from Ember, I think the renewable production increase worldwide has almost exactly met the increase in energy consumption. So there is definitely investment being made. And one of the things, and I'm sure we'll go on to talk about it, that Bitcoin can do is provide stable baseload for the producers to give them confidence in increasing investment in production. But the energy crisis in Europe is here and in front of us, and we can see it in the spot markets every day.
Yeah. I think I agree with almost everything you say. We've seen it happening as well. Like our customers, the greenhouse industry, they've had bills. 3 years ago, they paid 20,000 euros a month for the energy bills. Now they pay 600,000 euros a month for the energy bills. The only people still operating their business with a smile are the people that hedge themselves. We have customers that have a gas price of 18 cents. We have customers that have a gas price that is 250. There's such big differences in the market right now, and we actually see a lot of them selling their positions and just not producing food, because that's going to be more profitable than actually using the energy they pre-contractually committed to. So there are a lot of crazy things happening in the industry right now, but we believe that Bitcoin, like our solution, is actually benefiting this. Because every crisis also comes with opportunities. The EU is investing 300 billion in the development of renewables over the next years. This is a crazy amount of money, but there's not really a plan for consumption. So they just think that if we build it, there will be someone that will consume it. Well, we don't necessarily believe that, but it will result in a lot more need and demand for a stable load, but also for load balancing applications. And the moment that the heat user vertically integrates with a mining farm, so it produces heat and Bitcoin at the same time, so it's basically an e-boiler that produces Bitcoin, and can engage in load balancing, there is no way that an e-boiler, a generic one, will ever be cheaper. So we believe that this will actually, with the coming years, we'll see a very steep increase in Bitcoin boilers.
All right. Well, thanks for that context. I think there are probably a good number of Americans in the audience, and it's useful to hear that perspective. There are also a number of people who in America would say that we're facing an energy crisis. Perhaps not to the same degree, but President Biden has been rapidly depleting the United States' strategic reserves of oil. Gas prices are high. Could you two, the Americans on the stage, talk about what you think is going on the North American side of things?
Yeah, maybe I'll jump into that. So, in North America, the crisis that we're facing really is price-driven. It's not really the same that we're having here. But I think that there's also a crisis on the energy side from a media point of view, too. Because abundant energy is something that is something that we believe in and something that we believe Bitcoin supports. And there's really a push to conserve energy rather than produce energy. And I think that that's really what we're facing in the U.S. is this perceived lack of abundance for the first time in a very long time. And, also we're continuing to see a push for renewables, which we're big proponents of. But we have done, the things we have done have led to intermittent renewables. So our energy crisis is more about grid stability. It's about making that abundant energy available when we need it, because we really have a mismatch going on in the U.S. right now. And that mismatch of a lot of energy being produced by the renewables during the day, but our heavy usage is in the evenings after the sun goes down. We have a lot of solar. So balancing the grid, creating a sustainable grid is really what we're facing in the U.S. And Bitcoin can affect that in a great way and in a very positive manner to consume both stranded power, as Andy mentioned, but also be that balancing effect on the grid to keep things stable. So that's a little bit of what we're facing. We operate on the east coast of the U.S. for the most part.
Yeah, and just to add on a little bit there, I think maybe to compare and contrast the energy crises across the pond here a bit, where there are some commonalities and there's some key differences. And to agree, in the U.S. and North America, it is more economic. The U.S. and North America are blessed with an abundance of natural resources. That's different than Europe in many ways. So as we look at increasing the production of energy to meet the demand, right? Because fundamentally, the issue is driven by an imbalance between the supply and demand, right? And when you have a situation like there, you have supply shock, which is amplified. And in the U.S., it's really creating incentives to produce more energy. Getting this mindset that consuming energy, it's not bad, right? I mean, that's what consuming energy is what evolves societies and civilizations and enables innovation, right? And then as you compare it and contrast to Europe, it's more of a reliance on other parties and kind of a concept of, the manifestation of counterparty risk due to a lot of, negative, stuff happening geopolitically at the same time, right? In addition to an economic crisis. So, I mean, just to cut that off, I think the key as we look at it from a domestic perspective from the U.S. and North America is about creating incentives to produce more power, leveraging some of the resources that we have abundance of while we ramp up and create a more sustainable future.
Yeah. Dovetailing off of that, it's pretty obvious to anyone who's paid attention to the mining space or understands how Bitcoin works that mining adds a novel economic incentive to produce power. And so it seems self-evident why this might be good for grids and why this might be good for the energy-abundant future you all discussed. But could you each take a moment and maybe talk about why specifically and how specifically you believe that Bitcoin mining may lead to a stronger energy future, both for North America and for Europe.
Maybe I'll start there too. So, having a background in the energy space, we actually originally, CleanSpark was started as an energy company. So we were in the business of creating grid solutions through production and energy storage through batteries. And the reason that we made the shift we made is because ultimately change, whether it's the energy grid or anything else that happens in human society, right now, most things at large scale, they have to be driven by the markets. And we exited the energy business because you have to find somebody that will pay for what you're offering. And really found that Bitcoin is the perfect intersection. It's an industry where we are standing here raising our hands and we are saying, hey, we will both consume a large amount of energy and we will be flexible when you need us. And what that really does is it creates the incentives needed to build a generation. The biggest problem you have, and I'm going to use the example of a solar project, is you have a chicken and an egg problem. If you want to build a large solar farm, you have to make it bankable, so someone will finance it. Well, if you're going to use the energy from a solar farm, you need it to be there when you want to use it. So you can't build a business before the energy's there, and the energy can't be built before the business is there. So you have to have this intersection point. And I think what we have is Bitcoin miners. We are set up in a way where we will consume in areas where there's abundant power, but we will always want to grow in a good and positive way. So if we hit the limits of what's available, that's when new generation can be added. That's where new generation can be built to support an existing business that cash flows well and that's willing to be flexible enough to allow the timelines for it to be built. So I think that that's a key point. In order for markets to drive change, somebody has to pay for it, and Bitcoin miners and Bitcoin in general is there to pay for it.
Maybe just to jump in on the back of that, because you hit some stuff that are key to our business and that we're looking at right now. And we're talking a lot about incentives. So I'm not necessarily talking about governmental incentives, subsidies, and so forth. It's more about what we've seen is you can drive this change and this transition in light of the chicken and the egg scenario by really, like if you think ESG, and there's a lot of talk about this, there's an S in there as well. All right, so I like to think about it as kind of like a mutually beneficial and perpetually sustainable positive incentive loop, right? Where you have jurisdictions, I can speak to this from a US perspective, Kentucky, for example, where this is old coal mining country, right? A very carbon emitting industry, right? And a lot of decline in that space. So they have power infrastructure in place. They have a lot of power that was once consumed. They have high unemployment. So they create an incentive for us, for example, to come there and make investments and provide good jobs, that pay well and have benefits and so on and so forth. That's a huge social impact, right? We consume that power that was meant to be consumed. That lowers the power rates for the constituency, right? So there's economic benefit from an incentive perspective that's provided to us. There's social and economic benefit that's provided to the community, and then that catches on. West Virginia, the state next door, sees what's going on in Kentucky. Traditionally, coal is a huge part of that state's economy. And now it's in the position where they say, if you come here, same kind of base incentive package, if you come here and pledge that you're going to create jobs, invest in the community, consume this power, lower costs, we're going to partner with you to build a 400 megawatt solar facility. So that's how you can actually take action to enact change. And it's not going to happen overnight where it's a pie in the sky, immeasurable, we're going to be renewable right now. It has to happen gradually, and you have to have a plan to be able to execute on that.
Yeah, I think Danny's right. And it's easy to underestimate, actually, the impact that Bitcoin has already had on incentivizing utilities to build out. If you go back 12 years, and remember, utilities are very conservative by nature. They have long payback times. You build a new generation station or a hydro dam or something, kind of 20, 30 years payback or longer. So if you build it, they will come isn't really a thing. If somebody says to you, build this new solar farm in the middle of nowhere where there's no transmission, because the transmission takes forever to build as well. It's years and years and years to get the permission. It's millions of dollars to build the lines. But suddenly there's a buyer of last resort for cheap energy globally, as long as you're not in some kind of sanctioned country, or you've a situation where you feel that your physical hardware is going to be at risk. People will come to the energy, and we've seen the industry catch on to the point that utilities are getting involved in investing in mining now as well. But we can also see the kind of the pump priming effect. So in Sweden, where White Rock is, we've got 30 megawatts or more in Boden in the north of Sweden. Hive are up there as well, as our Genesis. I used to be up there in 2013-14. That town is a military town, really not a lot of industry at all. We went there and built 4 megawatts back in 2014. That then caused the energy company to say, hey, maybe we should invest in a substation, which was a 135 megawatt substation, which then caused other people to come and invest and to build and to build and to build. They're now building a 2,000 megawatt green steel plant, which is going to be run from hydrogen, from hydropower. So the pump priming effect of Bitcoin as a consumer of energy 24/7 at any location that is sensible really incentivizes those utilities, because from domestic consumption, industrial consumption, it's all at the wrong time of day. Just as the sun goes down, everybody plugs their electric car in to charge it up, and the grid completely imbalances. And the point that you made as well about grid rebalancing and Bitcoin as a tool for utilities to manage their networks. We see that in Texas, we see it in Sweden, we see it in other locations as well, where miners can respond really quickly to balance the frequency on the grid or to respond to extreme weather events. And that's a good thing. It's the industry being a good kind of corporate citizen, if you like, supporting the community, helping the grid get through snowstorms or periods of intense demand or whatever. So I think it's completely different. 12 years ago, there was nobody that could use that energy. It takes a long time to spin up an aluminium smelter or something, and there's not 1,000 people in the middle of nowhere to go and work in it. But if you've got 50 megawatts of 3-cent power somewhere random, I'll turn up, for sure.
I truly believe that heat recovery can give you an edge if you focus on the S. Because if you talk about creating jobs in local communities, the moment that you plant your immersion solution there for 3 cents and recover all the heat actually goes to a greenhouse, a brewery, any other industrial user that needs to be developed next to the site, creates a lot of additional jobs. There's also an incentive for local communities to give you that power, to give you that land. So what we're working on right now is multiple projects in Northern America where we go to the site with the energy instead of going to the heat user and attracting the heat user to us. We have a very extensive network in the horticulture, and we hear a lot of people like, hey, I want to expand to the US. Hey, I want to diversify, because in Europe right now, it's quite risky. So we tell them, you know what? We find sites for you. We build it out. You don't have to pay for any infrastructure costs, because we put in all the boiler rooms, because it's our technology. You just take our heat. And the moment they use our heat, they are incentivized because it's at a discount than they would do it otherwise. We have a huge reduction in OPEX. So it's state-of-the-art facilities. The stakeholders are all benefiting from the solution, the local community, there are a lot of jobs. So we really believe that this will be the next edge. Because we also believe that data centers will be forced to go green in the future. You already hear a lot of noise in Europe about them mandatory recovery of heat. So those sites will also become very valuable. So at the end, it's an infrastructure play financed by Bitcoin.
Dovetailing off of that, I think many American Bitcoiners are worried about, for example, recent statements by the Biden administration, by climate activists, and by some politicians who are concerned about Bitcoin's energy usage and environmental impact. But to the observant Bitcoiner, it's clear that the battle lines for Bitcoin's environmental regulations are arguably in Europe, before they're in the United States. Many prominent EU politicians have talked about banning proof of work, and it seems like Brussels came fairly close to something substantive and may have backed out at the last second. But to you guys, Andy and Jelmer, what do you think about the risk of sort of EU regulation against mining? What do you think is most likely, and why do you think that whatever they end up doing is perhaps misguided?
Brussels loves to get involved, right? No, I'm not a Brexiter. You can. He's on the panel tomorrow, right? So I think, the EU loves to get involved, and I think actually their primary concern is about KYC and AML and exchanges and consumer protection. But then you also get people that get onto the internet and click and read a few reports, and then they come out and say things like, Bitcoin should move to proof of stake, right? That sentence, by definition, is said by an idiot, because it completely contradicts the definition of what Bitcoin is. Right, so proof of work as being banned in Europe is not going to happen. First of all, I'm going to say that. And then they flirted with it. They spoke to industry. They did a bit of research. And they understood that that doesn't make sense. In fact, they were talking about not just banning proof of work mining, but banning transacting in any coin that uses proof of work. So basically, the EU would say, "Hey, we'll just ban Bitcoin." Well, you can't ban Bitcoin. The genie's out of the bottle. You can't uninvent nuclear weapons. You can't uninvent Bitcoin. It's out there. People understand what it is. It can never be destroyed, and will only ever be 21 million coins. And I think the other thing that, when people think about it, the reason that we won't see a proof of work ban or a renewable energy mandate, whatever, in Europe is this. If you say to people that are already using abundant, spare renewable energy, say in the north of Sweden, we're going to ban what you're doing, right? We're going to tell you to turn off. Well, it's not like we're just going to turn the miners off and go home and say, that's a bummer. Miners will take their hardware and go elsewhere. We saw that in China. We saw it in Kazakhstan. This hardware is portable. So if you ban mining on renewable energy, all you're doing is pushing that demand down and moving it somewhere where maybe it's not going to be a renewable energy. So your amazing policy initiative has caused net carbon emission increase. So I think the politicians that think through the second and the third order implications of that get that, and they're not going to go there. And we see the same thing in the US, right? In New York State with the proposed moratorium on expansion of mining and for greenage and so on. And that legislation was passed in New York, but is still sitting in an in-tray on Governor Hochul's desk with 421 other bills, which she has to decide to sign or not by the end of December. I don't think she's going to. That's the thin end of the wedge, basically. And if you see a state saying, hey, we're going to tell you how you can use your energy, then that just sends a message, invest in another state. So that's why I don't think it will happen. So I think government is more interested in regulation of exchanges and in getting their fingers on or issuing central bank digital currencies. There's a reason why there's only one legal CBDC in China, and it's the one issued by the state, so they can see what the hell's going on, right? So yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
No, you make some good remarks, and I also think it's very dangerous if we're going to decide what's good consumption and what's negative consumption. I think that's a slippery slope. But for us, it's a bit different than for air-cooled miners, because we're a niche player. We developed a certain solution, and which is exactly the same as an e-boiler. So the moment you ban our solution, you ban an e-boiler, because then this is a conversation we often have with people. They say, yeah, it's so sustainable, I'm getting an e-boiler, I'm all by electric. It's okay, but the grid's currently powered by 80% fossil fuels. Yeah, no, in the future it's going to be sustainable. It's okay, great, that's a good initiative. How about if we place a mining farm next to your site? No, that's very unsustainable. I'm like, okay, but it's the same electricity that goes through. It's exactly the same. But for some reason, it's imprinted in their mind. Mining is bad. Mining is not sustainable. Mining is e-waste. Mining is a lot of bad things. And I think it will be very difficult to get rid of this philosophy, because it's so ingrained in some of the politicians, and you have a couple of I cannot give them the credit to call them news outlets, but let's call them blogs that are very heavily trying to influence the mindset of politicians with flawed research. And it's, in my opinion, kind of succeeding. So I think we as an industry in Europe need to have a stronger stand to show actually what is done, how it's done, why we do what we do, and what the positive side of it is. And I think we have not done that enough yet. It's the last years, Bitcoin miners are becoming more open, more transparent. They're sharing much more. But before that, like, no one knew what everyone was doing. You had to know people to know, okay, he's doing X, Y, Z. So I think it's also a lot of market education that we need to do to prevent potential bans. I don't see it happening too, but you can better prevent than cure.
Yeah, and speaking of those benefits, I think it's clear from the words that you all have shared that Bitcoin mining is key to producing more energy, and in turn key to this abundant energy future that several of you discussed. One thing I'd like you guys to expand on, though, are sort of the last year or so. We've seen kind of a mounting narrative shift around mining, where people are not only pointing out that miners are often using energy that would otherwise be sort of wasted or lost in transmission or curtailed, but that miners may have unique environmental benefits as well, whether that's sort of integrating with renewables, whether that's methane flaring. Zach, do you want to talk maybe a little bit, and I'll open up to you guys as well, about what some of those environmental benefits of mining may be?
Yeah, I think, again, the market-based generation is a big piece. One of the things that I think we need to do as Bitcoin miners and as the Bitcoin community is take the narrative. Right now we're talking about an energy crisis, but how Bitcoin miners can help solve that crisis, not only with the right now, but we're creating a crisis potentially for like 2030 and 2035 in the adoption of electric vehicles. A lot of states and countries are actually mandating this. And being a proponent of a low carbon future, we have to think about how are we going to get there. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of plans to get there. So I'm going to use this kind of niche example. And again, if we all wanted to plug in electric vehicles right now, in the US, we would need 30% more generation than the grid has to offer in total. And that is a lot of generation that we need to build in the next 15 years to get there. So again, if we look at that and the study, all the studies have been done about how much that can decarbonize if all the vehicles became electric, again, we would have a whole new crisis. And Bitcoin miners can solve that crisis by building now, by building the generation now. In addition to that, we can look at more subtle ways that can have an impact, such as flare mining, where you take a distressed, or not a distressed, but a stranded oil well, it's flaring unusable gas off into the environment, incredibly harmful. We can harness that. Now, the key with doing that, though, and where we have to make sure, again, the chicken before the egg, that we're not eating the egg before it becomes a chicken, is, Bitcoin miners need to be careful, and we need to make good choices, knowing that we're under a microscope. Going to an oil well that is flaring and using that to Bitcoin mine, if that well already exists, that's a good thing. If it creates the incentive to drill the well, then it's a bad thing. So I think that there's a lot of things that make this a more complex discussion, whether it's flare gas, whether it's just the building of generation. And again, I think that we need to take over the narrative as the ones solving the energy crisis, as the ones helping create that renewable energy future. Us as a company, we're actually focused on kind of championing nuclear power, because nuclear power is something that I think is feared often. We're seeing a lot of things happen in Europe where they're turning plants back on because of energy sovereignty needs. But it's a base load. It doesn't produce carbon. And I think that one thing that is true about nuclear in general that's different maybe from some renewables is you can build renewables both small scale and large scale. Nuclear, the best way to build it is really large scale. Well, there's no better large-scale consumer of power that can be done in a fairly concentrated location than Bitcoin mining. So I think that there's going to be something, to be said for that. And those are going to take, a decade to kind of prove out. But, and to kind of wrap up my thoughts, again, to the ESG narrative, having an impact on real communities, in a small community we operate in, we're not only offering jobs that were vacated by factories, but also that city has been at least partially reliant on coal. And we've made investments such that actually by the end of next year, they will be exiting their reliance on coal. And that even goes with our additional power being consumed. It allows cities to make choices to remove reliance on carbon-based sources and focus on renewable or carbon-free sources. That only happens with investments of companies like ours.
Danny, I have a feeling.
Yeah, no, I got some thoughts coming on the back of that. I think what's really interesting, kind of removes a trust factor in some conceptual way, is that what catalyzes this transition and Bitcoin miners, helping to get to a more sustainable future, is actually economically driven. Right? You can be motivated by your top and bottom line. You don't have to have a noble quest. Now, it's great if you are doing something, to empower the world and enact change, but you don't have to get moving here. And I think that's on the back of the concept that Bitcoin miners are scrappy. Bitcoin mining is incredibly competitive. 90+% of your, OpEx cost is power. So we're going to go to the cheapest sources of power, period. Right? And to Andy's point, we are time and location independent energy buyers of last resort. Yeah. Right? So it's like, if you bring all these factors together, I like to kind of think about it on more of a micro and a macro level real quick. So on a micro level, we're seeing some incredibly creative and scrappy uses of, stranded energy source, natural gas that would otherwise be flared off. I saw on Twitter the other day, hydro farming in Kenya, in a really 15, 30 rigs, not a huge setup, lowering the cost of power for this community by 90%. That's economically driven, right? So if you have that as the base foundation for enabling this change, you're more likely to make this change happen, right? And as you look at it at more of a macro scale, where I think, all of us on stage are mining or facilitating mining for our clients, it goes back to that just creating incentives. And as you talked about regulation as well, like if New York bans mining, Pennsylvania is going to scoop up those clients. That's good for Pennsylvania. New York's going to be pissed about that decision at one point, and they're going to see their carbon footprint increase, most likely as a result of that. Right? So, think about it on a small scale, incredibly scrappy use of power. On a large scale, you want to get reliable power, you want to get cheap power, you want to be in friendly geopolitical regions so you don't get rug pulled. We've seen a lot of this happen on a global basis. But just to wrap up those thoughts, it doesn't take like a very noble mindset per se to enable this. Economics are going to drive this change, and that's what's really fantastic.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin is about kind of making energy portable. You can take the economic effects of that energy. In the case of the flare gas, so we're doing that in Texas. You've got wells that were already there, taking the gas. And for those that don't know, you get this kind of gas bubbling up out of the well. And if it's uneconomic to compress that gas or to take it in a pipeline somewhere, they just put it on a pipe and light it and burn it. The problem with that is it's not 100% efficient. So you're releasing some methane into the atmosphere as well as the combustion products. And methane is way worse than CO2 for the environment. So instead you take that gas, you put it into a generator, and you run your miners on it. Happy days. Those generators work really efficiently. So we're doing that. It works great. But you can have other sorts of innovation. You have the Blockstream project where it probably doesn't cost in, but you take solar during the day, you put it into batteries, and then you use that solar power at night. You've got to pay for the inverters, you've got to pay for the batteries, you've got to have like 3 times the generation to support a certain amount of load, but it causes innovation. So I think
Bitcoin's role as an incentive for utilities around the world to kind of get their act together and to know that there's a customer there and that energy is doing something useful, which is securing the network, is creating a global incentive to invest in energy. Because otherwise, you build this thing, and if you don't have the grid, you won't get the investment. Generation is expensive, and this is where miners have really made a massive difference in the world. And also, let's not forget, back in the day, we didn't use that much energy. 2013, 14, a 2 megawatt farm would produce the output of one S19 today. And I had one of those farms. So we have this exponential growth in diff. It's not going away. The manufacturers aren't going to stop shipping hardware. The network is going to keep getting harder and harder and more secure. So we just have to almost like rejoice in the energy usage and the incentive that mining or block production, if you want to call it something other than mining, gives to the energy producers to invest in these new renewable sources.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be very economic driven, but the moment that, this is how we look at it, the moment you can only control the cost price of electricity, you can buy it at 3 cents, you can buy it at 2 cents. At a certain time, you cannot buy it lower than that. That's it. You reach your top. There's a certain production cost because you most often don't own the asset that generates it. If we look at large industrial heat consumers, and there are many out there that can handle 50 megawatt, 60 megawatt, district network heating, 180 megawatt, they look at this completely different. They can run a mine at a loss because the heat is cheaper than they would produce it with another asset. So once they will step in at scale, it changes the game. Because it's not about what's your cost price, it might be what's your loss. And then there's nothing you can do about it, because the moment that you have a cost to run and they have an opportunity cost, then it's a game you cannot win.
Yeah. Andy, I want to bring it back to you as we wind things down. You've been in the space for a while. You've been mining for about a decade. What does the next decade look like? You guys have been making a lot of sort of theoretical arguments, a lot of kind of concepts, but let's end this by perhaps grounding this positive energy future that's driven by Bitcoin with a hypothetical. So I know it's a hard question, but what do you think mining looks like in 10 years? And can you describe maybe the world that you envision, brought about by the sort of arguments that you guys have been making on stage?
So what does mining look like in a decade? I think we're going to see a smaller number of larger industrial scale miners. It's not to say that home mining is ever going to go away, because to your point, if you think about the output of your hardware as coin and as heat, if you're going to run resistive load to create heat anyway, then the coin is free. So home mining is great. I had a Butterfly Labs jalapeno, little thing like this. It was like 1 gigahash or something. It made 0.2 Bitcoin, right? It only cost $200. So that's always going to be there. But I think we will see consolidation in the public space, because when the tide goes out, you see who's been swimming naked, and there are miners out there who leveraged up to buy hardware who are now kind of finding it difficult to make those payments. And I think what we'll see is consolidation across the public and the private space, where people with a lot of hardware combined with people who have a lot of infrastructure. But we're not going to get to kind of like 1 or 2 big miners. That's too centralized. 10, 15 big miners, several pools, and more innovation in terms of getting close to generation sources, collaborative efforts with generators, whether it's nuclear, whether it's hydro in new geographies, and new hardware, right? We're going to see Intel in the space shipping in 2023. We may see other new entrants come along. Bitmain has been dominant for the last 6-7 years. It's a great product, but we'll see what happens. There's always innovation coming around the corner, but the core of the protocol of Bitcoin and of proof of work is not changing. We're just going to be challenged increasingly to be more and more efficient and to go to locations where there is renewable power that can provide those, provide the energy to run those operations. So it's going to be exciting. I don't know. I don't want to make a difficulty forecast for 10 years, but the halving is coming. It's 15 months. It's not that long.
All right. Well, we've got a few minutes left. Zach, Jelmer, Danny, you guys want to do rapid fire closing thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just kind of piggyback on what Andy said. I think the future is really bright. I think we have a ton of potential. Consolidations already happening. We've actually been a miner who's acquired 2 other facilities in the last 3 months. But it's opportunity is what it is. I think we're going to see a lot of collaboration with utilities. I've only been in the space for about 3 years now, which I guess is a while now, but when we entered, even then, utilities didn't want to talk to a Bitcoin miner. And now utilities are ready to and wanting and pursuing meetings with Bitcoin miners. They recognize what that looks like. So I think the collaboration with public utilities in those markets is going to lead to an expansion, consolidation. It's going to strengthen miners that have set themselves apart as good operators. And also very excited about what the hardware is going to look like in the future. So,
yeah, I think on the hardware level there will be a lot of innovation. I don't understand how this type of hardware got this big. So I expect that this will change a lot, and then I think the infrastructure allowing that change needs to evolve as well. So we'll see a lot of new infrastructure coming up with new type of miners, new type of firmware, a lot faster response to do more frequency balancing. In addition, we strongly believe in vertical integration. I think either heat users will start mining or miners will become heat users. They will create a greenhouse, rent it out to someone. They will create a brewery and expand business to make sure that they can offset their costs as efficient as possible.
All right. Well, Zach, Andy, Jelmer, Danny, sorry we have to cut you off there, but thank you guys so much. This has been a great conversation.
Yeah, thanks, David.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, hosted by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined by Mills to my left and Joe Hall all the way at the end. We just heard an excellent talk talking about Bitcoin and the energy crisis. We've been talking a lot about just energy usage going on. I'd love just initial thoughts on when you hear Bitcoin mining uses too much energy, what is your initial response?
Do research. There's just so many ways that Bitcoin mining is capturing energy that's otherwise going to be wasted. And if people do a little more research, I think they might find it's not exactly what Clownword tells them.
I mean, these tulips came from Bitcoin mining. Who would attack the humble tulip? It's not the 1600s anymore. The tulip is useful for being a beautiful flower. But in all seriousness, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin doesn't use enough energy. The way in which Bitcoin is incentivizing methane capture, like we're seeing at the moment in places like Ireland, close to home, or even with Bitcoin Brabant, the company behind these tulips, as they just kitted out a warehouse with a Bitcoin miner that heats the warehouse through solar energy, and it used to heat the warehouse with methane gas. So I don't know who can attack Bitcoin mining when you're looking at these examples play out in real life.
And I want to bring up, shout out to Daniel Batten, who wrote an excellent article for Bitcoin Magazine a few months ago, where he brought up, he was an ESG nut who believed exactly that Bitcoin mining uses too much energy. And in his report, he realized in the way that we use methane gas that would have otherwise just been wasted and sent off into the atmosphere, this is actually beneficial to the environment to use this. Not even just counting the fact that we use less energy than all the Christmas lights you put up for 1 month out of the year. We use less energy than all the ATMs found all over the world. And we use less energy than the real backing of the US dollar, which is the US military. But we're not going to talk about those things. I want to talk a little bit now about proof of work. We're seeing a renewed fight of proof of work versus proof of stake. That other shitcoin decided to finally complete their whatever thing that they did. But now the narrative is really pushing forward on proof of work being this boogeyman in the room. What are your concerns? We see a lot of conversations stateside through legislative efforts against proof of work. I'd love your thoughts, Mills, on just the domestic issues there.
I'll let you start before I talk domestic.
Sure. I mean, we heard from the panel there, the resounding message was proof of work is not changing anytime soon. And I know this isn't the analysis desk, and that other coin did that other thing that we're not going to talk about here. That's analysis right there.
Hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But yeah, proof of work isn't changing. It's a force for good. It's a force for positive change. You brought up Daniel Batten. You know, he introduced this idea that Bitcoin, or maybe he didn't introduce it, but he definitely expounded on the idea that Bitcoin could become carbon negative. And elsewhere, you know, kind of bring up Madeira on the Madeira stage just recently. There, they're using renewable energy sources to investigate the mining of Bitcoin. So there's all sorts of positive developments going on in the Bitcoin mining space.
Yeah, we actually just previewed a little trailer on the SAT stage, so we'll be clipping this talk. I don't think this was a part of the stream, but we'll be clipping this talk, and we're doing a documentary about the conversations with the president and other government officials in Madeira. We had a few people present. I think Greg Foss will be joining after. He was also a part of explaining how Bitcoin mining, all the positive things that could happen in Madeira.
It's exciting to see. I mean, look, we see city-states like Madeira. We see states like Texas adopting, finding ways to use Bitcoin. Then we see these other states like New York or even my home state of California just make foolish policy decisions. We're watching the competition come to life in real time. Guys, be sure to like and subscribe down below. We're going to be back shortly after this next panel.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
You want to sit here, Paul? I don't know. It's a bit far. Otherwise, I can sit here. You can sit there. All right, sure. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Future of Sidechains panel. My name is Wirdum. I work for Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by Adam Back. Adam is the inventor of Hashcash, which is the proof of work system in Bitcoin, essentially. And he's also the CEO of Blockstream. Paul is an independent Bitcoin researcher. He is one of the best, maybe the best blog on Bitcoin. I would say it's truthcoin.org. Is that it?
Truthcoin.info, but I own .com and .org, and they both redirect at this point. I
Okay.
them all.
Smart.
So.
And you've been working on drive chains a lot, which is a particular form, or a particular type of sidechain. Well, Blockstream has the liquid sidechain, right? So there's two sidechain proponents on the panel, which is nice because it's a panel about sidechains. Okay, so first of all, let's loop in the audience in case anyone doesn't know what a sidechain is. So what is a sidechain, and why is it something that people should care about? Do you want to take this, Paul?
Sure. A sidechain is basically an altcoin, but with Bitcoin instead of the altcoin part. So you have a different piece of software, and you can have like a clone. You have like a clone of Ethereum or a clone of Zcash or something, and you don't need a new investment. You don't need a new coin. You just send Bitcoins over there and use it over there. So it's an altcoin without.
Yeah, so it operates exactly like an altcoin. It has its own software. It has its own everything. But the idea is you can basically lock a Bitcoin into the. You can technically you lock a Bitcoin on the Bitcoin network, of course, and then it frees open a coin on the alternative network, right? And that's how, for example, the 21 million limit is maintained. You can't create more sidechain coins than there are Bitcoin, right? And then on the other chain, it can operate under different rules, like an altcoin. Adam, did you want to add something to this?
Yeah, I mean,
you can think about it as like innovation without speculation, and altcoins are often billed as utility tokens. You buy the token to gain the utility, but really it makes sense to use electronic cash, Bitcoin, to pay for things. So why not use Bitcoin as the utility token? And then if you work out how to do that, you end up with a Bitcoin layer 2, or a special kind of layer 2, which is a sidechain that allows you to have new features. Layer 2s like Lightning don't really allow new features. They're just faster cached Bitcoin transactions. But a layer 2, which is a sidechain layer 2, can have lots of different, completely new and novel features or incremental improvements.
Yeah, so I think you just mentioned, Paul, you mentioned like an Ethereum. Did you mention that? I think so. Like an Ethereum site. So Ethereum has a bit, you can do different types of smart contracts, but it also has its own coin, which fluctuates in value against Bitcoin, and now you can do it while still using Bitcoin, essentially.
The mere introduction of new cryptocurrency is sort of like a dilution of the. As Gavin Andreessen said a long time ago, it's a sneaky way around the 21 million coin limit every altcoin.
Right, and Adam, I think you're a co-author of the original sidechain paper, is that right? Yeah. So was the idea originally to sort of make altcoins obsolete? Was that the motivation for even coming up with this idea? Is that how we should look at it?
Well, no, not really. I mean, the point was, there were a few different ideas that arrived at the same thing, but my motivation was I had developed this tech which became known as confidential transactions, which added some privacy, and I was interested to figure out how you would get something like that added to Bitcoin, and it became apparent that that's kind of a complicated change and maybe difficult for Bitcoin to adopt in the short term. So I figured, well, the real problem is that Bitcoin is not very modular, and so the Linux operating system has modules in user land, so people can add features without messing with the base. And so I was trying to think of a way to achieve that in Bitcoin. And so sidechains was the kind of modular vehicle to add things. Now, apparently, after we released the sidechain paper, a lot of altcoins fell in price. I don't know if that was correlated or not, but people commented on it. So there's a side effect. I'm not that interested in altcoins. I wasn't looking at the prices. And as Paul mentioned, I think they are dilutive and mispriced ultimately, because it doesn't really make sense to use to buy utility coins. It's like buying bus tickets or bandwidth credits when the cost of that is falling over time. So it's a poor investment in principle.
And when that paper came out, it was October 2014, so actually altcoins were not very big. It wasn't until 2016 that there was any, Bitcoin had whatever, very, very, very disproportionate prominence even.
Right, okay, so yeah, well, so you mentioned the first sidechain paper came out in 2014, so let's skip ahead to today then. I think the original idea was, so here we get into sort of the different designs. So the original idea was to have sidechains secured by miners. That was the original idea, I think, is that right?
Yeah, so it was somewhat auditable. So the idea was that the sidechain could be merge mined. There are different design variants, but the point is most of them require new opcodes to enable on Bitcoin. And so one type of opcode that could be added to Bitcoin is to manage the peg and look for instructions from the sidechain from when to release coins that have been moved back. And the version that we described in the paper was using a compact proof of the merge mining that had happened on a sidechain. And you could sort of show that, well, this much work was done, and somebody would have a time window to disprove it, the so-called fraud proof. So it's a particular type, and Paul proposed a different variant, which is a bit simpler, but maybe relies a bit more on economics of actors.
Right, so the one sidechain we have today, I think, right, is Liquid, and Liquid essentially uses a multi-sig setup. So moving coins in and out from the main chain to the sidechain, it requires a federation of companies that need to agree that the transaction is valid back and forth. Is that right? Short summary?
So as part of the original Sidechains paper, there was a kind of annex where we described as close as we could get to having something towards a sidechain without having opcodes in Bitcoin. And so we ended up implementing that first. Well, we implemented the opcodes too, but it takes longer to get consensus on that kind of thing. So we implemented this version, and it basically supplements, it's not as dynamic because you have to have members cosign, though it does have some ability to evolve amongst the the functionaries for them to evolve the members. But particularly it uses hardware security modules and confidentiality to try and bridge the difference in trust model.
Right. So you mentioned the current sidechain model, Liquid, didn't require any protocol changes to Bitcoin. Your model, Paul, would require a protocol change. So that would also be a hash power enforced sidechain. Moving coins back and forth depends on miners, right?
Right, yes.
Okay, so why don't we have that now? Why is that not a thing today?
That. I mean, I proposed it a long time ago, and it was November 2015. And back then, in fact, in that exact quarter, Q4 of 2015, I think we activated 3 different soft forks. So back then, it was not really a big deal to propose a soft fork, but as time has gone on, it has become a bigger and bigger deal, and now it is almost heretical to propose any upgrade or modification of Bitcoin at all, even one like this, which would potentially be the last one and would open the door to permanently ossifying Bitcoin, because you could say with some real credibility behind it, you could say, now that we have this change, we don't need to change Bitcoin anymore, and the software can stay as it is. But I think...
Wait, you're saying if we would have this one change that would allow sidechain, we wouldn't need any other change after it. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay.
But and the reason, true, but that you could at least argue that better than what some people say today is we will the protocol is already ossified or should already be ossified. Well, I'm not sure if that's really the case, because if push came to shove, probably there would be a lot of pressure.
Yeah. So to summarize your point, your point is essentially if we have sidechains, any change you would want to make to Bitcoin, which is very difficult, you can just do on the sidechain and people can use that. So that's why it would, in your worldview, be the last change to Bitcoin that's really sort of necessary. That's the summary, right?
Right, it is.
Okay, so...
I mean, I think it does make... I think any Bitcoin layer 2 tends to make security trade-offs. And to think about why that would be, if there's a way to improve Bitcoin, it would already do it, right? It would easily adopt any new innovation or insight. And so layer 2s like Lightning make a trade-off. Lightning has hot wallet risk, which Bitcoin doesn't. But you get some advantages for that relaxation in security and a reactive security model where you have to cancel attempts to do a hostile channel close. And layer 2s for sidechain layer 2s have a different security trade-off. They're not the Lightning trade-off, but nevertheless, the Bitcoin full nodes are not really validating the rules on the sidechain. And so there's a kind of sort of necessarily a loose coupling where a smaller or different set of people are validating it. So I think Bitcoin tends to get compared as the benchmark. So if anybody proposes, a layer 2, people will say, well, is it as secure as Bitcoin? Is it as censorship resistant as Bitcoin? And usually the answer will be no, because it can't really be, or Bitcoin would already be doing that. And so I think the real question is, do we support people making use of different trade-offs? And I would say the answer is yes, we do, because Lightning is popular and growing quickly. There are other new layer 2s like Fedimint and the Mercury wallet state chains approach. So there are, at this point, multiple layer 2s, and they all make different security trade-offs, which are inherently less than the main chain.
Right, so there is a trade-off when it comes to drive chains, and I think the trade-off would be that because miners control the peg in and the peg out, they could, in theory, take coins from the sidechain that aren't theirs, but since the miners control the peg in, they can send it to themselves on the main network. That would be the trade-off in a very nutshell-y way to put it.
Anything with merge mining or something, there's an additional question of how reliably will the blocks be found. But yeah, the BIP 300 idea, the drive chain idea, is to basically take a hash of an entire this is a big summary of it, but it's basically take one hash of a giant period of time, like 3 to 6 months. And so a lot of crazy stuff might be happening there, might be enormous number of transactions, might be enormous complexity, ZK snark, whatever, Ethereum-like stuff, but it's just one hash for this big period of time. And so then on layer 1, the miners have to basically assert that hash and then back it up with and another 3 months of agreeing with it. So it's designed to be very, very difficult. Like if they deviate one tiny bit from doing 100% honesty, then they have the wrong hash. So, but that's basically the idea. I think that's 100% correct what Adam Beck just said about this idea that Bitcoin has a very high level of security, and then regular users don't always need super, super, super strong security all of the time. So most people, most of the time, don't need the coffee transaction is very different from other types of Bitcoin transactions. Sending donations to a war-torn country, or WikiLeaks, or whatever, or running your drug empire, or whatever you're doing. So it's a completely different situation. And even if you run the drug empire, you also buy coffee sometimes. So even the same person has different needs throughout the day. And most people are totally comfortable with downgrading immediately from full Bitcoin security to like a custodial wallet, or to fiat, or to something else. And to really get this sidechain idea going, we have to keep the Bitcoin community's mind open to the fact that a regular user has a spectrum of needs, and so the solutions will also be a spectrum. It'll include Lightning, and it'll include lots of other different things. They'll all be different.
So in your view, essentially, the reason we don't have sidechains yet, or at least not these kinds of sidechains, is because it's become this thing where the perfect has become the enemy of the good. Like, it would be an improvement, but it's not perfect, and therefore we don't have it yet. That's what it comes down to.
I think that could be.
Do you both think that way?
I think you probably know better than I do why it doesn't. It continues to mystify me why this idea isn't just a slam dunk for everyone. I thought everyone would love this idea. I thought it would even prevent the block size war from happening or something. But instead, everyone was like, "No, we know that we're right, so we're determined to fight this block size war and win." And then only one side won. So
I mean, I think Bitcoin is not as good at adopting things which aren't kind of simple win-win. So if there's a kind of win-lose where you get more flexibility but it's a security trade-off. So Lightning was adoptable, and that required an opcode to do properly, and there's a proposal for another one to improve it. But I think it's a sort of phenomena because the people working on it are kind of independent volunteers, right? And so they're going to work on what they think is interesting or what they think is demanded by users. And it's kind of up to users to, power users or people who want to build systems on top of different layer 2s or different features to make the case for why they think this is interesting. And of course that, the technical audience among the implementers and the protocol researchers is typically very security first. So they tend to be more on the angle of security first, and this is making a security trade-off, so I'm not sure that's great. And so maybe they'll be biased to hold out hope for, a technical innovation that hasn't happened yet, and may not happen for, 5 or 10 years, right? And there are some interesting technical directions which might get there, where you wouldn't need an opcode. You could do it in some other way, right, with more efficient, scalable snarks, which, there's still room for improvement. Or simplicity, which is kind of generic script upgradability. That's an interesting thought experiment to say that there might be more enthusiasm and wider support for a version 2 security-first scripting upgrade for Bitcoin, because it's harder to make the case for why you don't want extensibility where you can implement new opcodes using the existing script language at that point, because who doesn't like extensibility, and then that itself would enable to directly implement sidechains.
So real quick, because I want to move to the future of sidechain. What do you want to add?
I was going to say, I think those are very good arguments about like the sidechain coalition in Bitcoin. I think is constantly shedding users because they become impatient, and then they just flip to their favorite altcoin, and then they leave, and then they're no longer in the Bitcoin community supporting sidechain. So I think that's true, the user demand part, and I think again, the developer part. That's very true. That if you're in the Bitcoin community and you're a developer, and you say something like, "Hey, we can use this thing and we can copy Ethereum or something," then it might appear as though you think that there's something great about that you're like an ETH supporter or something, and no one wants that. So I think all of those two things work profoundly against the idea, which is something I never really considered when I
so real quick, Adam, ideally a yes or no answer. So do you actually support BIP 300, Paul's proposal? Are you on board with this? Or
yeah, I mean, I think that ideally you want like a few opcodes to enable different variants to be implemented, because the opcode is just the building block, and then you implement something on top of it. And so as with Lightning, you can do a certain amount without the opcodes, you can do more with the opcodes, and if there were 2 or 3 opcodes, maybe they would enable different variants to be experimented with.
So that's a yes?
Yeah.
Did you know that, Paul?
I know. No, I didn't know. He's been the only supporter for a very long time. He was like the only person in like 2017 who could explain the idea at all.
Okay. So the name of the panel, the future of sidechains. What is the future of sidechains, and when will it arrive? What are we?
Well, should we talk more about the simplicity snark angle?
Okay.
Is, that would take a very long time, right? That would take like many years.
Yeah, I'm thinking, there's some precedents for features being on sidechain, like on a liquid sidechain, or technically elements, which is the underlying open source system. So, for example, Schnorr signatures were in elements in the initial release in 2015, and Schnorr signatures came to Bitcoin in an improved form, which had various issues fixed and improved in 2021, last year, right? So you can see there's a 6-year elapsed time there. And so Paul's point is, let's say that Liquid adds simplicity support this year, then it might be 5 years before Bitcoin sees that. But it's
so then it would be a sidechain on a sidechain, essentially, right?
Well, he was saying if it's demonstrated first,
yeah.
Oh, okay, right,
Liquid,
okay.
and then later comes slowly to big. I mean, you can look at how long it took SegWit versus how long it took Taproot, and you can see I've graphed out the whole history of Bitcoin. There used to be very many. Soft fork used to not be a big deal. There used to be like around 2 a year at some point, and then it fell to like 1 every 5 years, basically.
Well, I do think simplicity is probably the closest and best hope for kind of main chain ossification, because it adds self-extensibility directly to Bitcoin. So something
maybe you should explain what simplicity is in a nutshell.
So simplicity is a kind of next generation scripting language. It's very low level. It has formal provability, and when people talk about MOST, actually that is related to simplicity. And it was proposed, I think, in 2012 or something on IRC by Russell O'Connor, and he's been working on it at Blockstream for some years now. And so, yeah, it's very low level, and it enables you to implement things directly in a relatively compact fashion, and then size and speed optimize them later. So it could sort of be the last soft fork or something, right? And particularly something like Schnorr signatures could be implemented directly in simplicity with use of jets, which are kind of library functions that are implemented natively.
So it would be a new way to program Bitcoin transactions, essentially, and it would be a soft fork. It would be another upgrade to the Bitcoin network.
Yep.
And this should allow sidechains, like BIP 300 style sidechains?
I think so, because it's fairly generic. So, I mean, if you can implement Schnorr signatures from scratch, you could implement BLS signatures, you can implement a lot of different things, right? And say, the kind of functionality that DriveChain looks for, or even the skip list proof, the alternate form of sidechains, those are all things that you could implement in opcodes.
Is this a strategy you agree with, Paul? Should we wait for simplicity?
I think it's like, I don't really see it that way. I like just propose things for the community to decide for themselves. But so BIP 300 is obviously not activated on Bitcoin today. Otherwise, this conversation would be completely different. But it does exist in a testnet form, and we have clones, BIP 300 clone of Zcash and a BIP 300 clone of Ethereum, and we also have a template that is a clone of Bitcoin Core. And people have used that to make like an NFT sidechain that uses UTXOs and not accounts, and also a joke sidechain where all the images are replaced with images of trains for some reason, called Train Chain, which is a joke. But the point is that exists today in testnet form, and so I don't know. It depends on, I guess, if people become enthusiastic about that idea. I don't really, it's not really the Bitcoin style to force an idea upon anyone. And so I don't know exactly what the future of BIP 300 is. I do think I've seen a lot of support for it. There was a very low support for it for a very long time. I was very surprised by that. I had no idea why, but it has slowly started to pick up again. I think the future of sidechains may be that at some point, there's an altcoin that really competes with Bitcoin. I think right now all the altcoins are terrible, and I find it even amusing that it's not really that surprising that Ethereum is a competitor to Bitcoin because it does everything so differently. So that part of it I understand, but I think it's just very badly designed, and so I'm surprised that that's the number 2 coin. But there may be something where the investors start to say, because we have, like I was trying to emphasize before, there was that this increasing stasis in the Bitcoin protocol. And so I'm not sure that works in the technology world. Although, people make comparisons to like TCP/IP and stuff, so I don't know. But that's the whole point, is that you ossify at one level and then you move up to the next layer and you do the stuff there. And that's what sidechains do. And when we don't have that, then we really don't have that. We don't have that ability to ossify.
So we've mentioned simplicity is one option to potentially get sidechains, and then I'm sure the other option is to have the new opcode, which is also an upgrade, the BIP 300. Are there other options of getting there? Are there other possibilities of getting there?
Yeah, possibly SNOCs.
Okay, so that's there are 3 options, and that's the third one, essentially?
Well, this is a kind of a real weird quibble or something, or like splitting hairs, but I've always kind of wondered if that is, because I see the sidechain as like your layer 1 node is not validating what's happening, but if there's the SNARK, then it sort of is, and the only way to know that so I'm not sure if it's kind of splitting hairs, but I don't know.
I think you're right, like technically.
What is a SNARK?
Okay, so SNARK is a compact proof that some code ran and produced a certain output. So if the code that's running is to validate the sidechain, then you have a compact proof that the main chain could validate, and it's safer to validate a proof than to run a program. So, but Paul is right in the sense that would really be more like an extension block, like it is being validated, but a compact summary of it is being validated.
Okay, this is very much still in the research stage, I think.
Well, I mean, there are viable SNARK systems, but they either have security trade-offs where they're using kind of novel experimental crypto with significant risk, or they are very expensive to compute or verify, and the proof sizes are large and things like that. So, but there are people doing interesting things with them, and there's some interest to see that used for Bitcoin in some way. I think the other kind of connected, related system is that there's seeing some enthusiasm in some of the other Bitcoin layer 2s, which are sort of similar. So particularly Fedimint, which is some kind of hybrid. It's a bit like Liquid in being federated, but the operators of those nodes are users or communities.
But this is not a sidechain, right?
No, it's not a sidechain, but I mean it's another layer 2, and they are experimenting actively. So it may be that draws the enthusiasm and then pulls along some sidechain ideas as people realize they're actually almost the same, but with different trade-offs.
Okay, so we mentioned a new opcode. That's a protocol upgrade. Simplicity would be a protocol upgrade. Snarks, would that also entail a protocol upgrade?
Yeah, the validator on layer 1.
Yeah,
also soft fork?
Probably, yeah.
But it's very difficult because you don't know how do you know that the validator hasn't malfunctioned? The only way is to I don't know. I see it more as the blockchain is kind of like for auditability, I think. So it's really containing all those sidechain messages also. But that's, in some sense, it's a good thing because it means that you can't. It means that it will work reliably, but it also means when it breaks, it will break completely. And I think the other thing with the snarks is that very few people seem to understand them. So I think you're really playing with fire with that, whereas BIP300 is just a number being counted up to 13,000.
So okay, so we have three options. We've heard three options so far. So opcode, simplicity, snarks. Which one is it going to be, or which one do you want it to be, or what's the plan here? Who wants to take it? Adam?
I think that the opcodes are probably the fastest path. So I'd be interested to see, more enthusiasm for that. I think there is more, new energy in Bitcoin layer 2s with Fedimint, state chains. There are multiple companies working on those things. And so maybe we'll see, some more. And there are also interest in novel new opcodes like covenants in Bitcoin and things like that. So it's a good time to have that conversation.
Paul?
Well, I don't know exactly what stimulates the Bitcoin community to prefer one thing over another thing, but I mean, I do think that the idea that I had BIP300 and just the sidechain idea more generally, it has enormous. Not only does it do extensibility, but it can be used to achieve huge scale very quickly. It can be used for privacy with the Zcash sidechain. It can be used for new things like a Namecoin-like thing or prediction markets. So it does quite a few things. It also happens to solve the security budget fees question, like just as a beneficial side effect. So I think it's a pretty good idea, and I think that would be the fastest way. I'm not sure even how long BIP300 would take to actually make it through the process at this point, because the process seems to be going very slowly.
Well, I want to ask you one more question. We're running out of time, so this is a question for you, Paul. I've asked you before at other conferences, but so one of the things with SegWit, we had this sort of concern trolling, I would almost say, that SegWit outputs, coins in SegWit could be stolen. And then one way to counter that, so that's similar to the sidechain stealing argument, right? And then one way to counter that was SegWit was deployed on Litecoin, and then someone put $1 million in a Litecoin SegWit output. Why don't we have a sidechain on Litecoin and someone have $1 million on a sidechain on Litecoin, see if anyone can steal it? If that doesn't happen, that's a real sort of, that strengthens.
Okay. Well, first of all, they're not totally comparable, because in one case there was a soft fork enforcing rules on layer 1, and whereas in BIP300 there is actually a novel distinction between breaking the BIP300 rules and just improperly withdrawing from the sidechain, so they're actually different.
And they're different, but are you going to do it?
People can do. I mean, I think you should talk to the Litecoin people and they did Mimblewimble extension block, right? So this is way more straightforward than that. I think there's no. That's a great idea.
All right, so someone could do it.
Yeah.
That's the call to the audience.
It's a great
today.
idea.
All right, that's our time.
Why not?
Thank you, everyone, and thanks to Adam and Paul.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I am joined here by Greg Foss and David Zell. Gentlemen, welcome to the Analyst Desk. Greg, we are getting some updates out of the UK right now as we speak, and I just want to know, is a generation of bond traders finally getting christened? Are their sphincters getting tightened?
Okay. Having spent a career on a trading desk, there are points in time that you will remember. I think this will be one that the UK bond market participants remember. A statistic. Since December 2021, UK bonds have lost 52% of their value. Now, this is supposed to be termed a risk-free investment, okay? I'm not certain how you define risk-free, but losing 52% of your capital is not the way. Today, it appears that the UK 30-year bond or 30-year gilt is going to pass through 5% again. That's the last time the Bank of England had to come in on a buying binge to help push the price of bonds higher. And when you push the price of bonds higher, the yield goes down. The yield went down to under 4% when they did that, and now it's jumped right back to over or very close to 5%. This is a disaster for UK pension funds. And more importantly, they have been using leverage in the funds. So can you imagine, Q, if you levered that 3 times and you've lost 52%, okay? You've lost 152%, which means your strategy is vaporized and you've taken 50% returns from another portion of your portfolio. It's a disaster for UK pensioners. And I can't overstate the impact that you might have if you're in the UK and you open your pension plan after 90 days and you're like, what just happened here? So absolutely, Bitcoin is the solution for UK pension managers that need to hedge that risk.
This sounds like an absolute nightmare for all of our UK viewers, guys. Be sure to like and subscribe down below. Get your money out of those UK bonds. We'll be back after this talk from Knut Svanholm.
One giant leap for mankind.
Hello there, everyone. Can you all hear me? I can hear me. So I have a timer here. I have no clue what I'm going to talk about, but I'm Knut. I'm a guy who wrote some books about Bitcoin. And I went to Riga 3 years ago in 2019, and I bought 50 copies of Sovereignty Through Mathematics in my hand luggage. Do you know that book? Has anyone read it? One person over there and another one. All right. But anyway, I gave out like 25 of those books. I sold or bartered the other 25 to important people in Bitcoin. Got to meet all my idols and everything. And after that, this sort of Bitcoin things took off for me in ways I could never have imagined. And during my journey from there to here, I've noticed a couple of things about Bitcoiners. I've received countless amounts of help from other Bitcoiners when it comes to like translations, proofreadings, editing, video productions, you name it, all sorts of stuff. I've been given art. I've been, Bitcoiners have given me stuff for free, or what felt like for free. But the thing is, like, I sort of gave something back as well. But the curious thing I noticed about this is that, like, we help each other all the time, and we form groups on Telegram and have little projects here and there about this and that. But we very rarely use Bitcoin in the sense of sending sats back and forth to each other. It's very common for Bitcoiners to just help one another. So I started to think about that and why that is. Why are Bitcoiners more helpful to one another than normies?
And I realized that first of all, Bitcoiners have an incentive to help one another because we want to see our fellow Bitcoiners succeed, because we want to see Bitcoin succeed. So we're all incentivized to help one another. And furthermore, we adopt a lower time preference. So we're reluctant to spend our sats, and we know that other Bitcoiners are sort of reluctant to spend their sats too because they want to hodl them. And some people say, like, spending Bitcoin is using Bitcoin, but I think there are way more use cases than that. Like, hodling is a use case, for instance, but it goes even deeper. Like, I realized that I could have done all this Bitcoin stuff without ever really touching the network. I guess I wouldn't have been incentivized to do all this stuff, but theoretically at least, I could have met all these people, they could have helped me, I could have helped them, without us ever touching the actual network Bitcoin and the protocol and the money, or not even that. So nowadays, when people ask me, what is Bitcoin, the question that every Bitcoiner gets, my answer is that it's an agreement between people on a fixed set of rules. And that's like the least amounts of words I can use to describe how I view Bitcoin. So it's like the rules of chess. If you know the rules of chess, you can play chess with almost every other, or you can play chess with every other chess player in the world. You can choose to play by other rules, like if you play on a board that's 64 times 64 squares instead of 8 times 8, but with the same number of pieces. But then you're playing chess cash or chess Satoshi's vision, and you won't have as many people to play with. So Bitcoin, the idea, and us agreeing on this fixed set of, 21 million tokens, the resistance to replicability, that this is the solution to the double spending problem. The way I see it is that the double spending problem cannot be double solved. This is the shot we've got at an absolutely scarce thing. And what that does to our psyches is the real killer app of Bitcoin. It's not that we need a Bitcoin to be a killer app of something. It's you and me that are the killer app of Bitcoin, because it changes how we interact with not only each other, but how we interact with ourselves. Because of this incentive to save rather than spend all the time. So another way to put that is a quote from my grandfather, which is the insight that which you can do without, you own. It's the flip side of how your possessions end up owning you. So this is a philosophical insight, and I think that Bitcoin is getting people closer to this philosophy that we can do without, we own. So when you don't crave a golden Lambo, you don't need a golden Lambo. When you don't crave a Lambo at all, you sort of own all the Lambos in the world because you have no need for Lambos anymore. And to me, this is the really weird thing about this, is that over time, as I try to imagine what the future on like a Bitcoin standard or whatever you may call it might be, post-hyper-Bitcoinization, you get to a place where we don't need money as much as we do now. So and this is the weirdest thing, that the necessity for transactions to happen at all goes down and not up. So, Bitcoin is called money, but it's not really money. It's just mathematics, a mathematical experiment running in the back of our minds. So we know we have this thing. We know we have something which people can't take away from us, and people can't stop us from spending. And then that changes who we are. So by running Bitcoin in the back of our heads, the private key to a Bitcoin address, like in Bitcoin, knowing a private key is owning those Bitcoins. So there's no difference between knowing and owning anymore. So by running this experiment in the back of our heads, we unlock something within ourselves. So these days I view a Bitcoin private key as a literal key to your heart. So you can wear it on your sleeve in public. I mean, I think the Beatles were right. All you need is love. And they just hadn't found the correct equation for love yet, which is Satoshi's equation with the halvings and everything. And maybe the answer is this, I don't know. But that's why I feel Bitcoin, the idea, is so much bigger than Bitcoin, the protocol, Bitcoin, the network, Bitcoin, the money, Bitcoin, the commodity, however you may choose to frame it. Because it's not about mathematics, and it's not about, a program or a protocol or about network technology. It's about us and how we interact with each other and how we interact with ourselves, and it changes us at the core. And that's the message I want to spread. If I have these minutes to spread a message here, because there's so much focus on the problems with Bitcoin and how do we increase privacy and how do we solve this and that problem, and how it's dangerous to call it inevitable because then we might miss something here. While I do believe that all of those technical discussions are important, the more important thing is to realize that the thing it unlocks within us, the philosophical insights that may come out of this thing, are much more important, because we had this ability all along. We had the ability to interact voluntarily with each other instead of violently, which is what all other money, you have a third party that can print more of it and leech off of your share of a transaction. But a transaction in a sound money, it's just another consensual interaction between two people. There's no difference between like a voluntary interaction or consensual interaction and a transaction in damn near perfect money. So that's it. We're getting to a world where we can do things voluntarily instead of doing things under threat and with a gun to our heads. So here's the Bitcoin optimism, the new word I want to introduce. Instead of calling it maximalism or whatever, derogatory term they try to impose on us, we're just optimistic about the future. Everyone else is worried about, Putin and energy crisis and global warming and all of these enemies that are hard to put a finger on who they are and what to do about them, and everyone has different ideas about that. When we could focus on, we've got this. We've got social media, we've got video conferencing on, by the push of a button, you can talk to someone on Hawaii without no effort, and we have Bitcoin. So we have the foundational base layer of all of this, which is absolute trustworthy money. So that's the strange thing. The don't trust, verify attitude of Bitcoiners enables us to trust one another en masse. So we can trust each other to a larger extent because we've got this in the base layer of society now. So everything I hear about this or that hedge fund and all the money are there and they're going through this and we need this sort of adoption here and this is not working because of some legal... Forget all that. It's just about you and me interacting voluntarily with one another. Everything in Bitcoin is voluntary. You don't have to use it, but you can. And if you do, you can use it in so many more ways than to just send sats to one another. You can use it to unlock something in yourself and to unlock something in your fellow man. Time preference
a high time preference. If you've been robbed of everything you own, you adopt a high time preference. Most people in this room know about this concept. So a high time preference makes you fearful because you need to find food and shelter to just survive for the rest of the day. That makes you fearful of other human beings. If you have a low time preference, if you know that you're financially secured because you have a stack of Bitcoin somewhere, you can afford to be the opposite of fearful, which is loving. So a low time preference from high to low, it's the same scale as from fear to love. The lower the time preference, the more loving of thy neighbor you can afford to be. So that's where I think Bitcoin's killer app is at. Bitcoin's killer app is what it will do to each and every one of us when we really grasp what this thing is, what an amazing discovery something that can't be copied on the internet is. So, yeah, thank you. Any questions for me? Well, anyway, it's good to see you all. You can find all my stuff at knutsvanholm.com.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined to my left with Greg Foss and none other than Prince Phillip as well. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on this desk, and I'd love to just follow up on our conversation for a moment. We have officially gotten word that the UK bonds have crossed over 5%. Prince Phillip, what do you feel like? What does that statement mean to you, hearing that these bonds continue to creep higher and higher?
Well, that's crazy to hear that right now. I just came back from the UK 2 weeks ago and to finish my job in finance, and I work in asset manager. I used to work at asset management, and people weren't really talking about it as that much of a problem. And this is an asset manager who's managing pension funds, and that fixed income is blowing up in our faces right now, and there wasn't panic I would say panic, but there wasn't a fear on the floor. And now here we are, as you said, over 5%. This is going to destroy pension funds. There's going to be exit out of pension funds. I know I'm getting my pension fund out of there. It's going straight into Bitcoin.
So I would just continue that thought, and it's a great thought. The unfortunate thing is so many people don't understand the risk that was taken because monetary policy suppressed proper returns. The pension funds went out and they had to borrow money. They took a strategy that levered their bond returns. And leverage works when the bond prices go up. You enhance returns. The problem is when bond prices go down, you enhance your losses as well. I feel horrible for the British pensioners that have worked their whole lives to put their money in a store of value called UK gilts, which have lost over 50% of their value in 1 year. This is dangerous for the world. Understand that this is because of the central bank policies that artificially push down yields and returns.
Greg, you have experience having lived through and worked through the 2007, 2008 crisis. How much of this current iteration of what we're dealing with is negligence versus just people who just don't understand and were given authority to make decisions they ought not to have?
Well, I can't answer it that way, but I will tell you that I am almost as concerned right now as I was in 2008, 2009 about the implosion of the financial system as we know it right now. I don't believe that the world will accept another kicking of the can down the road. They're beginning to understand this money printing disease and the results that it leads to. So what we need is education. We've talked about that. We need to be honest about the realities facing people and the fiat Ponzi disease. It's not sustainable. We need the solution. I believe the solution to be Bitcoin. All paths lead to Bitcoin. It's that simple.
Prince Phillip, do you share Greg's sentiment that this could be the end of it?
Well,
Or am I just being too optimistic here?
Well, we don't want it to end, though.
No.
Well, I don't think we're ready, right?
I was just going to say, I don't think we're ready for it to end. I don't think they will. I think they will keep kicking the can down until it ends. And I think at that point we have to, I guess, sell Bitcoin, the story about Bitcoin, and make it a smooth transition from that standard to the Bitcoin standard. I see no other alternative, and we can take the example of El Salvador. Just put it on the side, put it on the side by side with fiat currency, with the US dollar, using the Bitcoin rails and all that, and people in time will learn about the store of value of that is Bitcoin. So I hope that's the model that we'll go down towards. But there's other talks about, going, are we going to end up in CBDCs? Are they going to purposely crash the economy so we will have to Bretton Woods again? And they'll introduce a subject to CBDCs. But I think the banks won't like that. The banks will wake up and say, no, that's our jobs on the line. We'll rather go for Bitcoin.
Interesting take. I do want to say as well, we are keeping score for all of our British audience. We are aware that they've already said they're changing from quantitative easing to tightening, but it looks like they're going to shortly have to change back to quantitative easing once again. Be sure, if you are not already, to like and subscribe down below. We will be back after this next panel on Lightning nodes.
We're about to get started.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I'm Sam. I'm a Bitcoin research analyst at River. Mentioned it was on the first slide, which is not appearing yet. Whoops, there we go. So I'm a Bitcoin research analyst at River, which is a US-based Bitcoin-focused company. We have quite a few remote people, myself included, as I'm based out of Amsterdam. So having this event here, super awesome. And then we have people such as our CEO, Alex Leishman, who's based out of New York. Now, all jokes aside about Alex, he's been a massive driving force behind everything we do with what I want to talk to you about today, which is the Lightning stuff that we do. Now, to give you a little bit of context on what the company itself does, because we don't actually operate in Europe, and this is not to sell it to you, but we're not actually a Lightning company. We offer brokerage to people. So buying and selling of Bitcoin, we have no fees on recurring orders. We offer hosted mining services where people can buy mining rigs, pay a fee, and then we take care of all of the operational work for them. And then all of this is supported by a client services team. And since 2019, we were one of the first companies to integrate deposits and withdrawals from and to the Lightning network. Now, this is something we've really started to focus a lot more on. So we are becoming more of a Lightning company than we were in the past, I suppose. We now have a team of 4 full-time engineers who are working on upgrading not only our Lightning infrastructure, but also the Lightning infrastructure for El Salvador's Chivo wallet. You may have heard about this before, and we do this through our River Lightning Services API. So that's something that we've gathered a lot of experience with, offering Lightning to companies and running large Lightning infrastructure. And we figured it would be a good time to share our knowledge and our learnings with people to help the Lightning network to continue to develop. So I want to talk to you about a whole bunch of things related to Lightning today. But before I get into those things, I just want to do a very brief recap, a visual recap of what Lightning is and how it works. I know we have lots of Bitcoin veterans in the audience, and I don't want to bore you, so I'll keep it short and visual, but just want to make sure that everyone gets something out of the presentation. So we all know the blockchain. I'm not going to explain that one from scratch again, but this amazing system that allows us to transfer value all around the world very attractively. However, it does have a limitation. Only so many people can send transactions over the system, or we just can't keep it decentralized enough if we would want everyone in the world to use it. So we need scalability solutions, and the Lightning Network is one of these potential scalability solutions that exists in Bitcoin today. So it allows us to increase the transaction throughput of Bitcoin from just a couple of transactions per second to a massively larger numbers. But there's a whole bunch of other benefits that aren't really talked about as much necessarily. The instant settlement one is amazing, where with Bitcoin you need to wait on those block times. You can transact at a much lower cost, even if lots of people use it, and it has much better privacy. So not every single transaction is tracked on the blockchain. So this is really attractive, and a lot of people have been really excited about Lightning. And if we zoom in on it a little bit to understand a bit better how it works, so just like the Bitcoin network, the Lightning network consists of a whole bunch of nodes. And nodes are essentially computers that anyone can set up, and anyone can just participate in a network that way. Now these nodes, they connect to each other through what are called payment channels. Payment channels can be created through a transaction on the Bitcoin blockchain, where you essentially create a smart contract to get these nodes to agree with each other. This is how much money we put into the channel, how much belongs to each of us here, and now we're able to transact it back and forth without that needing to be on the blockchain every single time. Then at the end of the route, we can just settle that on the blockchain once. Now, you don't need to have a channel with every single participant in a Lightning network because it would never scale. So instead, Lightning uses this principle of the degrees of separation, which is basically this idea that you could reach any person on the planet through just a handful of hops in between. Now, Facebook did a studies on this on their platform in 2016, where you could reach any other Facebook user through just 3.5 hops or so on average. Now, Lightning is not as widely adopted as Facebook is, obviously. So for the Lightning Network, according to Bitcoin Visuals, it's about 9 on average, as you can see with the red line. So in 9 hops, you can reach any other user in the network on average. So that allows you to transact with anyone because you can just use your node in the network to essentially start finding a route to reach another node that is in there so that you can transact with them. So what your node does is it sends these instructions to every node after it to tell them in which direction to go, essentially. It doesn't tell them what the final recipient's going to be, it just tells it where to go. So you maintain your privacy, but it is still secure because none of these nodes in between can just take your money from you. So at any point, any of these nodes can close their channels and get their money out and back onto the Bitcoin blockchain. That's pretty simple. So I really like this visualization of how these Lightning transactions work. It's Newton's cradle. Usually people see it with little metal balls. This is sort of a Lightning flavored one. But essentially all of the nodes in the middle, their balance doesn't really change much. They take value in on the one hand and then pass it onwards to the other side. But it's at the start and the end of the transaction where you really see significant changes in balance. And I guess this is a Lightning flavored version. Now, this is a really awesome visualization by a Twitter user called PyMoment, who created a visualization of 16,000 Lightning nodes, 140,000 channels, where in yellow you essentially see the routing highways of the network, so to speak, where you'll have the more connected nodes. And in blue, you see all of the edge nodes, just the everyday users who might have just a couple connections, do a few transactions every week or month, and they're less connected, but they're still able to reach any other node in the network through a vast array of different routes. So that's what a true decentralized network looks like. So what is the impact of the Lightning Network on Bitcoin? This is something that really interested us because people have been super excited about Lightning. It's been growing and there's so much potential. There's still a lot of work to be done as well. But in general, it's really promising. So we put together this graph where on the x-axis we have time, and on the y-axis we have Bitcoin's awesomeness. Now, that is, I believe, in the audience, a widely regarded metric. Now, if you think about this metric, over time, actually, naturally, Bitcoin's awesomeness goes up, just by the fact that it doesn't go offline. There continue to be new blocks in the blockchain. It continues to exist and defy logic in a way. Well, maybe that's a stretch. But at some point, Lightning was released, and it dramatically altered the rate at which Bitcoin becomes more awesome, we believe. So actually, you start to get this whole new era in which you have an after Lightning time period where it just gets exponentially more exciting. Now, all jokes aside, what do we as River, the company that I work for, have to say about Lightning? We run some of the largest Lightning Network nodes in the network. So in position 4 and 6, as you can see there, it changes a bit. Sometimes we get overtaken, etc. But we have quite a bit of capacity on there, and it means that if people want to send large transactions on the Lightning Network, they're a bit more likely to pass through our nodes and some of the others there. Not necessarily, but the odds are a bit higher. So I had a look at how many channels do we have then. And over there, we're not even close to the top 10. We're in rank 36, actually. And this is not a coincidence. This is by design, because our focus isn't to be the most connected node in a network. It's to be as reliable as possible, to ensure that when people route a transaction through us, it's always going to succeed. That is the hyper focus. So why do we focus on this so much? This is some early Lightning research from 2018, where back then a $5 transaction would fail 48% of the time. The network would never be usable if that was the case today, but of course it has grown a lot. It has been developed very much ever since, and there are far more people on there, far more routes available. So this number has improved a lot. If we look at our statistics today, they look quite a bit better. So our average transaction size is actually $46, which, like, you would think isn't Lightning about micropayments. Like, that seems way too high. But of course, since we have a lot of capacity, the larger transactions are more likely to come through us, and thus that average gets skewed up a bit. So I looked at the median as well, which is about $5. Now, the success rate for our transaction routing is 98.7%, which is a good bit higher than the 48% you saw from like 4 years ago. And yeah, median transaction size, I mentioned, that's lower, and it's about where you would expect it to be. Now, why do Lightning payments fail today? That's like not something everyone thinks about every day, but if you want this to be globally adopted and for people to use it, you can't have a case where 1% of transactions fail, where 1 in 100 users actually have to try again or get some kind of error. That wouldn't be great. So we need to get as close to 100% as possible. So the most common reasons are timing out while searching for a route, and this is a bit more common when people use Tor, so when they use a very private connection that has bandwidth restrictions. But it also just happens when your node tries to look at all of the possible routes in a network and it just can't seem to land on one that's going to succeed. The second biggest reason is that there's no route available at all. It has looked at all the options and there just isn't one. And then there are some minor things where someone might send a manual transaction encoded, but they make some mistakes, or maybe your node goes offline for a bit. Those are much smaller issues. The two first ones are really the biggest ones. Unfortunately, there's a lot of very talented and respected developers working on these problems. So if there's anything from River's perspective that we can do to help you, if you're one of those people, just reach out to us. Perhaps we can help in some kind of way, because it benefits us all if the Lightning Network works more reliably. So we are also quite selective as River about who we connect to, which nodes in the network we connect to. And we have to be, because we're a business, and businesses want to be efficient with their capital. And we need this reliability for clients so that they actually trust to use the service. So there's sometimes people are like, oh, open a node with me. But if they have no prior history on the Lightning Network, no track record whatsoever, if we don't know if they're really going to be sending more than one transaction per month, then it doesn't always make sense to connect with them just yet. So there's definitely a reputation factor involved there, and people sort of taking the network seriously. Now, mapped out all of the transactions that we've done since the start of the year. So in black, you see the transactions routed. That's been fairly stable for much of the year. It has increased by about 5% per month since the start of the year. And since that dip in June, it's gone up by about 20% per month. But it's starting to ramp up. We're really noticing this. The amount of Bitcoin routed in gold, that's been going up very rapidly. So people are just using it to send far more Bitcoin than they were in the past. And that's been really exciting to see as well. Now, what you can do with all of these transactions is put them into a heat map. So when do these happen in a typical week? Now, at first, when you look at this, it looks a bit confusing, like why are people sending transactions at 3 a.m.? But this is in UTC time, so we actually have to adjust it to American time zone, as that's where River is based and where much of its connections are. And as mentioned, we offer the Lightning service to El Salvador's Chivo wallet, and they use UTC -6 as a time zone as well. So when you adjust it for that, suddenly the overview makes a lot of sense. first sort of 5 hours are sleeping hours when people aren't really around. Sundays are a bit more quiet, but other than that, there's activity throughout the week. So people are actively using this for everyday purchases, for transfers back home, etc. So that's really exciting to see. Now, while looking at all these transactions, I actually came across a world premiere that I really wanted to share with you here today. So we've seen things like the first picture of an atom up close, which is mind-blowing that we can do that nowadays. We've seen video footage of a comet in space, like from a comet in space, which is crazy as well. We've seen chimpanzees memorizing numbers at mind-boggling speeds. And I now have for you today the first close-up picture of a Lightning transaction while traveling to our node. Take a look at that. Oh, terrible. Anyway, moving on. So what have we been earning? That's something people typically care about. So in the month of September, about 0.4 Bitcoin, 40 million Satoshis. Now that looks like a nice amount. Of course, we do have high capacity on our node. So if you actually take that into account, we're earning about 1.15% per month in returns at the moment. That's not that high yet. There have been some smaller nodes who have shared their numbers. They're earning like 5 to 6% per year. It is actually 1.15% per year. So some of those are earning up to 5, 6% per year, long before Lightning is widely adopted and extremely active. So the numbers are already starting to look pretty promising. But as mentioned, like ours is a lot lower because it's not our focus to be super profitable. We want to be reliable, and that's a different focus, I suppose. Now, we do have some expectations for businesses as this stuff starts to ramp up, as more people want to use Lightning and are using Lightning, that consumers are going to start demanding access to Lightning more. And we've already seen this. People ask their favorite exchange, when will you integrate Lightning? And they should, because they'll find it cheaper to transact as well. That'll be attractive for them. But one realization we had is that actually a lot of businesses are not going to build their own infrastructure. And the reason why, it's not that genius of an insight, because most people, they buy tools or licenses to tools and just use whatever's best in class. That's no different with Lightning, really, because if you think about it, imagine you offer a service to your clients where they can use Lightning in some way, then your nodes can never go offline. But sometimes you're going to have some kind of system failure where there's an issue and people can't use it. Sometimes you need to update your software. And sometimes there's some kind of scheduled maintenance that needs to happen as well. So in these cases, nodes need to go offline, and thus every company is going to need to run multiple Lightning nodes connected to different parts of the network to ensure that it's always available for people. Now, that's quite an engineering challenge. You need to have someone full-time who is managing this stuff, making sure that it always works. So for lots of businesses, it doesn't always make economic sense yet, as much as we as customers would like it to. So that's why River as well has noticed this, and we're going to be focusing a lot of our efforts on our Lightning service, which we announced yesterday, where we just offer an API for companies. They can plug it into their business, and they don't have to worry about liquidity challenges, about channel management, and all of these types of things. So that's something that we're really proud about and really excited to help the Lightning Network to continue to get adopted. And pretty much what I wanted to share with you today. If you're interested in any other insights about the Lightning Network and our learnings on it, we have written a report on it that you can find on our website or on our Twitter. Thank you very much. I hope you found it interesting, and happy to speak to you afterwards. So have a great time at the conference.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined to my left with Martell Fox and Prince Phillip. Welcome to the Analyst Desk, and I'd love to just ask the two of you each, why Bitcoin? What drew you into this space? How did you get involved?
Well, we're here to change the world. I'm working for Ibex, a Lightning infrastructure company in the space, and a big part of their story is in Latin America. And what inspired me most is, the opportunity to give people a chance to transact and save, but that gives way to people being able to dream for the first time. So that's why I'm here.
Same question to you.
Yeah, what brought me to Bitcoin? Well, I first got into Bitcoin in 2017 as a numbers go up thing. But then when I started studying more about it, then I realized I'm staying for the monetary revolution. And now I was working in finance and asset management, And then very recently, I gave up that job to work full-time in Bitcoin, and that's why I'm working with Jan 3 with Samson Mao to help the nation-state adoption, which is the top-down approach. So I understand that Bitcoin is a bottom-up approach as well, but we have to attack all angles. I say attack, we have to go with all angles.
Exactly. There's no right or wrong way to adopt.
It's spreading the word and educating.
Absolutely. Martel, you brought up something very interesting during the break, but we were talking about how there's a large population in the world that is still unbanked. And here in Europe in particular, you kind of need to have a bank account. It's a cashless society almost. Talk to us a little bit about how IBEX helps bridge that gap.
Yeah, and it's easy to forget when you're in Europe, or I'm from the States, but the majority of the world is unbanked. They don't have access to debit cards or credit cards or business loans. So IBEX helps merchants use Lightning payments. And what you see in El Salvador, for example, you can have a woman selling tamales and she's receiving Lightning. Or we can have a huge enterprise like BTC Media, the premier media platform for Bitcoin, using our technology for their events as well. So trying to be very broad, open-minded, apply our services to anyone who benefits.
You can spend Bitcoin over here, all over the place at Bitcoin Amsterdam. You can spend Bitcoin at the Bitcoin Magazine store. Be sure to like and subscribe. We will be back after this next panel on privacy and security.
The British pound has fallen to its lowest level ever.
Financial institutions are already moving to restrict access to both cash and cryptocurrency.
He again warned he'd use all means to protect Russia, including nuclear weapons.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
All right, thanks for joining us. So we've got the FATF and the Threat to Bitcoin Privacy panel. So my name's Stephan Livera. I host a Bitcoin podcast. I also work as part of Swan Bitcoin. I'm just going to quickly introduce our panelists today, and then we're going to get into the discussion. So firstly, we've got Patrick Hansen from Circle, recently joined, and he's done a lot to talk about the impact of various regulation on Bitcoin privacy. We've got Kevin Murcko from Coin Metro joining us. We've got Sjors Provoost. He's a Bitcoin Core developer and also a Bitcoin podcaster, also hosting the Bitcoin Explained podcast. And finally, we have Matt Odell. He's a Bitcoin privacy advocate and an educator and a podcaster, hosting the Rabbit Hole Recap and also Citadel Dispatch. So first of all, thanks for joining us today. We're going to start with some background and some introduction. For a lot of people, they may not really be clear. Firstly, who is FATF and who made them king? Do you want to start, Patrick?
Yeah, that's quite a task. And first of all, thanks for having me, Stephan. It's super cool to have a Bitcoin conference of that size here in Europe. Yeah, so FATF. The FATF is the Financial Action Task Force. It has been launched in 1989 by the G7, actually. and it has been launched by the G7 member countries together with the EU Commission and a couple of other countries, and has grown quite a lot since. So I think it has by now 40 member countries, and through some regional associations, it covers almost every country on Earth. And what the FATF was launched for in 1989 was basically to streamline activities and initiatives around the fight against money laundering. And so it basically started, I think, in 1990. So 1 year after it was founded, it created its first recommendations to all the member countries on how to fight money laundering. Later on, I think 10 years later or so, also recommendations on how to fight terrorism financing were added. So those recommendations were basically updated every couple of years. And why is that relevant for Bitcoin and crypto? In 2019, so basically 3 years ago, the FATF, for the first time, published a guidance on how to treat virtual assets. That's how the FATF treats Bitcoin and other crypto assets, on how to treat those from a money laundering perspective. And without going too much into the details, part of those guidelines included to basically add the travel rule for crypto as well. The travel rule is a rule that says whenever funds are transmitted between service providers, financial institutions, the personal information that belongs to the customers of those institutions has to be passed along from one institution to the other. And this travel rule has basically been expanded to crypto assets like Bitcoin. So nowadays, according to the FATF travel rule, if one crypto asset company, an exchange or a custodian, if a customer of that custodian sends Bitcoin to another custodian, what has to happen in the background is that personal identifiable information like the name, the address, the wallet address, for example, has to be passed along from that custodian to the other. And obviously the FATF, so the last sentence, those are recommendations. But if you don't follow those recommendations as a country, you end up on the FATF grey list or blacklist, which has severe consequences on, the economic and financial system of that country, because banks, financial institutions, companies will basically stop working and collaborating with the companies in those blacklisted countries. So, yeah, it has quite some implications.
It's quite a heavy penalty and punishment, and it puts us into this world of financial surveillance. Now, I actually wrote an article on FATF recently and for Bitcoin Magazine talking about this as an issue. What are some of the issues from a human rights perspective here?
Well, I want to jump in here because I feel like FATF has the advantage that when you talk about them, it just seems extremely boring. But at the core, these regulations and the burdensome compliance measures that they result in do not stop criminals from using Bitcoin or using dollars in a criminal way. They get around it. They figure out how to get around it. What it does do is it puts law-abiding, honest people at risk. It stops them from interacting with the financial system. And pretty much, as far as I'm concerned, this panel can be summed up with they can go fuck themselves.
Right on, got it. So when it comes to building products and services then, what impact does this have on the ecosystem? Perhaps, Kevin, do you want to chat a bit about the impact?
So I share a similar sentiment, but I look at it from another angle. So I come from traditional finance, so I've been dealing with FATF, not since 1989, but 2000, 2001. The issue with regulation in general is it exists, unfortunately, and I guess in some small case, fortunately, but it does exist. And so my outlook is always the same. I want to change it. I think we have all the tools. If you talk about the Bitcoin network, you talk about blockchain in general, we have all the tools we need to actually get rid of most of the cumbersome regulation. About sharing of data, about public data, about semi-anonymous or pseudonymous data, it's all there. The issue is, it's just like they didn't understand crypto in the beginning, they don't understand the technology. I used to go into regulators' offices and they would say, I'd say, crypto exchange. and they'd say, crypto, no, well, blockchain, good, crypto, bad. But they still don't understand how those two things work. And unfortunately for us, our big thing that we push all the time is access. And yeah, FATF and many other things with regulatory burdens kill access. I got to be honest with you guys, the difference between traditional finance and crypto, you'd be hard set to find one. You name any product in crypto, DeFi, doesn't matter. I can name you the equivalent in traditional finance. The big difference is access. And the way we lose that difference is that we sit on the outside and complain about it, fuck FATF. But saying fuck FATF doesn't stop FATF. In fact, there's going to be some guy with glasses behind a keyboard somewhere that's super pissed off hearing that, and he's going to try and drive additional change inside FATF that actually doesn't help us, it hurts us. And so for me, the way I look at change is I try to do it from the inside. So I talk to those guys. I tell them what I like about it, what I don't like about it, what's bad, what's good, why it's going to work, why it won't work, how it doesn't work in traditional, how it works in, how it's not going to work in any nuanced finance product either. So I think we're in agreement, but yeah, unfortunately I can't walk into talk to a regulator and say, before we start, fuck FATF and fuck what you guys do, and that doesn't necessarily work.
Part of their effectiveness is that people who run regulated businesses have to censor themselves when they talk publicly about it because they're afraid that their livelihood is going to be put at risk. They essentially have guns to their head. So what does that mean? What that means is we have tons of money in this space. We have all these, massive companies that have grown up in the Bitcoin industry, and most of them cannot publicly talk about this at all. That's why it's very rare you see any conversations about FATF publicly.
Yeah, I talk about. I think there's a way to talk about things. I think like anything in life, man, when you have a conversation, you have to understand who you're talking to. The thing is that most regulators actually, well, not most, let's say many regulators want to understand. There are regulators that do want to understand. There's legislators that want to understand. But a lot of the biggest people with the biggest soapboxes in our industry, they run away from those people. Or, they try to publicly defame them. And the issue is we're all humans. So if I want something from someone, I'm going to do everything I can to make that person do what I want them to do. And doing that from the outside in kind of a, in a certain type of narrative has never really worked. I mean, anybody ever heard of e-gold? Not the new e-gold, but e-gold back in the day. The doctor from Florida created e-gold. Yeah. Well, where the fuck is e-gold now? Gone. Now, one big reason for that, it was decentralized. If it was decentralized, it might still exist. The other reason is that everybody that used it basically ran away from any type of rules that would potentially have allowed e-gold to still exist. And it's, Bitcoin wouldn't be here if it wasn't decentralized, that's for sure. But you got to remember that, financial landscapes are made, regulated ones, are made with gatekeepers. Banks are gatekeepers into traditional finance. And guess who the gatekeeper is into crypto? Well, it's wallet providers, it's exchanges, etc. Those are the gatekeepers. So no matter how great we build these really cool infrastructures and how we, build layer 2s and we do all these great things, there's still a way that, regulation can hurt, maybe not kill, but hurt our industry. And so for me, I don't see, public. I can say anything to a regulator. I'll just put it in a different vernacular. Let's put it that way. And I have no problem talking about it publicly. If there's a regulator in the audience, you guys want to talk about how ridiculous FATF is and how it's not going to work and how the travel rule doesn't work in traditional finance either, that it's caught less than like a nano% of actual criminal money, we can talk about that over some coffee. Absolutely.
Raise your hand if you're a regulator.
They could be on the live stream.
Don't be embarrassed.
Sjors, we haven't heard from you. So let's hear from you a little bit, your perspective in terms of how building out software in the space as well looks like under this FATF and AML regime.
Well, so far it's pretty peaceful. Just to put it in this way, if you look at something like Bitcoin Core, I don't see pull requests coming in that say, we're going to implement a travel rule or such things, but you want to make sure it stays that way. So I think it is important for the software to remain completely neutral and to be good for the privacy, and so far that's not a problem. Although we have seen recently with Ethereum their mixing service where a developer was arrested. We still don't know exactly why, so there may be more going on. But at least the public.
Well, not here, but.
Yeah, he's in Amsterdam, somewhere around here. Probably not a nice building like this. He's actually probably not in Amsterdam. Anyway. The public prosecutor on their website and in their press releases, as well as the police, are communicating that they are opposed to his development work. At least that's the way I interpret it. but maybe that eventually goes to court and it turns out there was something else going on. But that is quite concerning, of course, if you're not allowed to work on software. But then I would still say, well, okay, then I guess you move to America or some place that has stronger free speech protections, and you're still okay. So as a software developer, I'm not immediately worried. But where you see some things creeping in is, for example, this protocol that was designed to verify your address to an exchange.
AOPP.
Yeah.
Do you want to just explain for people who don't know what is AOPP and what was the response?
I think the gist of it is some exchanges require you to prove that the address you're showing them, where you want them to send the money, that it is your address and not some random guy on the internet's address. And so the way you would prove that in the Netherlands, the rule was eventually you just send them a screenshot of your wallet. Now that's actually quite bad because that reveals exactly what wallet you have, which some hacker will then eventually be able to, they get the data from the exchange and they know where you keep your Bitcoin. So this protocol would avoid that problem, and it would also be more user-friendly. What it would do is it would basically have your wallet sign a message using the private keys of your wallet. And then it would send that message back to the exchange. And there were some technical issues with that, but mostly there was a lot of debate around it, more from a philosophical or slippery slope kind of view. Like, do we want a feature like this in wallets?
Should Bitcoin application developers be helping in this thing that impinges, arguably, on the user's privacy? But in this case, there was a lot of community debate there because I think on one hand, people were saying, well, it helps them self-custody, but at the cost of reduced privacy. And so I think that was where certain wallets put that feature into their wallet, and some of them actually walked it back.
Yeah, but what I would say is that the general feature of signing messages with your wallet should be, in my opinion, uncontroversial. So I wouldn't go as far as saying, let's remove all message signing functionality from wallets, although some people have suggested that. So you can have the argument that you want to make things so technically impossible that that's the way you resist regulation, but then you're removing functionality that people might need for very reasonable things. For example, you may want to test that your cold storage actually works. And for that, message signing is useful. Things like that.
We talk about mass adoption. We definitely, there's trying to create. I remember back like the ICO days, right? The most complicated white paper got the most money, not because it made any sense, but for some reason people equated like complicated things to mean good things. And we still have a learning curve issue in crypto. That's just to get people in the room. Maybe not. Maybe some. Yes. I don't know. But around the world, man, crypto is not. The learning curve, and some way because the way we market crypto, we make it seem like it's so nuanced and amazing and innovative, and those things are great from a selling standpoint. But then people are like, well, I can't even turn my blender on without blowing a fuse. I'm not going to do this. And so I think signing is definitely fundamental, and there's no reason we should get rid of signing. And you made a joke actually I think it was via email about Craig Wright. You should tell Craig Wright about signing wallets. He probably needs that information more than anybody else. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so signing doesn't matter, right? It's about witnesses. But, that might be a bit too much inside baseball. Yep. So like I said, this is not happening yet, but I think in the very long term, what I'm worried about is something along the lines of you have white Bitcoin and black Bitcoin, and exchanges will only touch the white Bitcoin, and they will not touch the black Bitcoin. And this white and black is defined by, is it fully compliant with every regulation on the book? Is your Bitcoin now just registered with the European Union? That sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's the gatekeeper.
And then that would still happen at the exchange level, but at some point, maybe they start putting pressure on miners to say, well, you shouldn't mine transactions containing any of that. Then they find out that it makes no sense, because if you don't mine a transaction, it just goes into the next block because some other miner will do it. So then they'll push for, well, you cannot build blocks on top of all the blocks. And so eventually you might get regulators pushing for a fork in that direction. That's sort of my worst case scenario that I would like to not happen.
I would just echo that. While maybe trying to change things from a regulatory perspective, that's more about finance and services. When it comes to the technology, God forbid that they try to regulate the technology. Obviously there was a push to regulate the internet at one point. That would have been comical. Maybe not now. It wouldn't be so comical now. But at the time, it would have been funny. And that is definitely a road nobody in this room, anybody, forget about private. If you're a privacy advocate, if you just simply like to be able to, own your own bank, all these great things that exist, decentralization, et cetera. You do not want the last resort for regulators to try and go and regulate the technology.
Yeah, but then China has regulated the internet quite successfully, so it's not physically impossible. If you look at the phone network, the Netherlands is, I believe, world champion in phone wiretapping, like the most wiretaps in the world per capita. Maybe not anymore because it's pointless with Signal and WhatsApp. But it's not every technology cannot be captured by regulators. Just saying like, okay, Bitcoin is impervious to harm, nobody can destroy it, let's just sit back and chill and let them try.
We don't want them to go down that road, i.e. we don't want them to try and regulate the technology.
Well, there's two things. You want them, you can have people lobby so that they don't even try, which, is nice. And you also want to make sure that if they do try, that you have some way to make sure they don't succeed. Right? Because you can make a completely centralized currency, like, I don't know, Ripple or something like that, and you can say, well, just pretend we're Bitcoin, just treat us like we're decentralized and neutral and don't attack the protocol. And then maybe they won't, because I haven't seen any attacks on protocols from regulators, even protocols that would be very easy to attack.
But I mean, you mentioned it earlier, and it bears repeating since we're in the Netherlands. Like Alexei Pertsev created one of the best privacy tools on Ethereum. It had massive volume, and they threw him in jail, and they won't let him out of jail. They call him a flight risk because he owns Ethereum, and we can't prove how much Ethereum he owns, which they could say to any single person in this room.
He also owns a Russian passport. But
yeah, but if he goes back to Russia, he gets drafted in a war.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well,
politics. All I'm saying is that's how you can go down these deep theoreticals about how they could try and make some kind of protocol level censorship. But in the end, all you really need to do is what we're seeing happen, which is you put guns to certain people's heads, you make an example out of them, and the majority will over-comply as a result. And we see exchanges blacklist collaborative transactions right now. There's no law that says it. There's no absolute regulation that says they have to do it, but they over-comply as a result.
Yeah, I agree
mean,
with that,
not to call you out.
That's also a business decision.
But
that's business risk.
We had Circle has USDC, and as soon as the Tornado Cash thing happened, I mean, I know it's Ethereum, but at the same time, like it should be a learning experience for all of us. As soon as the Tornado Cash sanctions came out, they froze all the USDC that was connected to Tornado Cash. So what exactly are we doing in this industry? What is the goal here? Is the goal actually freedom, or is the goal to just rebuild a TD Ameritrade and put crypto on top?
I think the bigger question to me is, we build all this really cool stuff. Let's say we get to the day, we take a canoe, we go up a river of shit, which is basically regulatory. We get them to finally figure out that we don't need them anymore. And it's all functioning great. You still have, power grids. You still have the internet. You still have pieces of the infrastructure we need, because we're not building the underlying infrastructure. We're building on top of it. All this is a layer 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This isn't a true layer 1. So in that sense, no matter what we do, we are still at risk. I mean, that risk doesn't go away, because if they can, power grids can be controlled. Access to power grids at some point, it can be controlled now, but more and more as they get more digital, they will be controllable. Internet, as in China, etc. So, at the end of the, I mean, it's like the gold bug, the whole Peter Schiff thing, like gold is better than Bitcoin. It's not, right? But if shit hit the fan and all your power went out, well, good luck with your paper wallet, running around. So. We always have that risk. That risk doesn't go away. And so how do you get around that risk? How do you show that this can actually function, reduce crime, reduce the illicit movement of funds? How do you do that by just kind of saying, we're not going to deal with you guys, and everything you do is wrong? Most of the stuff they do is wrong. I'll agree with that. And it's usually proven wrong after 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. The goal of everybody in this room should be to help prove that wrong now. How do you prove it wrong?
So what's the best way then? What's the best? Is it I guess, is it regulatory appeasement? Is it ideologically just making that case? Is it lobbying? Is it lawsuits? Like, what are some ideas? What are things?
Is it open source tools?
Building your own open source development.
Using your own node and opting out of the system.
Yeah, you can also live in the woods in Montana. I mean, but
that's bullshit. That's like you're gaslighting me on that. That's a straw man argument.
At the base of the discussion is really the separation of what has been mentioned here, the technological base layer, open source software, protocols. And then on the other hand side, you have just, financial institutions that offer centralized financial applications to customers all around the world. And I think, I feel like we have to clearly separate between those two. And it's important to note here that we're talking about the FATF, for example, and its recommendations like the travel rule. Those recommendations only apply to financial institutions. They don't apply if I, as an individual, want to transfer some Bitcoin to another self-custody wallet. The travel rule doesn't apply to me, and I think it's super important that we keep that distinction. And I think we all agree that the technological base layer shouldn't be regulated. It should be open source, and the market should decide freely on
it
what.
needs to be about choice, right? But you know, it was a joke, but you know, people move it. So you can move the Montana and little off the grid. That's great. You should have that choice.
But this separation between custodial and non-custodial is a political choice and is the result of some very good lobbying by people in the industry to say, oh, wait a minute, before you regulate all of crypto, please make the distinction between custodial and non-custodial.
Try to understand.
And that distinction was pushed into at least the European level in 2015-ish. But that distinction could disappear tomorrow if Macron says, you know, no, like, we don't like this Bitcoin. We also want to regulate unhosted wallets. So then, you know, if you look at the Amsterdam situation, again, I don't know how to interpret what happened. I only know what they're saying in press releases. That idea that you can, you know, build whatever code you want and share whatever code you want, that may hold or it may not hold.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it was accidental or not, but you said the word unhosted wallet.
Oops.
Which that
I'm
alone.
so sorry, you may cancel me.
No, I'm not going to cancel you over it. I love you, Sjors. But the thing is, like, that's a perfect example. So, unhosted wallet was not a term a year and a half ago, probably, or 2 years ago. They implemented that term. They pushed that term forward to essentially start this narrative that a regular Bitcoin wallet is different. Is hosted. A regular Bitcoin wallet is hosted when really it should be you have a Bitcoin wallet and then you have an account at a financial institution. Those are the two distinctions.
I think that's
but they
fine,
start
I
with
don't
that
think,
narrative.
I don't think that was a conspiracy to change the narrative. I think there was a lot of confusion in terminology, and they just, instead of saying wallet, which means your own keys, they say, no, let's make it clear what we mean.
I mean,
But the term custodial is confusing, and when it's translated into other languages, because remember in Europe, these laws are translated in 20 different languages.
Absolutely.
So the Dutch word is like bewaarportemonnee, which is like savings wallet, which is an even stupider name. I even wrote to those people, like the regulators, like, please use a different term. They did not listen to me, which, whatever.
My point is it starts with the narrative shift, right? Like, so if you've been in Bitcoin for any period of time, it used to be that no exchanges had KYC, right? And then around like 2016-ish, we basically saw it like sweep through the whole industry. And previously, before that, it was, oh, I'm using a Bitcoin exchange. Your normal thought was, it's not going to require personal identifiable information. I'm not going to have to give all this intimate info to the exchange. And some exchanges did, and those were the KYC exchanges.
That was not my first experience, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But now when someone new comes into the space, it's the exact opposite. When someone new comes into the space, they assume that they're going to scan their face and give their blood of their firstborn. But if you're doing something other than that, then you're going out of your way. It's no KYC, right? I'm like, it's almost implicitly law breaking is the insinuation there.
Well, this gets you into the level playing field discussion, right, where people would say, well, the legacy financial system has this too, and I think it has seen an increase in KYC also over the decades. But then the question is, at what level should the playing field be? And you could say, well, maybe banks should be, should protect the privacy of their users better instead of crypto companies protecting it less. So you can have that discussion too. I think that should be had, but it's not had.
And I guess that comes back to FATF as well, right? Because arguably what we have seen over the decades is each crisis comes, there's an opportunity now to take some more control. The new recommendation, look at this area that could be unclean. We need new recommendations, therefore new regulations. So then FATF will then push these things. And maybe in some cases it happens at the country level, pushing it onto other countries, saying, look, we in the US or we in whatever other country, you're not doing enough, quote-unquote, enough, right? Despite the conversation about ineffectiveness of a lot of these things. Effectively what happens is FATF have pushed more and more and more, both in the fiat world and in the Bitcoin exchanges and Bitcoin businesses world. So it just comes back to that. I think that's like a root cause thing, and I think ultimately there has to be some kind of pushback about the idea of it's not that not everything should be surveilled.
Yeah, I think I should be able. I always use this example. Like if I go to the bathroom at the train station, right now, if I pay with my debit card, these records are kept for at least a decade. So the bank can actually look up 10 years from now exactly at what time I went to the bathroom. I think that is ridiculous. I think everybody would agree that's ridiculous. So, I think we should change the financial system to not do that. And with normal banks, it's very difficult to not keep records because they actually need to know, what your how much money you received, how much you spent, and where you spent it. So it makes almost necessary for them to track it. But with say a Lightning wallet, you don't have to track that information. So if I could just use a Lightning wallet to pay for the bathroom, then nobody needs to know who I am, because there's no fraud risk for them. Not that anybody commits fraud when entering a toilet, but maybe
guys jump the turnstile.
Yeah. So the technology is inherently more private, I would say, than at least legacy electronic money.
Yeah. And while we're on, sorry, go on.
No, I just wanted to add that, compared to the traditional financial system, where basically if I move funds from one financial institution to the other, if we didn't have those kind of rules, AML rules, like the travel rule from the FATF, it would be kind of a black box where those funds are coming from, where those funds are going, if those funds were commingled with whatever kind of criminalized activity in the past. The difference with crypto assets, Bitcoin and others, is that we can basically use the native tools that are inherent to the blockchain in order to combat money laundering, terrorism financing way more effectively than with some of these more traditional rules. And I think if we are able as an industry to communicate and educate the policymakers and the regulators on those issues, and my strategy wouldn't be to go in the room and say, fuck FATF, but go in and try to educate and discuss and really try to get a good grasp of what the reason is for those rules and how there might be better alternatives with this newer technology. I think we have seen also some better results. I mean, in Germany, in the EU, now the policymakers have moved to a more risk-based approach for transactions with self-custody wallets, for example, where they prescribe that those centralized companies have to use blockchain analytics, for example, when they transact with self-custody wallets, and only if those blockchain native analytics tools flag a high risk, high ML risk, for example, those companies have to move forward with more.
I think many of us still have issues with the surveillance companies. Go on,
yeah, because what you're really doing here, not you, but this way of thinking is we have this black box called the surveillance company, or called the the analytics company, if you want to use a euphemism. They will do things and then only give a signal if there's something bad, and then a human will look at it. But the thing is, you're already being surveilled. So whether or not you get flagged just means you get more surveillance on you, but you're already being surveilled. And this is the same with banks, right? They have all these systems that monitor transactions and that look for irregular patterns. And so the narrative would be, oh, we're not really surveilling you, we're only checking suspicious transactions. But you had to look at the transactions to decide whether they are suspicious or not. So the surveillance is already happening at that level.
It is pseudo-anonymous surveillance.
Not with banks. They just have your bank account.
These companies, like you mentioned, that are these black boxes.
It's pseudonymous when they're doing it, but they're aggregating all the data, and it's just one click of a button to make it not pseudonymous.
Yeah. And don't forget, there's all this data sharing as well.
There's an interesting point to be made in that. So I live on both sides, like fiat and crypto, right? Because obviously running exchange, I come from traditional finance. And what I'm seeing now is scary in the sense that when you look at sanctions as they come out now, we just had a sanction that came out, I think, last Friday, an additional sanction about Russia. There's one rule for banks, and there's a much more stringent rule for crypto exchanges. And there's a very clear reason, and it's not a rational one. It's not because there's some inherent heightened risk with crypto. It's not because crypto can be laundered easily than fiat money, because it can't. The reason is because the narrative. So not only do we need to control the narrative to spread adoption, we need to control the narrative to make sure that, if the end goal is that the travel rule and all these things become automated, and I agree that, I'm not even generally agreeing with the travel rule, but at the end of the day, Those things can absolutely be done with the technology we already have. The problem is we have to get there. And if we continue on this same path where our narrative, like if I go to a regulator and I talk to a regulator, I always hear about the same 3 or 4 things. Obviously, whatever, there's like the money on the blockchain. They look at the Chainalysis report that says it was 15 billion worth of criminal money. But they don't pay attention that the market grew 560% in the same year because they only focus on 80% more criminal money supposedly going through the blockchain. And the reason, and so that narrative gets to the regulator, and the regulator points out kind of the memeable aspects of our industry. What about this guy? Did you see what this person did? What about this guy in South Korea? Did you see what was that? What about this? And so we need to not only be drafting a narrative or creating a narrative about how to get more people in and create adoption and make a more powerful group so we can combat these things. We need a better narrative about how we deal with regulators and how we deal with legislators. We have a terrible narrative right now. Like how many times somebody's come to, and everything they have in their mind about Bitcoin is, or crypto in general, but even just Bitcoin is going to be like, El Salvador. I don't know everybody's opinion on El Salvador. I think it's great that somebody stepped forward and did something, but it's a meme. It's a meme. And it doesn't help that narrative of trying to get regulatory kind of oversight out of Bitcoin. All they want to do is jump in after that because it's memeable.
Well, I think
highly memeable.
The thing is, people are always looking for opportunities, and if it's an opportunity for them to take more power or control because there's a crisis, they will.
Yeah,
so I think part of it comes down to actually fighting that ideological point, like the principled point of financial surveillance. We shouldn't be putting innocent people at risk. Look at the Celsius doxing. And now, okay, that could be debatable because it was part of a bankruptcy proceeding, etc., right? But nevertheless, those customers had to be KYC'd, and their real first name, and the amount of however much coin they had, and the transaction history was doxed.
Yeah, which in this case wasn't too bad because now you know exactly who doesn't have any money. But
you can connect it to the on-chain history and then
presumably
see if they still have money.
No, they wouldn't. Anybody?
I mean, because you have they had withdrawal times and deposit times and exact amounts, so you can connect that with the chain surveillance companies. You connect that with that, and then you can see on-chain activity. And presumably, not everyone at Celsius was using it with all of their money, so they only got partially rugged and fully doxed, but partially rugged.
That's true.
So the point is, why should all these innocent people be put at risk? And there's another example in Australia. Optus, the second largest telecommunications company, had 10 million customers with their name and address, in many cases, was doxed. And for 2.8 million of those customers had their passport or driver's license number doxed, meaning they are now at risk of identity theft.
And that wasn't even a hack. They just had that on open API.
So there's a debate there as well. I think the Optus CEO came on that. But anyway, the point is, they're storing all this data. We've created this culture and normalized it. Should we not be pushing back on the normalization here? Should we not be trying to create a better system that doesn't put so many innocent people at risk?
And the risk is different for people. Oh, sorry. Yeah?
No, go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say the risk is different for the people in the legacy financial system than for crypto holders, right? Because if you're holding Bitcoin, that's a physical attack potential. Whereas if you have a bank account, it's a little bit more difficult. You have to kidnap somebody's kids or something like that to extract that money. So the level playing field argument there doesn't really hold. But on the other hand, if it does hold, I would say it's also bad when a bank leaks. Because if, say, ING with millions of customers leaks 10 years of transaction history, you can see everybody's salary, everybody's spending habits, everybody's tax payments. That sort of stuff would be pretty bad too.
Yeah.
But you were saying?
No, I was just going to say, as you mentioned, I think we just have to propose and suggest better alternatives. And the alternative cannot be, we just don't do anything, because that's not going to happen. We won't have, a globally connected financial system without any form of political or regulatory oversight and supervision. And that's what I'm saying. We should try to change the narrative and try to use those blockchain native tools to better combat anti-money laundering. And I think we have quite a good amount of arguments on our side. If you look at how effective is AML under the current frameworks, there's even the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime that I think two years ago or so published data saying only 0.2% of basically laundered funds are seized by law enforcement. So I think the data is on our side, the technology is on our side, but we have to move forward as an industry and propose and suggest those alternatives. Otherwise, in my opinion, we're not going in the right direction.
Let me throw one. Go on.
I mean, you make a good point that we haven't discussed, right? I mean, I like having financial privacy, you know, and I don't think money laundering is generally the biggest thing that I'm worried about. But you know, I have 3 daughters, and there's human trafficking, and there's shit that does get paid for. And how much we want to say it doesn't. It's a very small percentage, but it happens. And so, you know, you either live in a rule with rules or you live in a world with no rules. The thing is that people, you know, want to be in the room, so to speak, virtually, when those rules are drafted, right? I don't want to be on the outside and have them make a rule that destroys my life without having a say. You know, democracy sounds really good on paper, doesn't really work in real life. There's only a few people in that room. And so being outside of that room doesn't put us at an advantage at all. And there are really bad shit. There's really bad shit that happens in the world that is financed via money and digital money as well. I mean, it happens. The only reason we're sitting in this room, to be honest, is because the initial adoption of Bitcoin was tied to a lot of criminal activity. Not anymore. The percentage is real low now. It's a decimal point. But in the beginning, it was not a decimal point. It was a whole number and a pretty big one. And so, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know if anybody in the audience, like, does anybody care about human trafficking and, you know, I don't know, illegal arms sales, all these things? I'm sure somebody's got to care about it, right? I mean, we all want our financial privacy, but at the end of the day, you're going to give up something, unfortunately, because, you know, that's the world we live in. And human beings are great, and generally, I think most humans, you can trust them. But if there's no rules, even good people do bad things.
I think for me, it's not saying there's no rules. I think it's more just about the right way that the policing and the law enforcement should be carried out.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I think there's this conversation of, you know, get a warrant as opposed to this kind of mass surveillance where we are all just perpetually being doxxed, whether it's companies leaking our stuff or whatever.
What about the Cloud Act? Anybody know about the Cloud Act?
No.
So the Cloud Act allows the U.S. government to go and get information out of any server that's tied to a U.S. company. So that means that everybody running their nodes or whatever on AWS, even if you're running them out of Amsterdam, the UK, whatever, the US can roll in and grab that data, no warrant, nothing, anytime they want. That's what I'm talking about, infrastructure.
Well, that's why it's important to be able to use your own node and
make
it as accessible as possible rather than running on a cloud server.
Yeah.
But most people.
I mean, I think you accidentally made a very important point, which is the solution here. The solution here is, and look, I respect all you guys, and you know, this is a movement of personal responsibility, personal choice. You guys can choose whatever path you want to choose. I have zero faith in regulators pulling back on financial surveillance. I think it only gets worse and worse from here, and I think the solution is open source tools that allow people to take back their sovereignty, choose that personal responsibility path, and opt out of the system. Because otherwise, we're just going to end up in we're already basically in a fully captured system through the collaboration of industry leaders.
The problem is if you have to actively opt out of it, that's only going to be 1%.
100%.
It'd be nice for more people, but I guess the other way is the the touching the stove, I guess, argument that you make. Like, eventually something really bad will happen because of this financial surveillance, Stasi-like event, and then maybe people will realize privacy is a little bit more important, and then you get reform.
Yeah.
So I think
everything's cyclical. I mean, we will get to a point where it reduces. We're not there yet.
So on that, I think this is another area. So we've only got about 4.5 minutes left, but in terms of technology, because people talk about this idea of a cat and mouse game, right? So sometimes people will find more ways to surveil, but then there'll be more ways to make things more private. So, and we're seeing this now with the Lightning Network, for example. There's work on Bolt 12 and blinded paths, some of the Taproot stuff, which may improve the privacy available to Bitcoin users. So I'm curious, Sjors, if you've got any comments on what that does. Will that meaningfully move the needle such that the surveillance becomes less effective?
So what I like about Lightning in principle is that you're not sharing every transaction with the whole world, right? You're only sharing it between you and the people you're paying. And it goes even further than that. With Lightning, at least, there's some caveats, but we don't have time for those. If you pay somebody, they cannot see where the payment comes from. So if I buy coffee here, they cannot see that, I have 10 euros worth of Bitcoin somewhere else. Whereas if you pay coffee from like some giant wallet with on-chain transactions, they can see where it's coming from, that there's more money there. So it's good to have privacy for the person who pays, and vice versa. It's nice for the merchant to have some privacy too, so their competitors can see how much money they have. But that's not yet well, that also happens a little bit with Lightning, but then you can see which node you're paying to. So if I pay a merchant, I can see what their node is. Then I can go on chain with some tools and see that node, how many channels it has, or at least some of how many channels they have. And so there are technologies in the works called blinded paths that you referred to, I believe, that will make it so that when you pay a merchant, you don't actually see what their node is. You get an intermediate hop, and then it goes from the intermediate hop to the merchant through some route that you don't know. It's very much like how Tor works, where the person using a Tor browser cannot see where the end server is, and the end server cannot see where the actual user is. That's where we want to go. And that's, that routing stuff is a pure privacy argument. There's no financial benefit to doing that. But the lack of on-chain transactions, there is a financial argument for that, because it's cheaper to pay that way. So because you're not sharing information with the whole world, you're not burdening the whole world with lots of stuff they need to store. And so that's one of the reasons why it can inherently be cheaper to pay that way. And that's a nice argument to have when a government says, why are you, not showing all your transactions on the internet for the whole world? It's like, well, because I care about privacy. It's like, well, that's not an argument. You must be a criminal. Well, because it's cheaper. Oh, of course, that's perfectly valid. So it's nice that the cheapest option. Well, so that's sort of the big term trend that I hope to see, that the fact that it's cheaper and more private will get you there. But there's a ton of caveats, right? If you have a Lightning node, you put your own coins into that Lightning node, and with some investigation, somebody might still be able to see where your coins are. Lightning is technically more difficult, all sorts of stuff, but that's for a different panel. But I think that makes me optimistic, more so than using mixers that mix on-chain coins, because with on-chain, first of all, it's more expensive to use those on-chain mixers, and it will get even more expensive if fees goes up. And secondly, because if you make even the slightest mistake, you might still be able to look through what the mixer is doing. So I think, but I encourage people to keep building those mixers. Don't get discouraged by random people getting arrested.
Win. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to win.
Well, which technology? The freedom one or the surveillance?
No. To be clear here, I expect in 5 years, over 90%, 95% of people that are using Bitcoin in the greater crypto ecosystem will be using it in custodial regulated wallets that are fully surveilled and fully compliant. And I'm happy to focus my time on the 5% that aren't using that, because that's where the real movement is.
That's probably right, but I hope not.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how that goes. If you want to have a very pessimistic long-term picture, right now we need the Lightning Network because we cannot have super large blocks, but perhaps in 200 years we can have super large blocks, and there would be no argument to use Lightning anymore, and then everything would be on-chain and there would be no privacy, and every address would be on file. So that's something to look forward to.
That's 200 years from now.
Yeah. Well, I think that's pretty much all we've got time for, so can everyone please thank our panelists today? So Patrick, Kevin, Sjors, and Matt. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined by Martel Fox and Prince Phillip. We just heard an excellent talk, just talking about the privacy and security of the Bitcoin network. We've seen CBDCs now brought up multiple times throughout panels. I want to highlight really quickly, there was an excellent white paper written by Natalie Smolensky of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. If you are a viewer watching and you haven't read that paper, I highly recommend you take the time to read it. But I'd love to just get your two thoughts on CBDCs and how the fight against Bitcoin and how that's panning out right now.
So thanks for having me on again. So yeah, CBDCs, this is an interesting one. There's about 80 countries in the world right now researching how to get into CBDCs, or the idea of CBDCs. But here, it's a huge violation of privacy, and it's the ultimate tyrannical control tool. But here's the thing. CBDCs also takes over the space of banks, actual banks. And banks, when they're going to wake up to this idea, they will actually start to adopt it, wanting to adopt Bitcoin. So CBDCs and banks don't go together. So I think this is an opportunity for us. I think it will only speed up hyper-Bitcoinization.
Yeah.
Martel.
Yeah, well, I would add the fight against CBDCs is real. So if you're a Bitcoiner and you're out there and you're not working in Bitcoin yet, not working in the industry, we need you. We need you really badly. So if you're looking for a sign, may this be it. You can also talk to me about jobs. I've recently entered the space myself, and I think, the more the merrier, and the more we can combine together and build this resistance to the CBDCs.
Absolutely. Be sure to check out bitcoinerjobs.com. All the jobs, every single Bitcoin-only company is listed over there. We are huddled up here, a little cold. As I have mentioned numerous times, we have a bit of a heating restriction at this venue. Europe is going through their energy crisis. Prince Phillip, I'd just love to hear from you. How are you dealing with the ongoing energy crisis? Have you had to make adjustments?
My wife, actually, she feels the cold more than I do, but she's actually buying more layers for home. And we're going to watch out, because in Serbia, the energy crisis is real in Serbia. Prices haven't gone up too bad, but they're doing a system where the more energy you use, the more you spend. Actually, that's a clever system. It's how capitalism should work. But there's some rumors saying that if you use too much, they'll just cut you off. I hope we don't get that point.
Very, very scary indeed to be paying for energy that you all of a sudden just have no access to.
Exactly.
But on the topic of seeing energy prices go up, both of us from California are dealing with a rising gas price while the rest of the world keeps saying the price of oil has dropped down. How have you been dealing with that?
Well, I'm very fortunate. I work remotely. I work from home most of the time when I'm not traveling with IBEX. And otherwise, we have solar panels, we have a well, so I haven't been too affected yet. But let's see when wintertime comes as well. And as I start maybe planning more road trips, I think I'll be more affected. And what about you?
Definitely. I'm in the same boat as you. But I want to remind everyone to please like and subscribe down below. We will be back with a new group after this next panel.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
That's cool. Did you request those? No, I thought it was you.
Everyone, I'm really excited today to chat about lending and borrowing with Bitcoin, or Bitcoin as collateral. So using Bitcoin for lending and borrowing and other activities is, I think, a really exciting use case for it. And I'm really excited to have Mauricio from Ledin up here. I've known Ledin for a long time. Really great company in this space. So thanks for hopping up here. And I work at Trust Machines, which is building more Bitcoin DeFi-esque applications. So Mauricio, starting out, when we think about Bitcoin as collateral, why is Bitcoin such a good piece of collateral?
Oh man, so many ways to answer that question and so many reasons why. But I guess we'll start with the basics. So lenders, to get comfortable with a loan and to issue loans at increasingly better rates, you need to have high quality collateral. Example would be in the US, you can get mortgages well, they weren't so expensive not too long ago, but it's pretty easy to get a mortgage or a line of credit if you already own a house. It's pretty easy to get financing for a car, etc. And the U.S. has a very clean personal credit system where you can borrow unsecured, and if you don't meet your obligations, you get dinged. That system does not exist, broadly speaking, in emerging countries. So places like Venezuela, where I'm from, there is no unsecured credit system. And so access to credit is very lacking. So going back to Bitcoin, until Bitcoin was created, there was no asset that a person in Venezuela or Colombia could post to a lender in Canada or the United States to get a dollar loan at a low rate. They were basically, the only available options to them was available in their local banks, and if they weren't rich or they didn't have assets, they just can't really get access to lending. With Bitcoin, this entire thing changed because now a Canadian company can basically issue a Bitcoin-backed loan to a Canadian in the same speed, at the same terms, and treat the client in the exact same way that a client in, say, Colombia. And even credit cards today, or real estate lenders or mortgage lenders, they all have allotments for loan losses, non-performing loans. Because liquidating these assets can be very difficult, like a house, a foreclosure process is very long. Bitcoin trades 24/7. It has very, very deep liquidity. It can be sold effectively at any time. It can be sold in fractions, and it can be sent around the world basically in real time. And this makes it, in my view, the world's best collateral as it exists today, because it lets you, it protects you as a lender, and it opens up financing options for you as a borrower. So, high level, I think those are some of the main reasons why it's such a great piece of collateral.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin is, when you think about how Bitcoin can move around the world in this very fluid manner, you have order books or exchanges all across the world where you can buy and sell Bitcoin. So if you're a lender, if you're taking someone's Bitcoin as collateral and you need to liquidate it, there's a ton of different venues all across all these countries where you could go liquidate that collateral if you needed to. Or if they needed to top up, they could easily, for example, in the United States, we have the wire system, but wires don't work on the weekends. So if you needed to post collateral on the weekend, you wouldn't be able to. Versus with Bitcoin, boom, you just zip it over there, and now you can post more collateral.
Yeah, and I think that brings up a good point, which is when you are borrowing against your collateral, any collateral, there's a risk. If that value of that collateral is volatile, there's the risk that you may have to add more collateral, or the risk that if you don't add up collateral in time, collateral has to be sold to close off the loan. So this is something that is very important to anybody that's borrowing against their Bitcoin, and it's something that, in our case, we as lenders take very seriously. And so we're constantly building features and options for people to have be safer with their loans, protect their collateral. We don't like closing a loan as much as some people don't like getting their Bitcoin sold. So an example of this would be, we just rolled up this feature called auto top-ups, which if you have assets or Bitcoin in your savings account and you have an open loan, and the price of Bitcoin does a flash crash overnight for whatever reason, the system can automatically take Bitcoin from your savings to top up your loans. So it basically protects you from that flash crash. And yeah, I think increasingly you're going to see more and more features like this that makes borrowing against your Bitcoin even safer and cheaper. We can talk about the trends on accessibility, because I think that's been a pretty big thing that we've noticed at Ledden, is how many doors this has opened for people outside of OECD countries.
Yeah.
Half of our loans go to Latin America.
Wow.
And there's a big reason for that. But we can get into like the sort of evolution of the loans.
So for Ledden, you guys are truly global. Like your customer base is truly all over the world. And this opens up capital markets to people in Venezuela or, what are some interesting countries that you've seen, where your customers are from? Is it like heavily Argentina, Venezuela, or is it more highly populous South American states like Brazil or something?
So Brazil is interesting because Brazil was a pretty big chunk of loans. I would say 2 years ago or even maybe last year. This year, Brazil, ironically, has done, well, not ironically, but their economy has done really well. They have actually lower inflation than the US. They started raising rates before the Fed. And so they don't really have the same issue that Argentina has right now. So places where we've seen a lot of activity this year, no surprise, Argentina. Their inflation has been horrible this year. Colombia has suffered horrible inflation as well. In Chile, And obviously, there's Venezuela and Mexico, which make up a big chunk of it.
So while we're not seeing Bitcoin used for payments, we are seeing it being used for collateral in these countries, because that was always the hypothesized use case. I got into the space a long time ago, and we thought that payments were the first way that you'd use Bitcoin, but Bitcoin as a store of value or as a piece of collateral actually seems like the number one way it's being used. I'd say there's probably a lot more customers doing that in Argentina or Venezuela than transacting even. This is just hypothetical. I don't actually have this information, but it seems like there's a lot of activity going on in that.
There definitely is, and I think that is for a plethora of reasons. Like the big one is a lot of people, even if they can get a loan locally, they don't trust their banks, and they just don't want to deal with their banks. We've even had clients that take out a loan from us, and they ask for the disbursement to be done in stablecoins or in Bitcoin because they don't even want the funds to hit their local bank accounts.
Wow.
And so there's real distrust there, and it's also because the banks have failed on them so many times. And if people in those countries had the choice to hold their assets with a Canadian entity or with a U.S. entity, they would take it. And we service everybody in Spanish. Like there's the treatment for a person in LATAM from legal agreements to the marketing website to our educational material all goes out in Spanish, Portuguese, and English. And I think that's a big reason that the platform resonated in that market, because a lot of people down there especially, they're getting into Bitcoin to flee inflation. It's a very stressful situation that you're trying to solve. The last thing you want is an agreement in a language you don't understand.
And what's great is that you guys are native Spanish speakers, because I've seen so many products in the United States, they're founded in San Francisco by English speakers, and then they'll get the app translated, but they don't really think about culturally how people interact with it. So that's really cool to hear that you guys have done that.
Yeah, and actually I think that's also one of the reasons why CeFi has made, I would argue, more inroads in terms of adoption in emerging markets than DeFi, because having the basic knowledge you need to even interact with with any DeFi element is very difficult. And especially when you leave OECD countries, money is a people thing. Like people are used to calling up their bankers. They want to have a personal relationship. They want somebody answering the questions. And they don't like to really self-serve as much, especially when it comes to their assets.
And Mauricio, before we get into, so that was really cool diving into where you're seeing your product get adopted, and it's really cool to see use cases for Bitcoin outside of Western developed countries like the United States or Europe, because that, I think, has a lot of impact on people in Argentina and countries where they really need it. Let's shift a little bit into some of what you guys are working on. And I think let's start with the basics, because a lot of people might not have taken out a loan against their Bitcoin or have lent out their Bitcoin to earn a yield. So starting with the basics, let's say I've got $100,000 worth of Bitcoin. How does this process look like? What does this look like?
So it's a pretty simple process. You just have to. We are a centralized entity, so you have to do KYC when you register at Ledin.
And they got to trust. They have to trust Ledin, right?
Yeah. We do a lot of things that I'm happy to kind of talk through in more detail when there's a better venue. But we just appointed Deloitte as our external auditor. We do proof of reserve attestations every 6 months with a certified public accountant. We only support Bitcoin and USDC on the platform. And so the process, to go back to your question, is you sign up at Ledin, and you can borrow up to half of the value of the Bitcoin. So if you have
send in $100,000 worth of Bitcoin, I can get $50,000.
Correct.
Okay.
You can get $50,000, and that will have a 7.9 interest rate.
Okay.
And it'll have a 2% admin fee.
And is that interest only, or is that principal as well?
So that is interest only. Our interest rates for the loans do not compound. They're just linear interest. You can repay them at any time. There is no prepayment penalty. There are no monthly payments you have to issue. All of the interest accumulates until you want to repay the loan.
Got it.
And if you want to take a lower LTV, so for the same $100,000, you could borrow $20,000.
Okay.
And it would cost you 2%.
Gotcha.
And so the more collateral relative to the amount you're borrowing, you're posting, the lower your interest rate becomes. And, and actually, we see that in North America, there's generally more appetite for the lower interest rate loans, even though they require more collateral, but because they have access to other sources of credit that are not always as high.
Now, okay, so where do I get in trouble here? So I borrow again. So one, I have to afford the interest rate, which depends on your status or whatever income you have. That could be a lot to service the debt. But what's the other way this can go south? We're going to talk about margin calls here.
Yeah, of course.
So I originally posted $100,000 worth of Bitcoin, but Bitcoin if Bitcoin goes up, we're fine.
Yes.
Everything's good. But if Bitcoin goes down, what happens then?
So we lend to you at 50% of the value you posted. That's how the standard loan starts. When the value of that collateral drops such that the value you borrowed is 70% of the current value of the collateral, our system sends you notifications to let you know, hey, Dan, you need to add more Bitcoin to this loan. At 75%, you get another email. And then if you haven't responded or didn't take action and the loan LTV reaches 80%, that's when the platform automatically takes action and sells the Bitcoin, close the loan.
So you get a couple warnings like, hey, it's getting close to your margin call. Then it liquidates your collateral to pay back the loan.
Correct. And now with the new auto top-up feature, basically the second the system would send the warning, it would detect that you've set up auto top-up and it would just yank from your savings to your loan.
Now, do you all do partial collateral, like partial liquidations, or is it a full liquidation?
So the loan gets closed at 80% LTV, and so it doesn't sell off the entire collateral. You have 20% left of the collateral, approximately, give or take, based on where the sell price comes in. That amount gets sent back to your savings account.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it effectively closes the loan.
Gotcha. So nothing in life is free. You got to pay the interest rate, and if Bitcoin goes down, you could get margin called. So those are the two, this is a pretty cool idea, but just keep those two things in mind, I think, when you're considering doing this.
100%. And the one more thing is plan your stack. Like, assume that you will have to top up the loan and keep Bitcoin aside such that you can top up the loan. The last thing you want is to need to top it up. And
to give people some clarity on like how much collateral you should post, I did this in 2020, and I looked at all historical drawdowns of Bitcoin, and I planned for going lower than that to survive that. That's how over-collateralized my position was. So March 2020 happened, and thank God I had, because a lot of people got liquidated that day. I actually had a few pretty big Bitcoiners call me up, and they're like, hey, Dan, can I borrow some Bitcoin from you? I'm about to get margin called. And I'm like, fuck no. No way. But, those sort of moments, I mean, no one thought Bitcoin was going to drop 40% in one day. I mean, I've been around a long time, but I've never seen that. So plan for the worst and hope for the best. But that's my word of wisdom when it comes to these sort of loans. Is it's a great tool, but just understand how the tool works and where things can go wrong or right.
Yeah, and you mentioned we look at that data a lot. I personally am very invested in this process, and we always try to reduce it as much as we can. We have had clients that have had their loans closed at leaden for market conditions, etc. And the funny thing is, 80% of the people who have a loan closed by the platform come back to borrow again. And I think they don't start big. The behavior you see is people take a $500 loan first. They get a feel for it.
Okay.
And then when they get comfortable, they'll come back for a bigger loan.
That's a smart strategy, though, too. I think with any investment, just dip your toes in the water and try it out. Understand the levers that you're playing with, and then when you feel comfortable, then make the decision.
I think, and that was a huge part, now that we brought up the point on the $500 loan, I think that was a huge key to us unlocking a lot of the Latin American market, because most people had a loan starting at $10K. Okay. Meaning you needed to post $20,000 worth of collateral to test the product.
Gotcha.
You can buy a house with $20,000 in most places in LATAM. And so it's very hard for people to give a taste and not feel like they're risking an exorbitant amount.
And I think this is a good segue to some of the new stuff Ledin is working on. So you guys are trying to think through different ways to earn interest and different ways to lower that borrow rate. So what are some of these new products that you guys are working on?
Yeah, so the one we announced last year was the Bitcoin mortgage, which we saw that a lot of people, several of our clients in North America, were taking out these massive loans, and basically they were telling us outright that they were going to go buy a house and that they were going to try to get financing from the bank, and then they were going to do a big partial repayment of their loan.
So they buy the house, they borrow against their Bitcoin, they buy the house all cash,
Yes.
Then they do a HELOC, like a home equity line of credit, and then pay you back.
No, well, that was the initial plan they had. But when they went to the bank, they said, okay, great, you're a Bitcoiner, show me your income. And they said, well, I don't have a bank statement, I get paid in Bitcoin. And they said, well, we can't lend you any money.
I actually went through this myself. So I was looking at buying a place in Austin, Texas, where I currently live. And I went to the bank, and this is my first time trying to get a mortgage. And I'm like, and I make a good amount of money in income. And I show them that, and then I show them what I want to buy. And they're like, well, we can't underwrite this for you. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, here's my brokerage account, my bank account, and here's, I have more assets than the entire value of the mortgage. And they're like, we don't care. We just want to see what your W-2 income is. W-2 income in America means like kind of like an employer income. And all we want to do is see the stability of that income over a couple-year period. And they don't care at all about how many assets you have. You could have $100 million and they don't care.
Yeah.
So I went through this myself. It was.
And this reminds me when we were basically getting the start let in, we had a big mining facility and a bunch of our friends did as well. And they kept telling us they didn't have any luck getting loans in any kind of format or flavor. And when we started trying to get out and get a loan for our facility, the answer that I remember distinctly, because it was said to us so many times, was Bitcoin is not an asset. Bitcoin is not an asset. We don't support that here. We can't lend against it. And I thought, at the time, I thought that was so short-sighted and idiotic, to the point where it was like it lit this fire to solve our own problem. And today the banks largely ignore this, and it continues to provide a huge window for us.
Even in ultra high net worth boutique banks, which my dad actually works at one, and I go, hey, I could, what we could do is I know a custodian, and they're willing to hold Bitcoin for you, and they have a trading desk, so we can set the margin call. All you have to do is we just write up a tri-party agreement, and you wire me the dollars. And this is an ultra high net worth sort of boutique bank in Texas, and they're like, and then my dad's a managing director there, and they're like, no, we can't do that. And I'm like, well, they're just like, we know it makes sense. It's easy money. We have no risk, but we just don't want to touch crypto right now, and it's bizarre. Honestly, it's just bizarre.
And another thing to bring up, I think, as we think about or talk about Bitcoin as collateral is Bitcoin as collateral in yield operations. So, for example, the other side of the Bitcoin-backed loan is the dollars that we lend to the borrowers. Those dollars, go out at 7.9%. Someone's providing those dollars on the other side.
You're borrowing dollars from someone else, a bank or someone.
No, so we use actually the primary source of funding is our own USDC savings account.
Oh,
so
cool.
clients at Ledin can earn interest on their digital dollars, their USDC. That we pay 8%, and then we basically take those dollars and lend them out to the Bitcoiners.
Okay, so it's kind of a closed loop.
Correct. And so we need to have that ability and that security of that collateral to protect the dollar lenders. And now, interestingly, as you know, there was this huge disaster in the lending markets.
With Celsius, Three Arrows Capital, a lot of stuff blew up.
Correct. And we were unscratched. Ledin didn't lose a penny or a Satoshi during this whole ordeal, which we're very proud of. But if you look at the main players that had major loan losses and had to take either emergency funding or file for bankruptcy, etc., a lot of these loans were collateralized, but they were not collateralized with Bitcoin. They were collateralized with things like GBTC that could not trade on the weekends. They were collateralized with things like Bitcoin mining equipment.
So really poor collateral.
Correct.
Yeah.
The loans that were backed by Bitcoin, basically most of them were unscratched because Bitcoin can trade 24/7. We just went through it at the beginning.
Yeah.
Anybody that had Bitcoin as collateral largely walked out unscratched. Anybody that took all this exotic collateral that was quasi-Bitcoin or Bitcoin related didn't do so well.
So you guys had a little bit more conservative underwriting, where you only accepted certain forms of collateral. To me, it seems crazy to accept Bitcoin miners as collateral. I mean, that seems insane, personally.
I think if you can underwrite it in a certain way that gets you more comfort, But the problem was you were underwriting rigs that were being bought at the peak of the market at like crazy markups. And so you were buying S19s for like, I don't know, $8,000 or something absurd. Yeah. And then the lender was taking, call it 60, 70% of that price. And if you've ever run a mining facility and you try to sell equipment when things are tough, like you're going to get pennies on the dollar.
Totally.
And that was a big mistake. I think one that a lot of people are correcting right now.
So this has been a really fun journey on the CFI side of things. So centralized finance, where a lot of the risk there is trusting your counterparty. It's trusting Ledin, it's trusting another entity who have your Bitcoin to hold it and make sure that they deal, do proper things with it when it comes to lending and borrowing. On the other side of the table, kind of a new emerging thing is DeFi.
Yes.
And so with DeFi, you don't have counterparty risk, but you have protocol risk, which I think in the last 24 hours we had 3 hacks of DeFi protocols.
Yeah.
Now, however, I'm a Bitcoiner who's a little bit more open-minded, where I think there's a place for both. I think both products serve a need, and DeFi is certainly interesting, where you can borrow in a way that has different trust parameters.
Yeah, and I think actually, now that you bring that up, I think the work that you guys are doing with trust machines with like things like, well, I don't know if it's not you guys directly, but Zest, which is being built like on some Bitcoin DeFi rails, is a system that helps companies like Ledin, or can help companies like Ledin, because it matches borrowers with lenders, and it gives the lender a sort of an inside view as how the assets are being used, and they're doing a little bit of this first screening of the borrowers that come onto the platform, and it becomes a bit of a marketplace. So there are CFI lenders that can interact with DeFi applications as well.
Totally. And again, there's different trust parameters and risk parameters here. Not every piece of DeFi is broken inherently, and not everything in CFI is great either. There's always these different, it's a nuanced argument. But with Zest, which is one of our first products, what's kind of cool is that in the Celsius 3 Arrows Capital meltdown, the problem was 3 Arrows Capital had posted collateral across multiple lenders and had been like, hey, we have this collateral, but it wasn't Bitcoin collateral, it was like GBTC collateral, and they repledged the collateral. So each lender thought they were giving them dollars against collateral they thought were uniquely their own. And so Zest solves some of those problems, where Zest isn't, I would say, completely decentralized. I would say it's trust minimized, where there's a lot of parameters in the underwriting process that, if it was transparent, probably would have led to a much less chaotic market scenario. So with Zest, for example, you might have Ledin on one side, and you might have a pool of collateral that Ledin can borrow. So this pool of lenders would put together like Bitcoin, and this could be everyday folks, or it could be institutional, and Ledin could borrow that Bitcoin from them, or vice versa. And then there's a third party, which is the underwriter. And so there's a really cool process here around the transparency of who's borrowing what from whom, and then at what terms, and there's a transparent underwriting process. And all of that exists in a, on the Bitcoin blockchain in some fashion. I don't want to get too technical because we only have 5 more minutes left, but it exists on the Bitcoin blockchain in some fashion. So it's kind of a fun intersection between CFI and DeFi, where it's a gradient in between that I think would have probably led to the whole meltdown being a little bit less serious.
It would have certainly helped if you could see who. So if we look at it from Ledin's vantage point, and we're lending to an institutional borrower, the more we can see what that borrower is doing, what positions they have, what's the collateral, who are they facing, what are the risks, it makes our underwriting a lot stronger. And I think a lot of people have this sort of, debate between what role will CFI play versus what role will DeFi play. And the way I like to think about this is so DeFi is like uniquely set up to do short-term programmatic lending. So any loan that's a week or less in duration can be done better by a computer than by a human, right? Like a centralized entity is when you think about the main use cases that people borrow from Ledin for, is they have visibility on the interest rate, they have a big term, they have 12 months, and for things like buying a house, they have a 2-year term. Everything in DeFi is variable because it has to be.
Yeah.
And that is very well suited for short-term activity, but when you try to take I'm one of the unfortunate people that has a variable mortgage in Canada, and that is obviously, if I could go back in time, I would definitely go fixed. But that's the kind of experience that you don't necessarily want to get locked into variable rates for a very long term,
right?
Because there's a lot of unpredictability there that sometimes the best, you can assess it as best as you can, but a black swan will happen.
Well, no one can predict where the interest rates are going to go tomorrow. So, yeah.
Yeah, maybe JPOW.
Maybe JPOW. Well, yeah, we'll definitely see on the Thursday, tomorrow's a CPI print. That'll be a big moment of seeing if inflation has cooled off or it's still going, and that will very much dictate how much they hike rates, which will dictate all of our interest rates. To kind of wrap up on the DeFi side, yeah, there's definitely a lot of interesting things despite all the hacks, because centralized companies do fail too. We had the Celsius and 3 Arrows and all these other companies blow up. So it's different risk parameters is how I think through it. Is there anything that you guys have in the future that intersects the both? I don't think we had talked about this before at all, but is there anything?
So not at the moment. Nothing that's like in the immediate pipeline for sort of more connections with DeFi. In fact, transparently, Ledin does not expose any client assets to any DeFi protocols. Gotcha. So we don't generate our yield through DeFi protocols. It's a part of the industry that we pay very close attention to, because there's a lot of opportunity there that is shifting with the risk. But we remain very conservative with how we generate the yield for our clients. And so it's, again, a place that we look at a lot for inspiration or potential partners. Like we do, a service like Maple, again, that connects borrowers and lenders, that gives us visibility on whatever.
And Maple, by the way, is Zest, but for Solana and Ethereum. Just to give people context.
Yeah, and really, it's more so than the protocol that it's built on. You can think of it as a sort of X-ray into the books of a particular entity. So if you log onto this platform, you'll see that they have a loan against X bank or X entity, and they have this much collateral posted and matures on this date. And that makes it easier because sometimes you want to even cross-check them with the financial statements that you get from these lenders. And ironically, financial statements was something that 3 Arrows never provided to basically anybody. And so it's crazy, to your point, that there was no way of verifying if what they were telling you was true.
Yeah, even if they had showed you financial statements,
right,
you'd have to trust that they were true.
Right. And they had, there's that letter that goes around with the signature, like, yes, we have the money.
Did they really do that? Did they handwrite on there?
We didn't see the letter because they didn't get through the press. When we asked them for statements and they didn't provide them, that was it. That was the end of the discussion. But to some people, and there was some. You could tell that there was a bit of frustration because they kept trying to do it, and they kept saying we were the only lender that wasn't lending it to them, and it was just because our team couldn't get comfortable, and it ended up being obviously the greatest decision in hindsight.
I heard a story too that at another one of these lenders, they had 3 Arrows had actually posted enough collateral to meet, it had posted an over collateralized position, and through the grapevine, I'm not going to mention which one it was, but I heard that the CEO, when it hit their margin call, he said, "You know what? I trust these guys. Let's just see how it plays out." And then of course the collateral kept going down, and so that's where they actually had a hole. Was they didn't follow their own lending practices.
Yeah.
It sounds like you guys have a pretty tight shop in terms of like, we'll never make an exception here. This is like
That's why the system liquidates loans, and that's why it's not just a person's loan. You can be 3 Arrows, you can be Mauricio, you can be Dan Hell. Like your loan is getting closed.
Yeah.
And that's how we keep the business afloat. And so take no chances.
Now, Mauricio, is there any one last word of wisdom you want to give people, or any highlight on the next Ledin product coming out?
I think I think there are great options out there to earn interest on your Bitcoin and your USDC, and I think right now there's a bit of a bit of nervousness around some of these offerings because they want to paint all the apples as what just happened. But I could say not all lenders are created equal. If I could just say one last nugget is do your homework, do your research, and ask the tough questions, and do not interact with the platform until you're satisfied with how they're answering those questions.
Appreciate that final thought. And for me, if you're curious about Bitcoin DeFi stuff, I've got a bunch of writing on it. Also, check out Trust Machines. I work there with Munib and Aubrey Strobel. We're working on a lot of really cool DeFi-esque applications, so definitely recommend that you check those out. Thank you, everyone, for coming. This was a great panel, or great presentation. Really appreciated chatting with you. Hope you found value in it, and thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined by CK Snarks and George McHale. Gentlemen, welcome to the stage. We are definitely triggering TSA, the three of us all on one panel together. But here we are. We just heard about using Bitcoin as collateral. We spent a good chunk of today hearing about different ways Bitcoin is being used now as a medium of exchange. Now we're even having conversations about Bitcoin being used as collateral. What are your guys' thoughts? How do you guys feel?
So, I mean, we are moving from a world with maximum trust to a world where trust is deteriorating. You can see it everywhere. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. And Bitcoin is perfect for that environment. And Bitcoin is actually a foundation in which we can rebuild trust. So I'm very bullish, and I thought the panel was absolutely excellent.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about trust, you talk about a lender lending out their money, and they no longer have to worry about your FICO score or how much money you have in the bank. All they need is you to put up your Bitcoin as collateral, and they're safe. So it's completely changing the way that lenders analyze risk, which I think is massive and totally underappreciated, right? So far, we've talked about Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, as a unit of account, right? All the different ways of using it as money. But as collateral, the conversation is just getting started. So really exciting to hear from the CEO of Ledin, as well as Dan Held, about where that's really going.
No, absolutely. I mean, look, we've not forgotten about the store of value concept of Bitcoin. We all, at the end of the day, still hold our Bitcoin and hodl for as long as possible. But I love what you said, CK, about just Bitcoin being trust for this trustless society that we find ourselves in. George, how do you think sort of these risk appetites and the risk analysis being done for these lenders, what is the next step for them to learn more?
Well, I mean, if you think about right now, if you go borrow money from a bank, what are they going to ask you for? How much money is in your bank account? That doesn't really make them feel, I mean, it makes them feel better, but it doesn't really give them any sort of security if you think about it. You walk away, you could take that money out of your bank that you just verified was in there, right? So it doesn't give them any sort of peace of mind. Whereas with Bitcoin as collateral, they can actually monitor where your Bitcoin is on the blockchain in real time. So there's just so much cutting edge technology happening on Bitcoin lending. So it's going to be really cool to see it continue to evolve.
All lenders out there, be sure to be tuning into all of these talks. Make sure to like and subscribe down below. We'll be back after this next panel talking about replacing DeFi and all those shitcoins with Bitcoin.
We're about to get started.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Slides. Oh, great. Hello once again, and I would like to start my talk with the announcement of the event that happened this year. In the middle of summer, we have released an RGB protocol. And RGB protocol is the native smart contract system for Bitcoin and Lightning Network, doesn't requiring a new token or another network or blockchain being created. And we believe that this event may change the way the Bitcoin ecosystem and Lightning Network ecosystem evolves, because RGB are scalable. They are scalable due to the power of the Lightning Network itself, to its scalability properties, and they are Turing complete. Also, RGB are privacy-based smart contracts using zero-knowledge proofs, meaning that it will allow to bring the privacy and confidentiality in the Bitcoin world to the new level. And why this event is important? Because for last years, many of us has witnessed a sort of Cambrian explosion in the world of DeFi, decentralized finance. And many of us was also surprised, because as Bitcoin people, we don't completely understand why it happened and what it means. And the reason of that Cambrian explosion was probably the need for decentralized finance solution in the world. And this need is not only driven by the desire of speculative income. It is also caused by a real legal and legit use cases, like a trading, being able to trade without the need to go to the centralized exchange, being able to trade in an efficient way when your liquidity is low, to make money on the liquidity as a liquidity provider, to lend for the people who need some money, to let creators earn money and allow legal arbitrage with the different jurisdictions and extra jurisdiction like organizations called DAO. These are all legit use cases. And that's why we believe that Bitcoin actually needs that kind of DeFi. But on the other hand, the DeFi needs Bitcoin, because today DeFi lacks these properties, the properties of scalability, real true censorship resistance, ability to work with the real money, which is Bitcoin and not shitcoins, and maintain its security using proof of work, which is the only secure proof of work is Bitcoin proof of work. So that's why DeFi actually needs Bitcoin, and DeFi without Bitcoin is not a proper DeFi. So can you imagine a world where decentralized protocols created without issuing a new token, where advanced smart contracts are private, scalable, and using Bitcoin as a native currency? They are censorship resistant, and they are able to run decentralized finance protocol without governance issues like in Ethereum and shitcoin world. And they are secured with the same level of efficiency as Bitcoin itself. Well, this is the world we building as a stack of Lightning Network Bitcoin protocols at LNPBP Standards Association. We started building this world 3 years ago. We established this organization, which runs in Switzerland, and thankfully for Swiss legal system, we do not require any legal permissions to set up. This is not a foundation. And we already got a huge ecosystem of contributors. And that work over the 3 years resulted in BFI, what we call DeFi on Bitcoin, or Bitcoin finance. It has 3 main cornerstones. RGB, smart contracts we released this year. Bifrost, which is an upgrade of the Lightning Network itself, unlocking full potential of smart contracts required to do BFI. And Storm, a data network and data propagation protocol that provides smart contracts with a global state. I will cover them in a few more details on the following slides. First of all, the RGB smart contracts, which I already mentioned. They were created basing on 3 core properties. First of all, they are off-chain. And that is the reason why they can scale. The way the smart contracts work off-chain is called client-side validation. This idea came first to the Peter Todd in 2016 or even before that, and that's where the evolution of RGB idea started, together with the Giacomo Zucco, who took it as a core concept of creating more advanced and proper system for colored coins on Bitcoin and Lightning Network. And this concept of operating off-chain is a very potent concept because it brings at the same time compatibility with the Lightning Network, scalability since you do not keep the data on-chain, and as well privacy because the data are kept, verified, and owned only by the parties of the contract. RGB as well also a Turing-complete contracts, but the Turing completeness is not existing on-chain like in other smart contracts in blockchain world. The Turing completeness operates in the client-side part of the story, while the security of the funds themselves are still secured with Bitcoin script in Bitcoin blockchain and the Lightning Network. Thus, we combine the best of the both worlds. They are also private, and they created with the privacy as a core concept. And as I already mentioned, first of all, it comes from the fact of the client-side validation, where the data are not known to the whole entire world, but also from extensive usage of zero-knowledge bulletproofs and confidential transactions inside the smart contract data. So far, RGB has already become a community and ecosystem. And it started getting traction in the media coverage. It has multiple contributors to the source code base in the organization which are related to the RGB. We already have 3 RGB wallets in the alpha and beta releases coming from different companies and independent developer teams, and 2 developer kits for other wallet developers and exchange integration. We have 4 exchanges planning or announcing integration of RGB, and we have a venture industry doing its first investments into the projects based on RGB. One of the most common questions which we face from the community is the comparison of RGB to eToro, another protocol on Lightning Network announced this year. The difference is quite profound. First of all, RGB is being in development since 2016, while eToro was announced just this year. Also, we are a bit different in terms of funding. But the funny part is that RGB was a cross-industry effort with many independent contributors from the very beginning. And Lightning Labs is having this Taro as internal Lightning Labs project, which was originally named CMAYK. And we've been for 2 years discussing with the Lightning Labs the use of RGB much before this announcement in their products. At a certain point, they stopped these discussions and they released the CMAYK protocol, later renamed to Taro, and fundraise for its development. So was their decision to fork out of RGB and RGB community, which was successful for them in terms of attracting more finance. However, the Taro is a quite reduced concept comparing to RGB. It lacks many properties required to run a Bitcoin finance and proper smart contracts. And at the end of the day, it's just doing tokens on Bitcoin blockchain with a potential future compatibility with Lightning Network. Anyway, so that was the RGB, which is the first cornerstone of BFI as we try to imagine it. The second part of the story is a Bifrost, an upgrade to the Lightning Network, which we also call Generalized Lightning Network, which supports Taproot and Schnorr, which allows to create channel factories and multi-peer channels, which can be leveraged to construct a new type of DAOs, and also allows to run complex BFI protocols without increasing the traffic load for existing Lightning routing system. The final third cornerstone is this Storm protocol. We also released the first alpha of it this year in the summer. And you can think about Storm as a torrent system with a search, encryption, messaging, and embedded payments in sets. Or you can think about it as an IPFS or Filecoin coin without the unnecessary token. It operates completely on Bitcoin and on Lightning Network. It supports messaging, storage, and data querying, providing a new way for Lightning nodes to earn fees and commissions such that a user can plug in existing storage and sell that storage through the Lightning Network and earn more from the network using their decentralized storage services. The BiFi ecosystem today is already born, and it consists, to run it, you need to use these products. We released 3 nodes this year, RGB node, LNP node, and Storm node. Because RGB node is a node that is necessary to do the client-side validation for RGB smart contracts. LNP node is the Lightning node we've developed, supporting RGB and extensibility with more protocols so that developers of a new layer 3 protocols can just use LNP node and develop new and more extensions without the need for us or anybody in the world to change the code of the node itself. And the Storm node used for decentralized storage and Storm protocol. In the next year, we plan to do also a Bitcoin node, which is Bitcoin indexing node, so it's a replacement for Electrum server, not to Bitcoin Core itself. RGB ecosystem will also include first assets which can be used in the decentralized financial contracts, like this RGB wrapped Bitcoin planned to release later this year. The code name for it is Bitcoin Node, and it is basically an on-chain Bitcoin moved into RGB smart contract, unlocking access to the Turing completeness of that smart contract world, and also significantly increasing the privacy of Bitcoin itself. The most important part of the story of this RGB wrapped Bitcoin is that there is a way of issuing it in a decentralized way, such that there is no central party whose agreement has to be made on issuing of this wrapped Bitcoin. Unfortunately, the other way back will require some form of federation. However, if you'd like to maintain the Bitcoin inside the BiFi ecosystem, you don't need the federation. Also, there are plans to bridge existing stablecoins to RGB network and make them working on top of the Lightning Network, unlocking the speed and power of the Lightning payments together with the properties of stablecoins, which are quite important for merchant and retail. With the Lightning, it will be possible to achieve a Visa or MasterCard level of transaction through output, and at the same time maintain the transactions confidential, unlike when you do it over existing payment network, the information leaks. Finally, there is a set of wallets, and I would like to mention this wallet, which we did together with my team, called My Citadel. It goes in mobile and desktop versions. We have first betas of it released this year. And we were impressed by the amount of attention we got, because maybe the reason why you haven't heard up to date about RGB or about all this stuff I'm describing today is because we have zero marketing budget. We haven't spent even a single penny of any sort of marketing. And all the traction that we got so far is purely community-driven traction arising from the internet and the needs of community. Finally, I would like to say that without your support, this wouldn't be possible. First of all, we would like to thank all the contributors who created and contributed code to the repositories. You will be able to find the source code in these GitHub organizations. Those who are interested, you're always welcome to do your own contribution. But also, we would like to thank all those donors and sponsors who were supporting the project throughout the years, because, as I said, we don't have any ICO, we don't have any native token or anything of that sort. And the fact that Bitcoin community was able to develop that kind of protocols is a best proof of the supremacy of Bitcoin ecosystem comparing to the other existing shitcoin projects. So thank you for support, and we are looking for more funding and support. You can use this QR code to support the further development of RGB and technologies. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined to my left with CK and George McHale. Gentlemen, we just heard a conversation about DeFi. I'd love your initial thoughts, though, of what emotions does DeFi trigger in you?
Me? Oh, yeah. So, I mean, personally, I think that the entire idea of DeFi is extremely skeuomorphic. So effectively what that means is that it is copying, pasting the old system onto new rails, almost like taking a calculator and then putting a calculator app on your phone or on your laptop that looks exactly the same. So that's all good and great when it comes to phone applications, but when it comes to trying to build something that's actually Bitcoin native that fits into how Bitcoin's going to change the world of finance, I think that it's a complete miss. So it's interesting to see how Lightning and RGB is potentially paving a new way for Bitcoin to play in that same sphere. But personally, I just think that we are moving into a world where we just think of personal finance, corporate finance, sovereign finance as something very different than what it looks like today. And even this idea of like lending and exchanging and trading, like I think that is quickly becoming like not relevant.
But I mean, like the calculator on the computer analogy is interesting because I use my calculator on my computer, right? It's still useful. So is that, does the analogy carry forward in that? Or are you saying it's just not innovative? It's just like, it's nothing new.
It's not doing anything new. You know, in a world full of like a bunch of shitty assets and we're trading those shitty assets around, like, okay, fine, whatever. But I just don't think that that's a Bitcoin world. Bitcoin is a world with the perfect asset. And I think that all other assets are going to kind of get challenged and devalued against that. And then how do we operate in a world with a perfect asset?
Right. Yeah. No, that makes sense. And I agree. I mean, I think we got to fix the money before we start like focusing too much on other things. That's, I mean, when I get triggered by other words like DeFi. But yeah, it's super interesting to see all the different innovations happening.
Absolutely. I mean, look, DeFi seems to be one of the more triggering four-letter words for Bitcoiners all around the world. George, I want you to fill in the blank on this. Bitcoin fixes what?
Bitcoin fixes society, I think is the thing that comes to mind first and foremost. I mean, once we get back to a level playing field where we're operating on a truth-based system, I think a lot of the social, I guess, deficiencies that we've seen in recent years especially start to get healed slowly, right? We begin to build closer bonds. We build real relationships. I mean, this is really what I love about conferences. Like, we're here in Bitcoin Amsterdam. It's a nice, intimate vibe compared to what we're used to at Bitcoin Magazine, doing our flagship event, where there's about 3,000 people here. It's amazing to meet different Bitcoiners in real life, because as soon as you're connecting with Bitcoiners, you can cut through all the BS right away. You're not talking about the weather. You're talking about how do we change the world, right? So Bitcoin fixes human relationships, really.
Guys, everyone tuning in back stateside, I want to give a special shout out to all of those who are waking up, tuning in. George, do we have some special message for anyone who wants to be attending Bitcoin 23 in Miami?
Absolutely. Bitcoin 2023 is coming up May 18th, 2023 in Miami. Again, for the next 3 days, we're doing a promotion, 21% off tickets. Just use the code word Amsterdam when you check out, and you'll get 21% off all tickets.
You heard it here first. Use the code Amsterdam, 21% off of Bitcoin 2023 tickets. Guys, we will be back after this speech from Tour de Meester. Like and subscribe down below. We'll be back after this.
Talking about geopolitics, that's way above my pay grade. Actually, this keynote was pretty last minute put together. The reason is that the person who was going to speak here, he called in sick over the weekend, and so the organizers had to get together and figure out like who we're going to ask to speak at this slot. And somebody asked like, shall we like pick Do Kwon? Like, no, he's like kind of hard to pin down lately. And then somebody else said, what if we ask Joe Lubin? And they're like, no, he's hard to find. There's a rumor going around that Vitalik is about to launch The Purge. What about this Belgian guy? Like, he keeps badgering us. Should we like ask him? Like, well, Belgians, like, don't they always like get melancholic and talk about the past and stuff? All right, let's give him a try. So that's the story of how I ended up here, verbatim. So I want to talk about uncertainty today, and about finding hope. The world really is changing very, very quickly lately. I think we all noticed that. There are people who wonder, like, are we seeing a repeat of the 1970s or even the 1920s with like runaway inflation? Other people are worried about 1930s redux, like demagoguery and populism. Like, is that going to happen again? And then there's people who think about continuation of the 2000s. Like, are we going to see more bubbles pop? And I mean, you could make that argument. Like, maybe the real estate bubble is popping. For sure, global bond markets are crashing. Like, we're down 30% year over year, so that's happening. And these are markets that are way bigger than the stock markets. So for sure, there is a lot of uncertainty, and it's unsettling. And to be honest, like, I'm frightened at times. Like, this is scary stuff, the stuff we're reading in the news. And so to me, the challenge is, like, how do I, kind of process this information without falling into extremes? I think one extreme is to kind of have this anxious paralysis where you just doom scrolling and you keep refreshing the news and try to read everything. And I think that's kind of the equivalent of like staring into the abyss so much that you like fall into it, which I think is not very healthy. And then the other extreme is to like go about your life kind of with blinders on and just try to focus on what's right ahead of you and put food on the table and just get on with it and just have this attitude of like, oh, nobody ever knows what's going to happen. There's no way to predict. And I think the risk there is that, well, you're blind, and so you could literally stumble into the abyss. All of a sudden, your house is being repossessed, or you can't access the money in your bank account, or things like that. So how do you find the middle ground, like the Aristotelian mean? Like, how do you, move forward in this uncertain world is something that I think about quite regularly. And I find in general that it really helps to have a direction that I'm drawn towards, to walk towards something that I'm, excited about or feel good about, rather than focusing on all this negative side of the uncertainty. And so that, brings up the question, like, well, what is it? Like, what are the things that bring me comfort? Like, I'm not going to be able to talk for all of you, just kind of what works for me. And what I found is that to give me a sense of grounding, it helps for me to think back of my ancestry, basically, going back generations, and not even just a few, but like way, way back. Like, it's just a biological fact that every single one of my ancestors, I don't know about your ancestors, but every single one of my ancestors, they survived crazy stuff. Like, literally, they survived the Ice Age. Maybe some of them lived on like Doggerland, and that sunk into the North Sea, and then they had to go to the continent. And then later, they survived the Black Death, right? The plague, and then all these wars. And so somehow, all that stuff is in our DNA. And that, to me, gives me comfort. Maybe it's a low bar, like, oh, they survived into early adulthood. But, you got to start somewhere. And then, thinking back more recently, like I remember having conversations with my grandma about the Second World War, and she was telling me how there weren't any rubber tires to put on the bicycles, and so you had to like put rope around the valken, I forget the English word, and then you would use your bike and go in the countryside and try to buy some eggs and milk from the farm, which was illegal, and you had to be careful to try to not run into German soldiers. And then there's also family lore about the First World War, which by many accounts was even worse from an occupied point of view. And so all that stuff, like all this incredible hardship and this crippling uncertainty, like that is part of my family, and I'm sure of many of your families. And so in a way, there is this kind of like cultural blueprint that comes with that, you know. If I think about where I'm from in particular, Flanders, like people are more like reserved and they take a long time to warm up, and so those things are often things that I was confused about growing up, but now, like especially seeing the news, what's going on in Ukraine and just what it's like to live it, and I'm in touch with a few people there, it's just like there's a lot of value in these things, and so that gives me comfort. And another perspective that for me has been helpful is, and that just doesn't just give me like a feeling of stability, but actually makes me feel grateful to be like alive right now instead of any other era. It's this idea that, you know, rather than thinking about uncertainty as something that can only produce negative things, right? Like the screws of the machine are loose and it's rattling, like, oh no, that's bad. Well, yeah, but at the same time, it means there's an opportunity to recalibrate things, to redefine things, maybe even reestablish new institutions and new ways of doing things. And a period in which this happened in particular, like right here in the Netherlands and also in Flanders, was the Protestant Reformation. And I'm sure some of you remember I wrote about this a few years ago, suggesting that we are now living the Bitcoin Reformation, that actually we have a similar kind of dynamic going on. And so it's tempting to look back at that time period of the Reformation with a kind of a romantic feeling, because you do feel like there's this enormous pride that comes off of these incredible paintings, like a real celebration of individuals, celebration of community and achievement in a way that just didn't happen, you know, in the decades and in the centuries before. And so all that we see, and we can kind of sense that that's special. And at the same time, we can celebrate all the innovation that happened back then. There was navigational tools that allowed people to not only travel far, but also come back, right? And thus explore new continents. All that was prepared back then. There was tremendous innovation in the financial sphere, like the budding insurance industry. There was the Bank of Amsterdam, which was famous all around Europe. Just incredible innovation. And so we feel the positive stuff about them, but it's easy to forget that all of this happened in a context of existential threat. Like the 80 Years' War happened right then. And the foe was not just some neighboring country, it was the largest empire on the face of the planet. The Spanish Empire was the most powerful nation at the time. And they sent 140,000 soldiers marching towards the Netherlands to submit the whole country and to obviously, you know, execute the people that were most outspoken and things like that. And so I think that some of the brilliance that happened during that time of the Reformation, things that we celebrate to this day, happened because of this pressure that people were under, and because that you had to do things now. Like there was no use in postponing things. There was no use in planning 20 years ahead. Like maybe you would do that, but then maybe you would think about the next generation or something like that. So, so that to me is very, very comforting. Like if I think about, you know, if I worry about the uncertainty and the hardship and, you know, what might happen and what is the right thing to do, I think about, like, would I really want to live in another era? And honestly, no. I think there's part of the brilliance that's here in this room, that's in the Bitcoin space, are diamonds that are being formed under the pressure of all that is going awry in society. People sense that we need to do things differently, or we want to try and contribute in a positive way. So that's kind of the part about what gives me hope in this uncertain time. And there's one final thing I want to share with you, and it's just kind of very briefly my perspective on what the value is of being involved in Bitcoin. There's a mentor that I had back when I was living in Belgium, and his name is Frank van Dun. He's now retired. He was a professor, philosophy of law. He taught in Ghent. He also taught in Maastricht, and he developed a theory of law that explained the origins of conflict and how you can resolve conflict, and in the political sense, but it's a very universal theory. And I think this is so valuable because I think at our core, all of us, like even people that we consider deplorable, have on a level are motivated to reduce conflict. Either reduce conflict within yourself, reduce conflict with the people around you, reduce conflict in society. So it's such a universal desire. And so thinking about these 4 universal solutions, they're split in half. There's 2 of them that are political solutions, 2 of them are economic solutions that come from market activity. And so the political solutions are consensus and unity. And they're very tricky to achieve. You know, like consensus, the idea of democracy, let's just agree to disagree and do things a certain way. Unity is more like calling on people's sense of identity, like we're all part of this bigger thing, and maybe like nationalism is part of that. And so like I said, that's geopolitics, like that's above my pay grade. Definitely not my expertise. But then on the market side, there's 2 more solutions to conflict. And one of them is the creation of abundance. Because it makes sense, right? If there's 2 kids who are fighting over who's going to eat the pancake, well, if we have 10 pancakes, then there's no conflict. So creating abundance is really powerful, but we're living in an era where that is not really available. Like actually, society has been living above its means now for decades because of the fiat economy that incentivizes short-term behavior. People's savings have been depleted, so we can't really lean on that. Like the 1960s, it just ain't happening, right? And so what is the last option? The last option is called restriction of access. I know that sounds abstract, but it's basically it's that thing that's it's that what we mean when we talk about good fences make good neighbors. You know that expression? Good fences make good neighbors. Well, it basically means that if we have a clean way to separate mine and thine, like what is my property and what is yours, then that allows for peace, right? And so in my view, what Bitcoin does, what we are all working on, is creating better fences. And I know that sounds maybe kind of silly or like simple, but in my view, in this world where everything is over-engineered and there's jargon everywhere and it's just, you know, so confusing, I think it's an enormously valuable thing to be contributing to. In a world of uncertainty, if you're building better fences, you're doing a damn good job. So I'm very proud to be even just a little part of this community. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you, Tur. We are lucky to have you in this space.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I am joined by my colleague CK as well as George McHale. We just heard an awesome conversation just about the importance of hope, about not getting too caught up in everything going on over in Clown World. I'd love your guys' thoughts. Like, what is the noise? What is the signal? What are you guys really just not catering to as far as fear mongering?
So, I mean, I have to say that we live in a world right now that is absolutely falling apart. Trust is falling apart. Tradition is falling apart. The establishments that we're supposed to trust are falling apart. And there has never been more dissatisfaction with how things are going. There's never been more nihilism, at least in recent history. And Bitcoin is hope. Having a system where you don't have to trust, having a system where you know, it creates hope. It gives you a foundation to build off of. And I think it breeds optimism in this community. And if you are here at Amsterdam, if you've been to any Bitcoin conference, you can see it. You can feel it. It's intoxicating. And I have to give a toast out to Tour. Absolutely fantastic session. The man knows his history. And it is so fascinating to see the ebbs and tides, or the ebbs and flows of history and humanity, and how we go from despair to hope and back. And I think Bitcoin is like this new wave of hope that is gonna usher in a new era that is unlike the previous, because this technology is so pure and sound.
Definitely. I mean, I think it's an underrated point. You know, like, if you're a Bitcoiner, it really does start to consume everything about your reality, because you start understanding how much of a tool this is and how powerful it can be to transform society. And really, without Bitcoin, you start to lose hope. I can't even imagine a world where Bitcoin didn't exist. You would start looking at some of these problems, and you would be like, well, how are we going to fix this? How are we going to begin to even address some of the stuff that's coming at us? And as the walls continue to close in on privacy, on freedom, on all these things that we value and that we kind of take for granted, I mean, thank God for Bitcoin, that it exists and that we actually have this thing that can actually help us climb out of this societal.
Cheers for you for helping write that book. Low-key shill. But absolutely, absolutely.
Great meme.
Can you imagine going through 2020 and 2021 without Bitcoin? Like, no wonder everyone's such a nutcase.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, I want to highlight, too, one thing that Tor was talking about was just this rise of populism, which you actually explored with your co-host, Ansel Linder, on FedWatch, which is on this channel every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to catch those conversations, be sure to subscribe. But I'd love, CK, if you could just expand on what you guys talked about populism seems to be the growing wave, not just in little pockets, but all over the world now.
Well, I think that it's attached to this breakdown of global trust. So that is, it's obvious. You don't have to be a Bitcoiner to see it. It is the story of the last 2 years. Is we've gone from a world with maximum trust, with maximum collaboration. Now all of a sudden, no one is doing that. So what does the populace have to do? The populace looks internally and it stops and it starts to focus on itself, and that's called populism.
Absolutely. I mean, George, you even just recently went through this where you just felt like where you were living didn't actually offer the things that you and your family needed. Mm-hmm. So you picked up and went somewhere else that actually had and offered the things your family wants and needs.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk and share a little bit about just that exploration?
Sure, yeah. I mean, and it's not just even the move. I mean, obviously Bitcoin gives us that mobility where we can have that freedom to go wherever we need to go and take our asset with us. But I mean, like, even just look around here. I don't know if we can get a shot of this crowd, but just like the excitement and the energy. Anytime you get around Bitcoiners, you feel this sense of hope and you feel this sense of like things are beginning to change. And so come out to Bitcoin conferences, attend your local meetup, make friends with other Bitcoiners, because we are changing the world.
There's absolutely hope at the end of this tunnel. Guys, if you are not already, please make sure you subscribe and you like down below. We're going to be back after this next talk.
Please, command.
It's really amazing to be here. It should really be Julian here. Most of you will know that Julian is in a high-security prison, and he's been there since the 11th of April 2019. And in fact, he's been in solitary confinement since Saturday when he tested positive for COVID. I was thinking about how to talk about freeing Julian here. And Julian told me, he explained Bitcoin to me back in 2011. And I come from a completely different kind of area. I did law and politics, and it was all a bit alien to me. So he explained the technology behind it. But he also gave me a big picture understanding of the significance of Bitcoin. And I'll go into the two things that he said about Bitcoin, which kind of give you that big picture understanding. But I think it is also a pathway to understanding the kind of parallel tracks of WikiLeaks and Bitcoin, and the future of Bitcoin and how that's tied to what's being done to Julian. So the first thing that Julian has said about Bitcoin is that Bitcoin breaks Orwell's dictum. He who controls the present controls the past, and he who controls the past controls the future. Bitcoin technology, rather. And that in that sense, Bitcoin and the Bitcoin technology are trying to fight censorship in a very similar way to the way WikiLeaks has fought censorship using cryptography. As you know, Julian started WikiLeaks with incredible innovation. He was an incredible pioneer that has changed the way journalism is done. And he did that because Julian, of course, he was a cypherpunk, he's a cryptographer, and he understood that the major newsrooms had no idea about how to protect their sources when they were operating on the internet. They just had no idea that, you know, a source would just email them, and then, of course, that's the one and only time they would be able to be their source, because it would be able to be tracked. So Julian introduced the Dropbox to anonymize sources. And that's why WikiLeaks was able to get such high-quality sources, because it was able to guarantee anonymity. And then, of course, the two other innovations, the scale of publication and the idea that publications should be able to be made at scale, and archives bring a incredible added value to the way journalism can be done. He introduced the idea of scientific journalism. The second thing that Julian has said about Bitcoin is that Bitcoin is the real Occupy Wall Street. Now, the reference might be lost on some of you because some of you are quite young, but Occupy Wall Street came about in 2011, and it was a movement in which literally people occupied Wall Street. They occupied in front of the Bank of England, and that popular movement grew out of actually the revolutions in the Middle East, and the revolutionary movements in Spain as well. Those revolutionary movements in the Middle East and in Egypt and in Tunisia were in part fueled, large part, by the WikiLeaks publications. by the WikiLeaks publications of State Department cables, which revealed how the US was backing the dictatorships, and the corruption in detail was revealed in these cables, and that led to popular movements who then managed to overthrow the dictators. Dictatorships that were, of course, backed by the US. So WikiLeaks has been met with enormous attacks. Some of the first attacks, the most immediate after WikiLeaks started publishing the State Department cables, was a banking blockade. So PayPal, Bank of America, Visa, MasterCard cut off WikiLeaks from its donations. So all the donations, WikiLeaks is it's funded just by donations. And at the time of these publications about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars and the Cablegate and Guantanamo Bay prison, WikiLeaks was receiving quite a lot of money through these PayPal and so on. And so overnight, practically, PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, and so on, they just shut off WikiLeaks from 97% of its revenue that came through those means. And how was it done? It was done completely extra legally. It was a phone call from a few senators in the US to these companies, and they just shut it off. And that actually led to WikiLeaks becoming an early adopters of Bitcoin. I think it's important to understand the attacks on WikiLeaks and the different aspects to those attacks. So the extraterritorial banking blockade, the political attacks, the legal attacks. Of course, Julian is under an extraordinary legal attack now. He's been charged under the Espionage Act. He's not accused of espionage, per se, but the legislation that they're using was introduced in 1917. It's incredibly broadly worded. And it says, the wording says, that if you receive information, possess information, and communicate information that the US deems is national defense information, then they can charge you under the Espionage Act. It's very vague. And he's charged under 17 counts of the Espionage Act, which each carry 10 years. If he's extradited to the United States from London, he faces a sentence of 175 years. He's fighting that in the courts, but he's fighting with both hands tied behind his back because they're not letting him out of prison. He's not serving a sentence. He's in the worst prison in Britain. They call it Britain's Guantanamo Bay. He's there with the worst possible offenders, and he's seen violent prisoners come and go, serve their sentences and be released. But Julian is just there indefinitely, it seems. What's being done to Julian is not a legitimate use of the legal system. It is bending the rules. It is corrupting the rules in order to keep him there. And in so doing, it is corrupting the whole system. It's not a legitimate legal process. And I think there's a lesson to be learned there about what, not just Julian, but anyone that challenges the hegemonic order with innovation is up against at that level. I know it sounds kind of depressing right now, but I don't want to depress you all, because in the fight, that we've been engaged in over the past 12 years now, since WikiLeaks published these publications for which he's now facing 175 years. And those publications are about war, about civilian killings, about war crimes in Iraq, Afghanistan, about torture in Guantanamo Bay, about the gravest possible crimes that a state can engage in, and the subsequent cover-up of those crimes. So we've been fighting back. And we've been fighting back saying, well, the criminals here are actually the US personnel who killed 15,000 civilians in Iraq, who gunned down 2 Reuters journalists and 12 other civilians in the streets of Baghdad in a war crime that is documented in a very famous WikiLeaks video called Collateral Murder. But not just that. WikiLeaks hasn't just revealed past crimes committed by the US in those wars. It's also, through the fight back for Julian's freedom, we've been able to find out a lot more about the criminality that has been involved in getting Julian into prison. When Julian was first arrested on the 11th of April 2019, you may remember he had spent 7 years inside the Ecuadorian embassy, and he was kept in a legal limbo. He was not charged for the first 9 years, from 2010 to 2019. Yet, the UK said if he stepped out of that embassy, they would arrest him. And if you read the mainstream media and you believed them, you would think, oh, well, the US doesn't want him, he's just paranoid. But now everyone knows that's not true. When he stepped out of the embassy, he didn't step out, he was dragged out. Ecuador was basically sold him out for about $10 billion in loans. And he was dragged out of the embassy by British police. And the moment he was dragged out, the police revealed that the US wanted to extradite him. And that was a major shift in the narrative for many of the journalists who had believed their own propaganda. Because there had been an almighty propaganda war against Julian to pave the way and create the political environment in which it was acceptable to put Julian in prison. And that is something that was many years coming. And just in the lead up to his arrest, it was relentless. The amount of propaganda and planting of stories in CNN, even in The Guardian, that published a front page entirely fabricated story that everyone knows is fabricated. Washington Post even wrote articles about how could The Guardian get this so wrong. And I'll tell you how. They basically lost all standards because Julian became a target. He was arrested, but then things started changing. At the moment of his arrest, 2 of the people who had been involved in an illegal operation against Julian inside the embassy became whistleblowers. They went to the press, they went to the Spanish police. They had been inside the embassy working as security guards, but what they had actually been doing was working for the CIA. They've been recording Julian's conversations with his lawyers. They had been instructed to steal the DNA from our baby's nappy. They had followed me. And they had even discussed plans to kidnap and poison Julian from the embassy. And they went to the police and they said, we've been engaged in this behavior and these operations, and we want to become whistleblowers. And from that, we now have evidence of the illegal activities that the United States was engaging in inside that embassy. There's a court case coming up. There's a criminal action against the security firm that was recording Julian's legal conversations and engaging in all this illegality. When do you ever get to see this kind of rampant criminality committed by a state? Well, in this case, because we're fighting back. The very case against Julian is also of relevance to the Bitcoin community, because what the United States has done has bent the rules on sovereignty and jurisdiction. The Espionage Act is being applied to an Australian citizen in England. Julian has nothing to do with the United States other than publish evidence of wrongdoing by the United States. And the UK is going along with it. Imagine that. It's reaching into the jurisdiction of a foreign country and saying, well, because that information is ours, we're going to pluck this foreign national from the UK and place him in a US high security prison for 175 years. It's no coincidence that they've chosen Virginia, the Eastern District of Virginia, as the place to put Julian on trial for the Espionage Act. Why? Well, that's where all the big national security agencies and their contractors and so on are based. And the jury pool is what you might expect from the Eastern District of Virginia. Julian cannot mount a public interest defense under the Espionage Act. He cannot say, well, I published evidence of 15,000 civilians killed by the US military. I published evidence of this war crime, which is captured in the Collateral murder video. I published because it was in the public interest. I published and I won dozens of journalism prizes and human rights prizes because of these very publications. He cannot argue that. And that is why the extradition of Julian is a travesty of justice. Just a few months ago, there was an investigative piece published by 3 national security journalists in Washington, D.C. And these guys, no one can say that they're, Julian fans or anything like that. They're national security journalists based in D.C. And they wrote up an incredible investigation about what the CIA was up to under Mike Pompeo. And we had seen the kind of implementation, the operation of what they were up to through these Spanish whistleblowers and the material that has been seized through raids by the Spanish police and which is coming out in the court case in Spain. But this is the planning part of it. Over 30 sources, that's 30, over 30 sources, named and unnamed, from the CIA, from the National Security Council in the United States, spoke to these journalists because what was being planned was so outrageous and so out there that even within the administration there was a rejection of it. And they said that Mike Pompeo was completely obsessed with WikiLeaks and that he had asked for sketches and options about how to assassinate him. They had also discussed kidnapping him from the embassy, taking him to a black site, and it was in that context that the US finally brought a charge. Because they were planning this when they couldn't even think of how to charge him. Because they've charged him with the act of journalism, receiving information from a source, possessing information, and communicating it to the public. They've made that a crime. Obama had announced during his administration, and Obama, as you know, commuted Chelsea Manning's sentence. Chelsea Manning was the source of this material. Obama's Department of Justice, through its spokesperson, Matthew Miller, said, this administration is not going to charge Julian Assange over the publications from Chelsea Manning. And the reason is this. Julian Assange is a publisher. He's not a hacker. And there is no way to go after Julian Assange which does not set a precedent for the rest of the press. And this administration is not prepared to do that. Well, the next administration was, and is, and did it precisely for that reason. So that is now where we stand. I always kind of tease Julian a bit because I say, you know, you're about 7 to 10 years ahead of your time. Back in 2012, he published a book called Cypherpunks, Freedom and the Future of the Internet. It was 2012, and he was getting reviews from places like The Guardian. And basically that lays out the surveillance architecture of the internet and how our freedom was about to be lost. He's famously said, this is the last free generation. He said that a few years back. A few months later, Snowden revealed what he revealed. And what Julian had published 6 months prior was then exposed in detail. It's no coincidence that Bitcoin came of age around the same time that WikiLeaks did as well. And you might think, oh, well, this was a time of internet utopia and the internet was free back then, and you know, people really felt there was a huge potential of freedom of exchange and cooperation and so on. And I think in a way that's true, but it's a bit of a naive understanding. I think those working on Bitcoin and Julian and some projects like that, but those are probably the two most impactful. They knew that we are living with borrowed time. They understood how things are going to converge and how the coercive capacities of states and of corporations to control information, control the architecture, is just a matter of time. And that's why we all have to fight back. Because Julian's freedom is connected not just to the future of Bitcoin and the potential of Bitcoin and so on, but it goes far deeper than that. Julian's freedom is connected to all our freedoms. So join our fight because it's also your fight to free Julian. We need Julian. You need Julian because he also has an incredible foresight and ability to understand this big picture, which I think we all need. So I'm here. Julian's brother Gabriel is also here somewhere. There he is in the front row. And, you know, I have open DMs on Twitter. I'm very happy for people to come up and speak to me, talk about your ideas. Above all, please help us fight, because Julian can win this, and we all win if Julian is free. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live in Amsterdam at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined by CK Snarks and George McHale. We just heard a very passionate conversation and speech from Stella Assange, detailing what has happened to her father and just how Bitcoin, or her husband, apologies, and how Bitcoin is the opportunity to pick up what essentially was stopped, this movement to push forward and just share information that is out in the open, speaking freely. We've seen this happen time and time again now over the last 3 years, where if you share an idea that someone in a position of power doesn't agree with, your head just gets chopped right off. And this conversation right now that we have the opportunity to have is not a conversation that every single viewer or every person around the world has the freedom and ability to do so. And so I count our great blessings to be able to be sitting here and talking about this stuff, because all over the world, it is not the same way. And there's one thing in particular I wanted to highlight, which she said, Bitcoin is the new Occupy Wall Street. And we saw the movement begin on the heels of the 2007 financial crisis. At the exact same time, Bitcoin was born. I'd love just unpacking that statement. George, first to you.
Yeah, I mean, what a speech. I mean, it was just so genuine and just hard to imagine where she's coming from, what she's been through. And I mean, heart goes out to Stella for coming out and bringing the story to Bitcoin Amsterdam. I thought it was fascinating to hear her talk about how Julian explained Bitcoin to her in detail all the way back in 2011, right? So if you're not familiar with Bitcoin history, I mean, this is such a fascinating part of what happened in the early days, right? Where WikiLeaks started accepting Bitcoin and drew a bunch of attention to it, probably a little bit before it was ready, right? And it kind of spooked Satoshi if you read some of the writings. And so to kind of watch it all play out and see it come full circle and have her come here, just it's really like, I feel like a historic moment, if that's not too much to say. But Bitcoin being the real Occupy Wall Street was such a great take, because this really is a protest, if you think about it. But it's one, unlike Occupy Wall Street, it's one that has a practical solution. It's one that we actually have a tangible way to fight back. And that's what she encouraged us to do at the end. We have to fight back. We have to keep thinking about Julian and others like him who are confined for really no good reason. What did he do? He told the truth. He exposed the powers that be. That was it. And I mean, I'm going to be thinking about that talk for a while.
I know. Just to kind of follow up on that, firstly, as a husband, I can't imagine my significant other being in that position, effectively legal limbo, where there is no real path to get out. There's no real charges. It's just locked down in some other jurisdiction with a different jurisdiction going after them, trying to bring them home, and all of it is happening outside of the law. And it really is absolutely just like stress-inducing just to think of her situation. But bringing it back to Bitcoin is about creating a foundation that cannot be censored, and that is why we need it, because without that, we can't have freedom. And we're already seeing that with PayPal and how all of this is escalating from WikiLeaks.
We all win if Julian is free. Those were her final words, and we will leave you with that. We will be back after this next panel, and be sure to like and subscribe down below.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
One giant leap for mankind.
How's it going, everybody? Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to talk about the specter of CBDCs. For those of you who don't know, CBDCs are central bank digital currencies. We're going to get into what those are, what their implications are, how it ties into Bitcoin. So stay tuned for what I hope is going to be a pretty cool conversation. Before we begin, I think it would make sense to start with some intros. Let's start with Janine down here, and then we'll just go along the line. Tell us a little bit about yourself, why you're up here.
So, given the title of this panel, I'm here as the specter of crypto anarchy. My name is Janine. A few things about me. I'm on the board of OpenSats, which you may have heard of. I write a monthly newsletter called This Month in Bitcoin Privacy, and that's been my focus now for 7 years. In fact, a couple days ago, it was the 7-year anniversary of me getting into Bitcoin privacy. So,
amazing. Well, congrats on the 7-year anniversary. Let's keep going.
I'm Alan Farrington. I'm a writer and investor. I had worked in TradFi for quite a long time. As part of towards the end of the role that I had in my old job, I ended up on the board of Blockstream. I quit a couple of months ago to start my own Bitcoin company, which hasn't actually been announced yet. And I'm on this panel, I guess, to provide some Bitcoinery snark. Great. We can always use more snark. Let's keep going.
Hi, I'm Christophe de Beuckelaar. I'm a member of Belgian Parliament. Maybe you've seen my name lately because I announced in January they will get my paychecks in Bitcoin during 1 year. Technically, I don't get them in Bitcoin, but I convert them every month. And yeah, I'm very interested about, very concerned about the financial world in general. I see all the problems in that financial world. Lack of accessibility, power of the banks, inflation, and so I'm thinking about what can I do for my country and for Europe to trying to find solutions to all those problems, and I think some of the solutions are in Bitcoin and in the crypto world, so that's why I'm here.
Great.
Great. I'm Frank Holmes on a good day. On a bad day, I've got 8 other names. Those make people laugh. It's late in the afternoon, and I want to make sure we keep vibrant and alive here. So one of the big things is, as a gold fund manager and recognized around the world as a gold fund manager, it was easy for me to segue into Bitcoin. And I couldn't launch an ETF, so I was involved with the creation and the launching of the first crypto mining company to go public, and that was Hive Blockchain. And Hive mines in Sweden, it mines in Iceland, and also mines in Canada. And we've segued from Ethereum mining, which was very, very profitable, to expand our Bitcoin production. And I have a blog of 100,000 readers in 80 countries. So that's why I'm up here to talk about the sort of the macro themes.
Awesome. My name is Grant McCarty. I'm the co-executive director of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We're a think tank research center studying the future of money, focusing on Bitcoin and other open monetary networks, coming at this from a very objective academic perspective, talking to lawmakers in the United States about Bitcoin. That work definitely ties into what we're talking about here today, which is central bank digital currencies. If you don't understand the tie-in, let's just jump right into it. What is a CBDC? What is a central bank digital currency? At its most basic level, you can understand a CBDC as digital cash, right? It is just like your dollar note in whatever country you live in. If you're living under fiat currency, your dollar note is a direct liability of your central bank. Central bank digital currency aims to take that direct liability and digitize it. So now every single citizen of a country will have access to digital dollars. I think in its outset, CBDCs were discussed as, again, being digital cash, having all of the properties of cash, fungibility, privacy, anonymity between transactions. We've seen that change over time. So I'll kind of put this as an open question to the panel. What is your understanding of CBDCs? Where are they at? Maybe where has the thinking shifted over time? And what does it really mean? What are we talking about when we are exploring central bank digital currencies?
Go ahead.
Well, I would say I would push back on the idea that it's digital cash because given that it is digital, that's already taking away the main part of cash, which is that it's a physical object still. And the key point of cash is that there's no identity involved. You can spend it anywhere. It's very hard to censor. It is possible, but it's hard. And so, I mean, I've been looking at CBDC since at least early last year, starting with a bunch of papers, most of which published by the Bank for International Settlements. And yeah, there was early on this attempt to say, we'll keep the privacy of cash or we'll keep the properties of cash. And that quickly went away. The kind of consensus, especially in the European Union, that has now spread to other central banks throughout the world, is that they can basically only promise that there will be privacy and many of the other features of cash for, quote, low risk, low value transactions. And we still don't know what that is. And that kind of very vague language scares me because if you look at something like the Bank Secrecy Act, which said, this limit of 10,000 US dollars, at which point then you get additional compliance requirements. If the $10,000, the limit had kept up with inflation, today that would be closer to, for example, 40, 50, 60,000 US dollars, which we would consider a much higher amount. And because that hasn't happened, you get this creeping compliance that goes lower and lower as your money loses value, and it affects more and more people and more of your transactions without there having to be any legislation whatsoever. And I'm afraid that's going to happen with CBDCs too.
So what you're saying is CBDCs are pretty vague at this point. Hundreds of countries are exploring them, but they can come in a lot of different shapes and sizes. We're not entirely sure what it means. If your country is exploring, a central bank digital currency right now, we're not sure if it's going to preserve the properties of cash. We're not sure what that implementation is going to look like. All we can really go off of right now is the central bank digital currencies that have been adopted and that are being rolled out in countries like China and Russia. And unfortunately, those properties do not really align with maybe some of the ideals that many of you in this room are trying to uphold. You mentioned that there's a bit of a consensus, emerging about CBDCs. From the EU perspective, from the Parliament perspective, Christoph, I'm curious, what have you been hearing? What's the conversation like in your circles, whether you've been involved in them or things that you've heard about with regards to CBDCs?
In fact, it's a very small group of people that is working on it in the European administration. For the moment, the central banks are thinking about it, but it's more in the administration that they are preparing the regulation, the regulation. And afterwards, after that, so the regulation is normally would be published begin 2023. So it's quite short. And then Christine Lagarde, she told about the CBDC implemented in 2026. So that's not very far away, And the thing is, I spoke with a lot of people inside the EU administration. Nobody knows really where it goes. They tell me the direction changes every month, so it's a little bit difficult to follow. I think the problem with CBDC is that the reflection, the project begin because of fear. Fear about the crypto world, fear about Libra specifically, and so the central banks and the EU Commission said, okay, we have to do something about that. But when you begin a project with fear, it's rarely a good idea, Fear about the crypto world, fear about the banks, because they telling, okay, if we do a digital euro, what will happen with the intermediaries, with the banks. So what I feel is, for sure, it will not be, there will be no anonymity. For sure, they are too afraid of all what you know, so they will put a lot of rules on it. Two, they will give a role to the banks. There will still be an intermediary role for the banks, even with a digital euro. which is a little bit nonsense because if they work on it, it's to simplify things, to give more easily access to it, and they will give a role to the banks. I think it's just because of the lobby. And they will put a limit, maximum, like every citizen will be able to have maximum like 3,000 or 5,000 euro in digital euro. So I think that's the rules they will apply. From my point of view, of course, if I'm interested in all in Bitcoin and the crypto world, is because I believe there is a major change, is that today people can own their own money, transfer their own money without any intermediary, and that it will bring well-being to the citizens. So I don't think the digital euro will bring that. So we don't have to mix the debates. Digital euro can be something interesting. It's just like a technical review of the euro, but it doesn't change the importance to push Bitcoin and the crypto world.
Sure. You know, in living through taking Hive public in 2017 and seeing the winter of 2018, and now we have another polar bear winter. One of the things during that winter was sort of game theory by J.P. Morgan. All they did was trash talk Bitcoin. And when you follow through that story during the winter, they were actually running quickly to create their own stablecoin. And the bottom of Bitcoin at that point was when they announced their stablecoin. And then we had a lift off from 3,000 and it ran to 7,000. And then Facebook came out with Libra. And Bitcoin then soared to $14,000. And then we had, as they call it in American football, a pile-on. The G20 finance ministers, they just piled on Facebook. It was so difficult that they had to change their name. And you think about it, and they had to change Libra to another name. And then they slowly sold away the intellectual, all the work they did on it, and backed away because the G20 finance ministers had a wake-up call. That Bitcoin is like a Mona Lisa. It's the most incredible piece of art. Or Mozart's 21st Symphony. There's just one of a kind. And we see that they're going to copy. And it's just a matter of time and the process and the bumps along. And the Bitcoin ecosystem, you know, it gets pulled into the shadow banking. I've said this before, that if I give you a $100 bill or €100, it's just a piece of paper or a gold coin. But once I tell you you're going to earn a yield on that, it's a security. If I'm going to give you a yield on your gold, it's a security. And so you had all these shadow banks offering yield and saying they weren't a security, and it imploded. But we get tarnished with it, this ecosystem with it. And I think it's how strong we stay in articulating the vision of having this sort of unique digital asset, and how it's created is going to be an important part in a diversified portfolio as an asset class, and not allow ourselves to get pulled into the negative narrative. So I think the pile-on now, when the merge took place, you know, the merge took place. Who owned all the information that day of the media? They called the press cycle. It was the White House. It was the SEC speaking in front of the Senate. You think they all planned that for the same day? They basically crowded that out. And so I think you have to realize is that the regulations will be coming. Regulations, I hope, will be able to get rid of what we had in 2017, all the shit coins that came out. Excuse my word choice, that hurt the ecosystem, the Bitcoin ecosystem. So now we're living through, and it's not over, the shadow banking issue. But I don't believe, and I've spoken at so many conferences over the time, especially gold, if gold fell 70%, there'd be no one in this room. Bitcoin falls 70% and 3,000 people come out. This is something that's really serious all around the world, and I think that central banks are grappling with that.
Yeah, you touched on a lot of really interesting points there. I think one that I'd really like to highlight is this idea that governments are, in many ways, governments are scared of the cryptocurrency industry broadly. They're scared of Bitcoin. They're scared of what it represents. In many ways, Bitcoin represents the removal of power from a government into the hands of people, right? Many Western democracies claim to really love democracy. They claim to really love, power to the people, truth to power. But when it comes to pulling the financial purse strings, we actually see that in practice, they don't always kind of walk the walk, even though they love talking the talk. And so, in many ways, central bank digital currencies seem like an opportunity for governments to take all the benefits of crypto, but keep it under the government's purview, right? Oh, we can make transactions instant. We can make them near feeless, right? We give people what they want out of digital money, but the government gets to control it. And so I think at its core, that seems to be at least the optimistic, use case for a central bank digital currency for governments. It's the benefits of crypto without the volatility. It's the benefits of crypto, but with people that governments trust to control that currency. But Alan, I'm curious, right? Where did this all come from? Would we have central bank digital currencies without Bitcoin?
Well, so no, I don't think that's conceivable as a timeline at all. I mean, I think that's a good way to actually take some positive stock from this conversation, because otherwise it's, it certainly has even the title, the specter, right? It's not like the beautiful glowing future with rainbows and puppy dogs. It's a specter, and a lot of this is going to be pretty depressing. It's going to come across as pretty dystopian, but it's worth, I think, being probably proud that we're only even having this conversation, and this incredibly ugly jargon, I think, only exists in the first place because of how successful Bitcoin has been. And I think it's worth being probably a bit more cynical about the motivations of those involved. So, like, Janine was commenting on how the proposals tend to be very vague, and then Christoph was saying, they change all the time as well. I think that the reason for that is basically that they don't solve any actual economic or financial problem. They solve a political problem, and if anything, a kind of a public relations problem that Bitcoin just makes them look bad, right? Bitcoin has been, not to say that we've won, obviously, there's a huge amount still to do, but it has been so successful at what it is trying to do that they now feel the need to mimic it, but in this really bizarre way where they need to strip away every innovation or every aspect of Bitcoin that actually makes it a worthwhile innovation in the first place, but because they have this kind of innovation FOMO, and then this is why we end up in this place where nobody knows what we're even talking about, but we're still scared of it. Like, it's still coming. None of this is to say it's not going to happen. It is going to happen, but it's coming from a very strange place, I think. It's coming from a place that we can be happy about. Let's dig into that.
I have a different perspective on what you said was, I don't believe, well, just my opinion is that when we look at capital markets around the world and governments, it's a binary model. So it's monetary and fiscal policy, and monetary policy is also binary. It's money supply and real interest rates. Fiscal policy is tax and spend, and regulations go in with that taxation. So there will always be imbalances between various governments' monetary and fiscal policies. And what Bitcoin does and what gold has done, but nothing like Bitcoin has been able to demonstrate, has been a ballast, or you say a dagger board if you're a sailor. It allows you to balance the imbalance that's taken with the winds hitting the monetary and fiscal policies, the difference between countries' currencies, and looking at it as being all governments are bad, et cetera, is I don't think is a productive narrative. I think what's really important is that we have to have in a diversified portfolio assets that protect us from these huge imbalances that can happen between governments' policies. And Bitcoin is an incredible decentralized asset class, and the only other one you can think of are gold coins and silver coins.
So right now, we know what central bank digital currencies are, more or less. We know generally why governments are doing it, why at least they're looking to engage with central bank digital currencies. But look, the title of this panel is pretty dire. The specter of central bank digital currencies. Why does this matter? Like, why does this matter to people in the room here? What is the central bank's digital currency going to do to somebody's day-to-day life? What are some of the implications? Janine, let's start with you, and we can kind of go down the list here because there are, quite a few implications.
Yeah, in July 2021, I actually quoted from a Cornell University professor who wrote in the New York Times, and part of the article he mentioned, he asked the question, how many of you actually use cash on a daily basis? And I just looked at that and thought, all the time, every day, right now. Unfortunately, that's not the case for most people, even in this room probably, especially in the Netherlands, which is also involved in phasing out cash. And one of the things he said, in a positive way, he said, if cash were replaced with a digital dollar, however, the Fed could impose a negative interest rate by gradually shrinking the electronic balances in everyone's digital currency accounts, creating an incentive for consumers to spend and for companies to invest. And he wrote this as a good thing, of shrinking people's balances to incentivize them to spend because they otherwise wouldn't. And I personally, that kind of gives me an indicator that I think it was the general manager of the Bank for International Settlements that he said that having anonymity in a CBDC is a chimera. And if you know anything about Greek mythology, that's a mythical being that is part lion, goat, and serpent. And the idea he's saying is that it wouldn't work. And I would say that what actually wouldn't work is a CBDC that has the properties that we all love about Bitcoin, why we're in this room, that is also controlled by the central bank, given that the literal genesis block of Bitcoin included a headline opposing the idea that a central bank can actually do any of the things that we want, like privacy and censorship resistance and preventing political oppression.
What else?
Yeah, I think that probably would have been my answer too. The prospect of just directly manipulating people's money is pretty terrifying. Just to pick another completely different one, though, I think it makes inflation significantly worse, not just numerically, but also it makes it a lot more insidious because I think the process will end up a lot more kind of hidden and opaque. So currently, I won't go into too much technical detail on this, but the setup of fractional reserve and central banking means that that process is quite complicated. It does still have some market-based elements to it. A lot of the mispriced risk that is involved is nonetheless priced, even if the price is incorrect, and there's moral hazard and so on. But I think if we, and I'm not defending that in the slightest, but I think if we move to this model, inflation becomes basically whatever the state wants on a given day. If there's an imbalance, to your previous point, right, they just print the difference with a click of a button. And that's pretty scary.
So it gives central banks more control. They already have certain levers that they can pull. All this does is, one, gives them more levers to pull, and two, it makes it near instantaneous. To your point, right? This can be a day-to-day changing of interest rates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the invisible devaluing of your savings. It's the instant and easily recognizable devaluing of your wealth.
Yeah, and to your point, Alan, it's because of that really instant nature, it makes it a lot more difficult to challenge, to go up against, right? When that's happening every day.
Yeah, I mean, I worry that it could very easily just become culturally normalized as well, right? There'd be no, I mean, just to pick a recent example, there'd be, well, you could pick almost any example you wanted, but something like, the Bank of England stepping in to stabilize gilts, right? That's on the front page of the FT. That's news. Like, people talk about it, and then it gets people wondering about it, and then, maybe one or two become Bitcoiners as a result. But in this brave new world, there's no news. It just happens in the background.
Now, what about censorship resistance? This is one of the things that's talked about with Bitcoin all the time, right? There's no central intermediary. What does that look like with a central bank digital currency? Do we preserve, any of the rights that we have to send money to who we want, when we want, where we want? Is this something? Is it just am I a conspiracy theorist for thinking that our government, if they control a digital dollar, might not allow me to spend my dollar in certain places because they don't like the vendor? They might not allow me to donate to specific protests because they don't like what the protest is about. Is that me just, am I insane?
No, absolutely not. We saw that in Canada. We saw that with the trucker strike, which really was a protest against loss of the right to assemble. For those who are not aware, the trucker strike that took place in Canada, it was a really significant pushback against the Prime Minister that during COVID he took away the right to protest unless the government approved it, and then went with policies and rules to turn around and change what we were allowed to say on social media. And so then he went out to try to go after bank accounts and etc. So this is a great a concern. It's a real concern because you have a case study. Yep. We've seen that
from an authoritarian regime, right? Canada, they're
yes.
Right.
So the more
they're a democracy. I'm sorry.
They are a democracy, but what you see is the more socialistic a country is. A classic would be COVID. Take a look at the more left a government was, the more severe the lockdowns were. The most severe has been China, which continues to have city lockdowns. If you take a look in America and you say Florida versus New York State, both have lots of retired people. Why were there complete different policies towards lockdown? Or Texas versus California? And you just see where the pendulum swings politically and the thought process of being centralized. So I agree with you totally that this is a real concern of it. But I think what the government's going to tell you is that they can go after narcos, they can go after terrorists, and they can go after Russian oligarchs much faster. But they can also turn around and hurt all those people that rely on tips. Cash tips. Now, it's so big in North America. It's not as evident in Europe because a lot of your extra income comes from people calculate what their tips. And so that is what, now you hear the IRS want to go after Venmo people, etc. I think that's where that will come from. But what you comment on, Canada is a classic case study.
So what do you think, Christophe?
Christine Lagarde said we are on CBDCs. We are a little bit behind China, which is already ready. So if we are running behind China, it makes me it scares me, of course. And the problem is maybe we have to wait the design of the CBDC of the digital euro to judge. But the problem is when they tell you, okay, we're gonna. It will be controlled by the central bank. It will not be anonymous as cash, of course. We will put limits on it, on the amount you can have and things like that. So we will rule what you can do with the euro, with the digital euro. Yeah, then you begin to be suspicious because you say, okay, why are you doing this? Because there is no advantage for us, for the citizen. So, and the thing is, it would not be such a problem if you have optionality for something else. If we can use Bitcoin everywhere and you can choose between the digital euro because you want to have that stability, or I don't know, and you can choose something else.
Are you saying CBDCs coincide with lack of optionality, right? So you've talked about getting rid of cash, for example.
It's their answer. It's what I understand, because I'm like you. I don't know everything, but what I understand about what they're saying and what I hear, it's their response to Bitcoin and all the ecosystem. It's say, okay, we have the digital euro, so it will be an excuse to continue to restrain the most of as they can the rest of the competitors. So that's the real problem.
Another example in terms of censorship, which I find pretty amazing, is that the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, which is focused on what can we do in third world countries or developing nations, they cited the Nigerian central bank as an example of a central bank that implements policies around digital currency that are efficient. I think they said efficient, affordable, and they have integrity, which I find very interesting because this is after the big case where the Nigerian central bank censored the feminist coalition while they were protesting police brutality. So I find it amazing that they would use that as a primary example of somebody who did it well when that was a big story. Something that I also said in the Oslo Freedom Forum this year is that when I'm looking at CBDCs, the major censorship test for me is, does it pass the WikiLeaks test? Can you have a journalistic organization or any organization that is being basically targeted by a nation state, if not multiple nation states, in the famous banking blockade that occurred in 2010 and is still, to the most part, ongoing today? Could something like WikiLeaks use the CBDC and still keep their freedom of speech? And if the answer is no, I would say that I'm not interested. Bitcoin has been the answer for them since 2011, and it continues to be the answer. And if the answer can't be yes for something like that, then I don't think it has the properties that I'm looking for.
So what about a world, let's say a CBDC is passed, right? We can look to China as an example of maybe some of the most insidious ways that a CBDC could be used. I think a lot of people in the audience, have heard of China's social credit score. If you're not familiar, essentially, China is able to take an amalgamation of various data that their citizens will pretty much give out on a day-to-day basis, right? Where you're spending your money, who you're hanging out with, etc. And they put all of this data together and create a social credit score, right? Determining essentially how trustworthy the government thinks you are, or how creditworthy the government thinks you are, or whether you are a threat to the state, based off of any number of factors that they would like to put into the score. And I think one of the things that they're able to do with the central bank digital currency, because it puts all of the financial transactions of their citizens on a centralized, government-controlled ledger, what they're able to do is they're able to now track all of your transactions, who you're sending money to, do they like the groups that you're sending money to, do they like the merchants that you're spending most of your money with, do they like where you're going on a day-to-day basis, just like with your foot traffic. The CBDC allows them to oversee a lot of that, almost all of it, and then determine essentially what type of person you are with regards to the state. So we're seeing, this most insidious form of a surveillance system, potentially, surveillance capitalism in China right now. Can that happen in a Western democracy? Are these thoughts and ideals fundamentally opposed, right? Can a Western liberal democracy sink into the same actions that China is doing? Or is there something about the systems that we have, in the West, in Europe, that will stop our governments from maybe crossing those lines that we've seen authoritarian regimes have no issues crossing? Am I naive?
No, but I think it's difficult to imagine from one day to another, but it's step by step, And by putting tools like CBDCs by using those tools, democratic governments will maybe use it in a good way or in a reasonable way. But you don't know what will happen in 5, 10, 15 years. So I think it's more, you have to see it in the time. There has been a very interesting meeting in Paris last month about with Powell from the Fed, Christine Lagarde from the ECB, Augustine Carstens from the, it's like you can say the central banks of the central banks, and the guy, the Central Bank of Singapore. So on those topics, on how we react to what is happening in the crypto world, and so it's a very interesting signal. It means four of those people, they're coming together to talk about that. I wasn't there, but I had some information what was said there, and there was an interesting point of view of Jerome Powell. He said, it's not a question for the central bank, the CBDC. It's a political question. It's a democratic question. So the parliament has to discuss about that and tell us what we have to do. But it's not a question for banks. It's a question for the democracy. And so I think that's a very important point of view. And all what has been said today should, I think, waken up some of my colleague politicians to take really that subject in the parliaments and to talk about it, which is not done today. Today, there is a lack of consciousness and a lack of of knowledge about the financial world in the parliaments. So now nobody talks about that. And when they come with, you never talk about inflation in your national parliaments. It's not something that is discussed. So I hope in the European Parliament there is a little bit more consciousness, but I don't think it's a lot. So the problem is those projects, those laws passed because some experts put them on the table, but there is a lack of knowledge to analyze them in a proper way and to understand all the consequences of those things.
I mean, I think to your question, the answer is clearly yes, that could happen, right? Christoph already mentioned that Lagarde came out just completely openly, apparently, without any qualms about saying this, that she admires China, we're behind them, we need to catch up. I mean, when people tell you who they are, you believe them. Is that...
We are entering very tough times, and a very tough period. And I'm scared that people ask for that, because they will be scared about all what's happening in the world. They will vote for security, they will vote for leadership. And so we go a little bit more in that direction,
So for people who maybe don't want to head in that direction, people who don't want to sacrifice, let's say, order or security, for their liberties, what's the answer then? You said a lot of this stuff happens behind closed doors. It's a group of a few experts talking about these things, making decisions for entire countries. With the EU, 19 countries. Are we just powerless? Do we just have to sit by and watch this? Potentially, how does Bitcoin play a role in this at all, if at all? Excuse me.
I think that when these central banks start coming in with their currency, that you're going to get a new life into Bitcoin. If you go look at the price of gold, where it is today, and if you go back to when the dollar 30 years ago, where it is today on a relative basis, gold should be under 300. And it's interesting to me that it's come off nothing like one would expect against the dollar. And gold sales, gold coins and silver coins, they're at record sales. So people are looking for those tangible assets. After COVID, you'll see Nike stores across America. There's no pennies. There's no change. There's a shortage of pennies. Because especially if you have pennies that have copper before 1964, they're worth now a nickel. And so there's a hoarding of tangible assets like pennies, old nickels, dimes, quarters, now gold and silver coins. And so how long will that suppression of gold be on that relative basis? It's a dollar question, and the same thing with the Bitcoin. But I really think that as we start seeing central banks come up with their digital money, the scarcity and the novelty of having Bitcoin and putting it into a wallet is just similar to those people my vintage, my age, not young guys like you, that are out there buying these silver coins. And they're going to all of a sudden start saying to themselves, I've got to have a diversification in decentralized assets. There's no more cash. The cash is worthless. They won't accept the cash. And so this concept, you'll see buying coming into Bitcoin as part of that diversified portfolio.
I agree with that. And I will add another solution, which has been mine.
You're not as old as me.
Another solution which has been mine. My answer is to enter politics. So I think I give maybe a bad picture of politics now, but I think there are some people you can raise awareness, give them the keys to understand this new world, and I'm a Democrat, so I think things will change from inside also.
Alan, Janine, how do you fight back?
Yeah, no, just to follow on directly, I've thought for a while something that's given me a lot of hope for Bitcoin's continued adoption is that I think it's the first issue in quite a long time that unites people around liberty but positively. So what I mean by that is that they don't frame their political concern as being against something, as against X, Y, Z, whatever it is that happens to be trampling on their liberty as they see it, or as is probably true. It's something they can rally around as being for, which is a far, far stronger political message. And I've thought for a while as well, this isn't a remotely original thought, but that PayPal has been Bitcoin's greatest provider of free advertising. I think I agree that CBDCs could well take that mantle, and then we get to exactly Christoph's point that it's that in itself could catalyze an even stronger movement, necessarily political movement around being pro-Bitcoin as well, rather than just anti-CBDCs or anti-COVID lockdowns, whatever it is. It's being for something is really important.
And as a corporation, Hive, we continue to hodl and increase our Bitcoin exposure. And I always like to say they're green and clean coins. And I have the opinion that in 20 years from now, they're going to actually have more value because like an Andy Warhol piece of art. But the fungibility is still always there. And so we believe that it's going to go increase in value.
For sure. Janine?
Well, so not all of this has been done in secret. Both the US and the European Union, in their research on this, they've actually done public opinion, not polling, but public commentary. They've sought it. And at least for when the US Federal Reserve did this, they found that 76% of commentators opposed a CBDC for a multitude of reasons. Privacy was one of them. And actually the ACLU in the US commented, they said that anonymity is not negotiable when it comes to digital cash. So I think there is a baseline majority of people who want to see some privacy with CBDCs or digital money in general. And I think as a person who educates people about privacy, the most common issue I have is not that people don't care about privacy. That's a common thing that's said. It's not that they don't care. It's that they don't have a good, clear concept of how their privacy is being violated, and so they don't know what to do about it. And so making clear all of the ways that their financial privacy is undermined using other systems, including Bitcoin. There are things you need to do in order to make your Bitcoin use private. If you make people aware of that, then I think they're much more likely to understand why it's important, especially if they see examples of how that lack of financial privacy can be used against them by not only malicious actors that they don't know, but malicious actors who claim to speak on their behalf in their governments.
That's a great answer. All right, we're coming up against time. I have a quick question for each of you before we head off. And Alan, I think you brought up a great point. Bitcoin allows us to fight for something. So my question for you, very quickly, is what do CBDCs stand for? And what would you rather stand for instead?
I think that we're in the direction that central banks are going to come out with digital money. It's just inevitable. It's going to happen because of the incredible case study and superiority of the blockchain and Bitcoin validating it. So it's just going to happen. How it happens, I don't know. But it's going to happen.
Christoph?
CBDC stands for using the money of the central bank. And I would rather stand for using my own money.
Love it. Alan?
CBDCs stand for control. I'd rather stand for freedom.
As Brett Scott wrote in his latest book, Cloud Money, DLT technology was the commercial banks attempting to raid the underlying technology of Bitcoin, and CBDCs represent the central banks trying to launch their own raid. And I would say resist the raid. I would rather be in support of something that Bitcoin represents, which is financial autonomy, financial independence, and censorship resistance.
I love it. If you'd like to learn more about CBDCs, look up Bitcoin Policy Institute, btcpolicy.org. We recently published a white paper on the implications of central bank digital currencies. So if you really want to dig into the weeds, check that out. Thank you so much to all of you. And thank you for being here for the panel. We'll get out of your hair now. Thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Great job, guys. That's fantastic.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are live at Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined by a Bitcoin person right here to my left, CK Snarks and George McHale. Gentlemen, we've heard a lot of conversations today about CBDCs. We've seen this narrative growing both in normie land as well as in Bitcoin land. Would love your guys' thoughts on how and why this is growing and where does this lead to? We'll start with you, George.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of the situation is that we are going to have a digital currency at some point, and it's what kind of digital world do you want to live in? And it's a great in with normies, I feel like, is look, the central banks are coming out with this digital currency. People are starting to ask about it, and it's becoming more apparent. Do you want to have a censorship-resistant type of currency in Bitcoin, or do you want to live in a world where you can't buy something at the garage sale, or you can't buy tacos at a taco stand without the government knowing about it and taxing you for it?
CK.
So for me, the way I see this, it started off as blockchain, not Bitcoin. Then it went to crypto, not Bitcoin. Now it's going to CBDCs, not Bitcoin. It is all 100% cope from whoever is in denial of Bitcoin. Bitcoin has been the signal since day one, and frankly, it's never, CBDCs, in my opinion, will never ship because Bitcoin is already here. So when they finally do ship in 2024, 2028, 2030, where will Bitcoin be?
A Bitcoin person.
I think you're right that this is a cope. Like the central banks have screwed up how our money works at a base layer. Like today, payments don't work. The financial system is completely manipulated, and so I think this is like their last grasp to replicate like some of the features of Bitcoin, like easy, free cross-border payments. But they want to take all the benefits away from you: censorship resistance. They can surveil everything. They can implement negative interest rates. They can force you to spend your money by a certain timeline. And it's really a war on cash. So I think I'm surprised they didn't go harder on the war on cash during all the COVID stuff. But I think if a CBDC comes into existence, you got to watch about the war on cash, like an actual bearer asset. And then I also think there's a lot of private party interests, like Visa, MasterCard. They're all structuring themselves to provide infrastructure layers for the government. They're going to leapfrog between commercial banks and the Federal Reserve. And that just gives them more power. This is a thin veil of privacy over the top of, public control of your money. And so I think it's something to be really careful about. Just remember, it's surveillance tech with the guise of good money, but it's not. Bitcoin is good money.
It's a lot of promises from people who have frankly broken their promises to citizens, to people, time and time again. I want to reiterate something. Our time with you all is going to end shortly. We have one more speech coming up and then one more recap with the analyst team. But I want to remind everyone, if you have the time today, take the time to go over to the Bitcoin Policy Institute and read Natalie Smolensky's white paper. It really, in great detail, explains why CBDCs are an authoritarian regime's attempt at controlling their citizens and not something any freedom-oriented country or citizen should support or want. We will be back after this next panel or next speech from Troy Cross with one final Analyst Desk recap before we wrap up today. Be sure to like and subscribe down below.
Fucking crushed it.
We're about to get started.
That's one small step for man, one plant-based for mankind.
Pretty spectacular. Yeah, I'm Troy Cross. I'm a professor of philosophy and also a longtime Bitcoiner and a fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, where I work on issues concerning energy and the environment. I'd like to take some time right now to tell my story, how I came from teaching metaphysics and epistemology to standing under an inflatable astronaut and bathed in orange in Amsterdam. And the journey starts in 2011, where I discovered Bitcoin in the spring of 2011. I think on the first day I heard about Bitcoin, I read the white paper and started mining by evening, the sort of thing you could do back then. I was really taken with this beautiful idea of Bitcoin itself, and also the community on the Bitcoin Talk forums that to me represented a new way of knowing and a new way of building. It was something outside of the academy. It was something outside of the system that we live in. And being someone who was inside of the system to some degree as a professor, watching totally uncredentialed people build something that the central bankers, the media, the government, and the academics had completely missed was really thrilling to me. And it was kind of a guilty pleasure to partake in it and to see how someone outside the system, without reforming the system from within, could build a separate track, a more just and fair and open kind of monetary system that lay outside of the bounds of possibility for economists who already thought they knew what money was. I said I started mining right away when I read the white paper, but that was just on my CPU. Very shortly thereafter, I set up a couple of mining towers in my basement with graphics cards. And I was getting heavily involved in the debates on Bitcoin Talk Forum, reading and learning, sometimes arguing. And there was a lot of FUD back then. There still is a lot of FUD. But probably the most powerful was that Bitcoin was tiny and could be 51% attacked very easily at the time. But the one that got me was the energy FUD. I did my own math in 2011 on what would happen if Bitcoin's market cap equaled the market cap of gold. How much power would the Bitcoin mining network incentivize if you spent almost a Bitcoin to mine a Bitcoin, and much of your energy expenditure, your expenditure was on energy? And I don't remember my results. I don't have them preserved, but it was enough for me to think I couldn't be a part of it. As much as I loved the concept of Bitcoin, the idea that this network could kind of take over the energy consumption of the world was terrifying. And well, this was a prediction actually that Newsweek made and the World Economic Forum made in 2017, that Bitcoin mining, the network would consume all of the world's energy by 2020, where obviously that didn't come to pass. Obviously, my own math was incorrect and based on a number of misunderstandings. But that initial calculation was enough to put me off. Life happened. I had kids. I bought a house. I stayed marginally involved with Bitcoin. But this worry persisted with me. And it wasn't really until about 2020, when I got seriously interested in Bitcoin again, that I started to do the deep dive on Bitcoin energy and the environment. I read the work of Nick Carter who, if you're interested in this issue, you should definitely read. Lynn Alden, Haas McCook, and of course, I just thought about it myself. And I realized that not only was Bitcoin not a threat to the planet and a threat to the energy systems, but it could actually be a very powerful tool in our transition to a renewable and abundant energy future. And here again, I found myself in two worlds. I'm, like everyone else, reading mainstream media and talking to other academics, where the word on the street is that Bitcoin boils the oceans, that it's a dirty coin, that it's energy inefficient, unlike proof of stake, let's say. And that was where part of my mind was. And the other part of my mind and my life was talking to actual Bitcoiners, doing the research. And once again, there were competing narratives. And what I see right now is a massive divide between what you hear about Bitcoin and the truth about Bitcoin. In fact, I've never seen a narrative divide that is so stark as the popular press on Bitcoin and energy and the environment right now, and what I hear and what I see working inside of Bitcoin. I tell my students that tension and conflict in their papers is not something to be avoided. My students always have a thesis, and then they have some evidence that's counter to their thesis, and they say, what do I do? And my advice is always lean into it, because where there's narrative tension, there's an amazing story to be told. And I was attracted to that narrative tension in 2011 with Bitcoin and money itself. And here's where I see the most narrative tension now. The story that you're being told about Bitcoin and what I actually see. So let me go a bit into what I see, my vision of Bitcoin's present and Bitcoin's future with relation to energy and the environment. Okay, it's hard to know where to begin with misconceptions about Bitcoin and energy use because it starts early. Like something as simple as the halving. I think people don't really come to grips with the halving. We know that Bitcoin's issuance cuts in half every 4 years. It started at 50 Bitcoin per block, then 25, 12.5, 6.25, and soon to be 3.125. People don't cognize exponential functions very well. Jeff Booth often uses this example of taking a piece of paper and asking how many times. You would have to fold it until it's, if you fold it 50 times, how tall would it be? And the answer is that it would stretch to the sun. Actually, 42 times would stretch to the moon. 10 times would reach the width of a human hand. So there are 32 halvings in Bitcoin in the total history, meaning if you had a piece of paper that was already folded and reached the moon, and you unfolded it 32 times, you would reach the width of a human hand. So Bitcoin's issuance is declining. That may itself be a problem, but it's not a problem for energy use. It's something as simple as the halving. But of course, it gets much more advanced than that. Bitcoin mining is a really unique, totally unique and unprecedented form of energy consumption. It's portable, it's scalable, it's location agnostic, it's time agnostic. It can be cut off at any time. It can be attenuated. This makes it, it's also that Bitcoin itself is a fungible good. The Bitcoin produced in one part of the world at one time, it's identical to the Bitcoin in value to a Bitcoin that's produced elsewhere. And it can be instantly sold on a global market. Okay. So it just so happens that this kind of a consumer of energy, can help to address the problems that we face in making the energy transition. I'm going to talk about two of those problems and how these features help us address it. The first of these problems is methane, CH4. Methane is a warming gas. It is 84 times as warming as CO2 is over a 20-year period. It's 25 times as warming over a 100-year period. So it's an extremely efficient blanket keeping heat in the Earth's atmosphere. CH4 is being emitted, about half of it's due to human activity and about half of it's due to natural activity. It's being emitted in isolated pockets all over the world due to things like oil and gas exploration, due to agriculture, due to landfills. And the methane that's just escaping we call vented methane. It's responsible for up to 1/3 of all warming. It could be responsible for as much as half of all warming in the next 20 years. What do we do about methane? Well, we can burn it. CH4 is a fuel. It's actually not just a pollutant, it's also a form of energy. And we have Bitcoin miners that are actually using that energy to hash. When a Bitcoin miner sees venting methane in a landfill or on a farm or at an oil well, they see sats that are simply going to waste. So for instance, Vespine Energy sets up on landfills in the US. There are 2,600 landfills on the US. Half of them don't even capture their gas. Only 500 of them capture their gas and turn it into electricity. So Vespine's business model is, because it's location agnostic and scalable, set up a genset on those sites, burn the methane, generate electricity, do some mining with the electricity. On farms, the same thing is happening. Ricardo Carmona is a farmer in Mexico, a farm of 10,000 pigs, built a methane digester and is using the energy from that methane digester to mine Bitcoin. So here's what the UN calls the strongest lever we have to fight climate change, which is methane mitigation. And Bitcoin miners helping to mitigate that by turning CH4 into CO2 in combustion and making an economic good out of it. This one molecule, CH4, which is a pollutant, is also energy and a source of value. And here's where the narrative around Bitcoin's energy use, as far as I can tell, is exactly upside down. The narrative is we want to use less energy. Sustainability and abundance are in tension. When we have a scarce good like energy, we want to use less of it. But there are some kinds of energy use which we want more of, actually, to create a sustainable world. For instance, combusting methane. There's another kind of energy use we want more of, and that is using curtailed solar, wind energy that would otherwise be wasted. We want to sell every watt of renewable energy. Why? Because that monetizes the renewable project. We also need financing for renewable projects in general, sometimes in advance of grid connection. So the IEA, the International Energy Association, lists the #1 problem for renewable rollout as a lack of funding. Since Bitcoin as mining is time agnostic, location agnostic, scalable, interruptible, miners can provide a buyer of first resort to underwrite the construction of a project. They can also provide buyers of last resort to take electrons that the grid doesn't want. And there's quite a bit of that in the renewable system. The big picture, according to the IEA and other experts, on what we need to do to fight climate change is electrify everything. We need to electrify our economy. meaning switch from internal combustion engines to electrical motors, meaning switch our heat from fossil heat to electrical heat. In order to do this, we're going to have to build out our electrical generation by threefold or fourfold, because we'll have a lot more electrical demand replacing fossil with electrical. When we do that, because renewables are intermittent, we will have a lot more wasted energy. We will have a lot of curtailed energy. That curtailed energy isn't being sold and therefore isn't monetizing the projects. Bitcoin mining comes in, pays for the energy that would otherwise be wasted. And here's where another feature Bitcoin mining comes in. It's extremely price sensitive. The miners right now are learning the truth about mining. It's a brutal, zero-sum competitive game. There's 900 Bitcoin minted every day. And if you want to mine that Bitcoin, you're going to get some share of that. And the more miners that come on, the more hash rate that comes on, the more difficult it is to get that share, the more you have to pay to put into it. That means your inputs matter a lot. And the biggest input to your balance sheet is the price of electricity. So miners use only the cheapest electricity. What does that mean? Waste energy, energy that others don't want. If you're only paying 2 cents a kilowatt hour, 3 cents a kilowatt hour for power, by definition, that you're not mining here on grid energy. You're not mining in Europe where there's an energy crisis. That doesn't make any sense. You're mining where there's remote hydro. You're mining on a hydro plant in Kenya, in a village that wouldn't otherwise exist without that mining. You're mining on a flare stack in Alberta, where otherwise what oil and gas companies do is simply burn methane, let it combust in a flare stack. Miners use a genset and combust the same gas in an internal combustion engine, driving a generator. So miners come in and use what would otherwise be unused and wasted forms of power. And this is where the paradox that blows people's mind is we have an energy crisis and we have a climate crisis. And you're telling me that there's this thing that uses energy and it's going to help the energy crisis? It uses energy and it's going to help the climate crisis? How is that possible? What we need to do is conserve energy, not use it. We don't need a new load. We need to cut down on existing electrical loads. And this is what I see from the inside. It's like, no, actually. There is a form of energy consumption that makes those problems worse. If you add to peak load, pick that time of day when power is most in demand, and you add to it, you're making the problem worse. But if you use power in the times of day when other people are not using it, you actually make the problem better because you've now monetized energy that otherwise had no buyer. Right? And likewise with methane. Every bit of methane that's burned is a pollutant that is reduced. So that's my perspective. From the inside, I see Bitcoin as much maligned. I see it as a powerful tool for incentivizing renewable build-out. I see it as a powerful tool for reducing and mitigating the emissions of methane. There's one more reason that I haven't gone into that I'm here tonight, and that's I had an idea, and that's why I came public in the Bitcoin community. I had an idea for how to hold Bitcoin in a carbon-neutral way that respected the fungibility of Bitcoin itself. And I'll give you the idea very briefly and try to say why it matters. So the idea is this. We have these good forms of mining that I've pointed out good. Good from the perspective of environmentalists and energy advocates. There are forms of mining that are socially beneficial for more than just their defense of the network. And here's the idea. If you hold a certain amount of Bitcoin, if you want to hold that Bitcoin in a carbon neutral way, let's say you hold 2% of all Bitcoin. The programmed to hold your Bitcoin in a carbon neutral way is to do the same percentage of all mining as you own of all Bitcoin. So the advice would be, do 2% of mining if you hold 2% of Bitcoin, and do mining in one of those pro-social ways, one of those ways that actually greens the network. So for instance, mining on methane, or mining that would be otherwise vented or flared inefficiently, or mining on a renewable project that wouldn't otherwise exist without that mining because the mining is financing it, or mining with curtailed solar. Mining in some way that's carbon neutral. And here's how it works. When you mine, you add to hash rate. When you add to hash rate, blocks are found faster than they otherwise would be. Blocks come 10 minutes apart. When you add to hash rate, they start coming closer together than 10 minutes. This is what has just happened. We just had a difficulty adjustment, right? In 2016 blocks, you get a difficulty adjustment. We return the average block time to 10 minutes. So when you add to hash rate, you increase the difficulty for all other miners on the network. That is a disincentive to everyone else to mine. And when you hold Bitcoin, you provide an incentive to everyone to mine, because miners are paid in Bitcoin. And by buying and holding Bitcoin, you make the price of Bitcoin higher than it would otherwise be. So when you're a holder, you're incentivizing the miners. In fact, all mining is incentivized by all holding. And when you're a miner, you're disincentivizing all other mining by entering as a competitor in a zero-sum game. To hold Bitcoin in a carbon neutral way, all you have to do is balance those two incentives. And I find that point of equilibrium to be the point where you do the same percentage of all mining as you own of all Bitcoin. I developed this idea and wrote it up in a white paper with Andrew Bailey. And I've been hawking it ever since. And I am trying to develop it with a number of companies. If you're interested, hit me up. But here's the point. Bitcoin mining is already trending in this direction, because it just so happens that the cheapest power is the power that is non-rivalrous. It's non-rival. Others, you aren't competing with others for it. And it's also green. Right now, we're fortunate that the curve for solar power costs has gotten, this is of course varies by geography, but it is cheaper to build out and operate a new solar generation facility than it is to simply operate a gas one. Well, particularly here, but on average, actually. So the cheapest power is now stranded power, renewable power, stranded methane. It just so happens to align with social. So this trend where hash rate, because margins in mining are shrinking, hash rate is getting pressed into pro-social forms. This is a general trend that doesn't depend on my idea whatsoever. That's just happening brutally. I know it's painful for a lot of miners who signed contracts for power that was more expensive during the bull run when we had a shortage of ASICs. But thinking socially, it's excellent. Mining is entering a role that following someone else, I call the dung beetle role of energy, eating up only the cheapest waste energy around the world. And that is actually enhancing the availability of energy by financing energy build-out. And it's helping us speed our path to decarbonization. However, I'm also working at the same time on building tools that will help you as a Bitcoiner hold your Bitcoin in a carbon neutral and pro-social way by doing some mining yourself. Right now, that's very difficult for many of us to do because miners are loud and hot, and they take a lot of power in your house or apartment. Studio apartment is no place for a latest gen miner. But hopefully soon there will be vehicles in which you can do this. And so this is where I see the future. What I see in the FUD is Bitcoin is like destroying the planet. We need to get away from it. We need to get away from proof of work. My vision is starkly in contrast with that. It's like, no, proof of work actually holds the key to financing our transition to renewables and to handling waste methane. I got to say, too, we're learning to use the heat from Bitcoin mining. All of the energy that goes into a miner is preserved. conserved, and it becomes heat. I saw just on some of the materials that Hive is using that heat for greenhouses. Miners are finding many creative uses for heat. They're growing 800 tons of cucumbers with the heat from miners. Right? That's a pro-social use of energy, in addition to securing the network. One way to think about a miner is a heater that does some computation along the way. A simple resistance heater that does some computation. Another way to think about a miner is a flare stack that burns methane, but which does some computation along the way with that heat. Right. So this is the future I see. It's hopeful. Bitcoin is pro-social. And we in the Bitcoin community will have fights about the best energy source. Bitcoiners are incredibly well educated on energy. We will have fights about how much measures we should take to combat global warming, to mitigate methane and so on. I think in a way, none of this really matters. Those of you who are interested in holding Bitcoin in a carbon neutral way, you can do it just by mining. Those of you who aren't, don't have to. Methane mitigation is so powerful that if around 1/30th of all hashing takes place on vented methane, because methane is such a warming gas, the entire network is carbon neutral equivalent. We don't need Bitcoiners to agree. We don't need nation states to agree. We don't need massive multinational agreements for this to happen. And in fact, it will happen despite regulations and regulators trying to stop it. That's the vision I have. Bitcoin as transformative, as voluntary, and as not requiring agreement. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Troy Cross.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Analyst Desk, brought to you by BitGo. We are coming to you live from Bitcoin Amsterdam, and I'm joined now by Dennis Cook, Rebel Money, and Marcus Connor. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. We've just now heard from Troy Cross, who gave a passionate speech talking about how Bitcoin not only helps one community, but actually helps all of us in pushing the planet forward. As much as I love this conversation, though, that's not what we're here to talk about. No Bitcoin conference can or ever will be complete without an art exhibit. Shout out to our boy Gucci T Money, all the way back holding down the fort in Nashville. We miss you out here, buddy. Hope you're doing well. But Dennis, I wanted to first just hear from you. You put together the art exhibit here, featured at Bitcoin Amsterdam. Talk us through a little bit what you put together and how it's been playing out today.
Yeah, well, first of all, it leans into a lot more of our European artists, which is great. It's not a very large exhibition, which also is kind of a relief given the scale of how Miami is. But yeah, it's more intimate, and the exhibition hall is absolutely packed. A lot of interaction with the art gallery. It's really fun to see. And most of the items are available for bidding on Scarcity, and I anticipate some lively auction action.
So just really echo that. For you viewers watching at home, this means you have the opportunity to actually bid on and win any of the art pieces shown in today's gallery. This is not normal in most of our other Bitcoin conferences, so we're opening up the doors for any of you at home who are watching if the FOMO is settling in. Money, talk to us a little bit about just what's going on over there and how they can access that.
So everyone can bid on Scarce.city. You head over there, and it's really simple. You can either do Lightning payments or on-chain payments in there. Get your bids in, and you can own a piece of Bitcoin culture by some of the best artists in the world right now. They're on display here, but also available around the world as well. And the response we've had just from the general public, either that have discovered Bitcoin art for the first time, or actual art appreciators here, has been phenomenal. And I've been speaking to artists, including this man on my left here today, about the experience. And for artists as well, it's great for them to come out, speak to people, speak about the art, and the passion here is really strong in Amsterdam.
No, definitely. And I'm going to dox you a little bit now, but Marcus over here, all the way at the end of the table, is actually the brains behind the roller coaster meme as well. Do you want to talk a little bit about some of the art that you've done and put together?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I actually created the Bitcoin roller coaster originally in April 2013, which was not even my first Bitcoin art, but shortly after there. And luckily, other Bitcoin lovers took him and created him into the meme. You know, I was just the artist. But today I have a new piece in the in the gallery here at the conference, and it's titled FOMO. So. Yeah, it's a really great setup with the art. It looks excellent, and I'm excited about it.
And Saturday's a really big anniversary for you as well, right?
Yeah, that's right. So this Saturday is the 10-year anniversary of my very first Bitcoin art that I created. And that was I used to have a daily webcomic called Brainless Tales, and the comic in particular was titled Bitcoin. So, so 10 years for me, in Bitcoin art.
And during this 10-year period, how have you seen Bitcoin art transition and change from when you started making Bitcoin art and what it's turned into today?
Well, it's exploded. It's incredible. And honestly, I created Bitcoin art in 2012 and 2013, and then I didn't for a while. I was doing other art, and because at the time, it didn't seem that there was really a Bitcoin art space. I was just reacting to what I loved. I've always been an artist, and I loved Bitcoin. I learned about it, fairly early, and so that's why I created it. And then a couple of years I took off, and I came back, and the artists that were really in it at the time, welcomed me in and embraced me, and I'm really thankful for that. I really love, seeing all the different takes on Bitcoin art. I love the new artists and the established ones, and just all the different, ideas that really build around this idea of freedom, because that's really what Bitcoin is based around. That, we're human beings, we own ourselves, and we should be free to control our lives in the way that we want, because we don't need to be subject to be told how to communicate and share with other people. And Bitcoin allows us to do that. We don't have to rely on a central authority to give me permission to send money anywhere. And money is so important because it's this accountability of our actions, really, And so, I just love the space because I'm a big lover of liberty and freedom, personal freedom for everybody. And Bitcoin's great for that.
So well said. Rebel Money, you brought up how you've had conversations throughout today with different artists. I'd love if you could share with our audience a little bit about what those conversations have been like, how the artists felt at this conference, especially compared to some other exhibits and opportunities they've had.
So it's a chance to get really up and close with the public, first of all, and talk about their pieces. And every single artist I've talked to said, what a fantastic extremely well-run operation this is to start with. I was from Dennis, and on top of that as well, training professional, obviously scarcity with them as well, running the auctions in the background. It's kind of seamless, and for artists, this is really important time to get their messages across there. Like Mark was impassionately speaking there about freedom and liberty. That's kind of what Bitcoin art is about. It's about celebrating this message of Bitcoin, which is so important, and Bitcoin culture as well. It's been an absolute. That's only day one, We got another 2 days of this to go, man.
Don't remind me now. Marcus, you've had the opportunity to attend many of Bitcoin conferences throughout your time in this space. How has the first day of Bitcoin Amsterdam compared to other conferences you've attended?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I love the energy here. This space is, physically smaller than the Miami conferences, which are huge now. And I really love the intimacy of it. I mean, we're just, there's some really great spaces here, and so obviously the physical space smaller, but it's really intimate and very warm atmosphere. I'm really and it's beautiful. The venue here is beautiful, so I like it.
Love that. If you are in the area and the FOMO is starting to kick in, tickets are still available at a discount. I will shamelessly plug, use the promo code BMLive. Not that it matters, the competitions are over, but I want to go around for each of you and just ask, what was your favorite talk from today, and what are you most excited to hear tomorrow? Dennis.
Oh, my goodness. My favorite talk has been with some of these artists. I correspond with them via email all the time. Sometimes we Skype or video conference, but like seeing people in person is such a difference. And I'm just so happy to hear some of what Marcus just said, because that's how we all feel. And, you know, sometimes the relationship that an artist can have with the existing art world can be somewhat contentious or, you know, even exploitative with galleries and such. This is a very positive community, and I'm really happy to help link other people. And this venue has been gorgeous, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, for me, I've spent most of my day on the Scare City stand, actually. So for me, it's talking with the plebs, you know, just going and having those conversations with people that are incredibly passionate about Bitcoin culture and where we are, and getting to meet them face to face as well. So I really hope that continues more tomorrow, and urge anyone that's coming along tomorrow to come along to Scare City Stand, just have a chat about Bitcoin art, chat about anything. You know, we're really up for it.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the talks today either. So, but no, going to a conference, I'm going to echo what these two guys said. You know, going to a conference is about meeting people and talking to people. I love, of course, now I know a lot of people, so I get to see my friends, but just meeting new people and just hearing other people, what they have to say. That's what being at a conference, that's the real value. You know, you're here with people in real life. Now we can really talk eye to eye. You know, it's not online. It's so different in person. And the talks, of course, are wonderful to go to. I didn't go to any yet, but I will go to some. But yeah, it's all about meeting people and just feeling the energy. So, you know, if you haven't been to a Bitcoin conference and you love Bitcoin, please make it a point to go to at least one Bitcoin conference. Come to this one if you can. They're just wonderful to be in, you know.
We do have 2 more days of this conference, but of course, Bitcoin 2023 is going to go down in Miami next year in May. So lock in your tickets now for that. There is a promo code available for the next 3 days. Use code Amsterdam to get 21% off. Gentlemen, that's going to conclude day 1 of Bitcoin Amsterdam. For everyone watching at home, make sure to like and subscribe down below. We're going to be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. our time, 9:30, something like that. We will be back. You are not going to want to miss that. I will be back again. They will not let me leave this desk for some reason. Like and subscribe. We will be back tomorrow.
We're about to get started. We're about to get started.